Someone's alarmed voice was shouting in the darkness that the gas had been turned off a week ago, and today the electricity had been turned off too. The girl made excuses. There really was no money. She opened her eyes wide, assuring him of her sincerity. The man narrowed his eyes, extended his hand towards her, did not understand the reason for the escape, demanded that she give him the money. The conversation was boring. He headed towards her, pushing her away with his determination. Fear gripped his heart. Tomorrow there would be nothing to eat if they took all the money now. The man swung his hand, was about to hit the fragile girl. She raised her hands, covered her face, and gasped in fear. I felt myself falling, covered my eyes with my hands. Tears streamed down my face, sobbing. I didn't want this kind of death. It's stupid to die for money. The girl's life was hard. There were always bottles lying around the room. The terrible smell of alcohol did not go away. Her father drank a lot. The mother put up with this for several years, and then she divorced and left, leaving the children with him. Although Yuzeta escaped from her father's clutches, the fatal connection haunted her until the very end. A pile of her parents' debts haunted her, even her college money was stolen. But she didn't give up and worked part-time, making ends meet. The man looked down, tightly gripping the railing. Covering her brown eyes, there was nothing to lose, nothing left, no affectionate parents, no true friends. The young man held an envelope with a child in his arms, smiling tenderly and looking at the treasure in his hands. The girl was reborn. Now she heard the gentle voices of her parents. But over time it would change. Her terrible life would repeat itself, and the spires of the tower sparkled in the sun. A little pink-haired girl, covered with a warm blanket, cried loudly, opening her toothless mouth. The maid leaned over with a smile, suggesting that Her Highness wanted to eat. The girl gently hugged the child, smiled, and buried her face in the girl. It happened, a rebirth into a princess of a country she had never even heard of. She clenched her fist and admitted that she was a princess. This was her new life. And being rich was more pleasant than being poor, the girl thought. She sprawled out on a soft pillow, spread her arms out to the sides, and allowed herself to be changed. After all, the difference in families is colossal. She was born in the great empire of Ermano, the second child of the emperor, named Mabel Gordinia. The mother died after giving birth to the baby. According to rumors, she was in poor health. In such situations, fathers most often forget their children. The girl was interested in what her dad would do. A pleasant voice was heard calling the baby, but I took it for a dream. The maid rocked her in her arms, giving her a smile. The girl raised her head and saw the emperor, who carefully opened the door to the room and entered. In her sleep, she saw the face of her father, who stood over her, holding his breath, the man from the lovely girl. Mabel opened her eyes and stared at the guy. He was reflected in her pupils. She saw him for the first time. The maid smiled shyly, raised her hand to her lips. Probably the little girl recognized her father and immediately began to behave more calmly. The man smiled contentedly, clasped his hands, and the girl tried to comprehend that he was her father. It was hard for her to comprehend that such a young father, and not a brother, would touch his frowning daughter with his hand. Watching the hand with trepidation, fearing a blow, I felt the warmth from it. My eyes opened wide in surprise. The man was happy to see his daughter, remembered his wife Siana, and knew that if she were here, she would be happy. A blush appeared on the young man's cheeks. He leaned towards the little girl, promising her protection and inviolability. The little finger grabbed the father's big hand, caught hold, and did not let go of the finger. The emperor beamed, pleased with his daughter's reaction to him, and whispered that it was very sweet. This was not what Mabel wanted. She frowned with displeasure. She did not want love. She ran desperately from this strange feeling. Memories surfaced themselves. Here in her father's arms was little Yuzeta, also loved and the most important thing for them then. Another memory came flooding back, in which the mother was arguing with the father, pushing him away from her, and the girl was sitting with her hands clasped around her knees. On this continent, there are 3 countries with great power. The largest land by area is Ermano, the second largest enemy land by area is Dalen, and the sacred kingdom of Abelarda that crosses them. In the latter, there are no unbelievers. Representatives serving the god Hades live there. On the day Mabel was born, the oracle came down and made a speech that in delight the seed was sown that would save the world, and raised his hands to the sky. And on the same day, after the prophecy, lightning and thunder broke out over the castle of Ermano, foreshadowing the events. Everyone understood that this was Mabel's seed. They asked her to send it to the sacred land. Hands reached out and wanted to get it. Every day they wrote letters to Esteban, and each time the servant collected the letters on a tray and brought them to be read. His Majesty was angry every time, clenched his teeth, His eyes flashed furiously, and he tapped the letter with his finger. There was the first Prince Oscar, so Mabel has no chance for the throne. The man raised his hand. He understood all this. Therefore, under the guise of concern, Abelarda wanted to take the girl to herself, his beautiful little daughter, who looks like Sienna. The baby is very dear to him, he cried out and pointed his finger. Refusing such an offer, he declared it loudly. The assistant involuntarily raised his hands to his eyes, covered them. The torn letters lay on the table. The problem was that no one knew how long they would allow the offer to be ignored. There must be a good reason to refuse the message, he thought, and the boy stopped hesitantly in front of the door. He heard everything. The door opened abruptly, causing the boy to fall head over heels into the hall where his father was, and he let out a quiet yelp from that. He quickly got ready and ran out of the office, hid behind the wall nearby, and his father's stern voice called him. Since he was noticed, the boy decided to go out and walk as if nothing had happened. Only a little pale, he headed towards his parent. He stopped timidly and greeted His Highness. His father's question made him tense up. Oscar looked very much like His Highness. The same light hair and green eyes. He asked to finally allow him to do so. The conversation turned to Mabel, but Esteban folded his hands, rested them on the table, looked from under his forehead, and forbade it, since it was still too early. The man remembered the moment when his son broke something dear to him, and now everyone understood that he would want to pick up the baby. But it was dangerous. Lightning flashed. Their eyes met. One kept repeating about a promise, the other a justified refusal. He looked down, very sorry, because he had managed to do a lot. He had finished fencing earlier. He had waited for this month. He had not eaten or slept. I jumped up, trying to answer him. The girl was small. She wouldn't remember anything anyway. He approached the boy, touched his head with his hand, stroked it, and asked him to follow him. The baby opened her blue eyes. It was hard to be a baby. It was tiring to have nothing to do, and it was also hard to control your body. She threw up her hands and waved them indignantly. She only ate and slept. She was tired of this, so now she was a little freaked out. But sleep killed the baby. Her eyes closed. Little children sleep a lot to strengthen their bodies. There is no way to fight this. The maids looked up from their work. It was time to feed the girl. But seeing that she was sleeping, they were touched, put their hands to their mouths, and smiled. There was a sound of a door opening. They turned in surprise and stared at those who entered. It was Esteban and Oscar. The man put his hand to his chest and looked at everyone carefully. The boy's eyes were shining in anticipation. The girl recognized this voice. It irritated her. She did not understand the reasons why her father often came to her, but the young man smiled, folding his hands. Blue eyes looked attentively. Frowning eyebrows followed the man. He worried her very much. He liked that she opened her eyes as soon as she heard someone enter and smiled. The boy's head peeked into the crib. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks, and he became curious to look at the baby. The children stared at each other, the girl with interest, since she was seeing him for the first time. The servants laughed. The man folded his arms across his chest, made a remark. Her vision had not yet formed, and she was not looking at her brother. Oscar didn't listen. He smiled, and didn't take his eyes off Mabel, sparkling with delight that he finally saw his sweet sister. The girl babbled in her own language, chased him out of the room, but the boy took it differently and beamed with joy that she called him brother. The man laughed loudly, put his hand to his mouth, corrected Oscar. Most likely she said Dad. The little girl became even more indignant, screamed, called the nanny. So the girl was surprised and turned her gaze to her. When she looked into the crib, Mabel was stretching out her arms to it. The nanny began to fuss. It was time for the girl to eat. The girl took the baby in her arms and brought her a bottle. She snorted indignantly. She didn't like the people in the room, especially those who watched her eat. But the girl thought more closely about the boy, noticed the resemblance to his father, and realized that he was her brother. She will go to extreme measures. The girl grabbed the bottle with both hands and sucked on it, drank hastily. Everyone in the room realized that the princess was too hungry. She impatiently sipped the mixture from the bottle, just wanting those two to leave as quickly as possible. It was already hard to drink. The baby's body blushed, suddenly opened her eyes, noticing something. The child ended up in the man's arms, asked for a bottle, held out his hand. The little girl was already almost asleep. Then he turned to the girl and announced that now the father would feed his daughter. She twisted in her father's arms and tried to crawl away. But with all her appearance, she didn't want to do this. But the man just laughed. He thought it was funny. The girl didn't like it. She felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't cope with the adults, so she had to drink from a bottle. The Duke looked at the little girl with a slight smile as she took a sip, his heart rejoicing for this child. After she drank everything, the man leaned towards the baby. Seeing this and realizing what he wanted to do, he opened his eyes wide. Two people were standing near the fountain. The long repair work was finished. The girl nodded, smiling. Now everything works. The young man emerged from his memories, droplets of water running down his face, looking at the girl in disbelief. Someone called His Highness. Everyone looked at him with alarm and screamed. This had never happened before. The girl in her father's arms realized that something strange had happened again, and looked at all the servants and her brother. He announced that the milk that Mabel had spit up on him was holy water. Everyone gasped and surrounded them. He carefully wiped around the child's mouth with a handkerchief, and the little girl did not take her eyes off him, thinking about the words. Digesting what I heard, I knew about that very holy water, but I couldn't believe it and considered it a stupid joke. The man wiped drops of water from his face with a handkerchief and narrowed his eyes, while the girl, on the contrary, was discouraged. Oddly enough, the atmosphere was very warm. The maids folded their hands and looked with admiration at the father and child. Esteban pulled Mabel close, her eyes and Oscar's meeting, and a bolt of lightning ran between them. The boy clenched his fists and called out to his father. His whole appearance was timid and sweet. His huge green eyes looked pleadingly. The young man turned to him. The little girl was babbling what to say about his strange behavior, but no one understood her. The boy also wanted to support her and hug her. His green eyes looked with pleading and requesting. The little girl hugged her dad, but he refused, knowing that he can't take or touch her. The girl exhaled, and the man laughed. It was nice to know that the boy knew what was wrong. Mabel could only shift her gaze from one to the other, mentally turning to the divine being, asking for only one thing, that she be left alone. But apparently God did not exist, because opening the door to the baby's room, the father joyfully entered again. Oscar didn't disappear either, every time he looked into the room with a joyful smile and called Mabel. This is not what the girl asked for, not increased attention to her. She listened and looked at everyone with a displeased frown. She wanted to think about her brother, but the pendants that were on the bed attracted her attention. She really likes them. Esteban took away the family religion for the child's emotional development. His assistant tried to dissuade him, but it didn't work. The little girl heard about the animal hatching from the egg and pricked up her ears. The topic was very interesting, especially on her birthday. The sacred beast looked like a cat. It had golden fur, the maids argued. One was sure that this was nonsense. The other proved that she was right. Mabel lay and wondered what else to do for a baby who had his own memories. She wanted a boiled egg. These girls were to blame. They started talking about eggs. She immediately returned to the beast. And while these two were arguing, the girl decided to try again today. She stretched out her arms in front of her when no one sees her. She is training to control her body. She needs to grow up faster. Thanks to training, the baby could now control her fingers and even hold a toy. Today, I wanted to try something more difficult, becoming serious. I need to learn to roll over. I also need to raise my head. I spread my arms out to the sides, gathered my strength, but nothing worked, no matter how hard I tried. Tears rolled from the girl's eyes. She had a great desire to grow up quickly. She shook her hands on the blanket, couldn't even walk, couldn't push the blanket off, and dropped her hands helplessly. Oscar looked in, saw that the girl was not sleeping, happily went inside. There were leaves in his hair. She stared at the ceiling with displeasure, and her brother was already running to the crib and calling her name. He stretched out his hands and covered the blanket that covered the baby. The nanny made a remark about the boy's dirty hands. He turned to the girl, pointed to his face, smiled radiantly. Now he will wash, change his clothes, and come back. He answered quickly. The girl was straining at this time. She tried again and failed. Nothing worked for her. Even beads of sweat appeared. The nanny anxiously touched the girl's forehead, seeing cold sweat, her eyes peering, worried about the illness. She called loudly to Lamira and sent her for the doctor. Everyone was shouting and making noise, taking care of Her Majesty. The little girl extended her hand in a pathetic attempt to stop the maids, but they no longer saw her, and she was unable to tell them that everyone had misunderstood. Oscar came out, drying his hair with a fluffy towel, surprised by the commotion the girls had caused. Green eyes opened wide. Hands that were wiping hair stopped, heard about his sister's illness. And at that very second, the boy rushed towards Mabel, shouting that she shouldn't hurt. The towel was torn off his head from his fast running. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she tried to tell the boy, but childish babble came out of her mouth. The nanny ran up to Oscar, who was clinging to the crib, and nervously looking at Mabel. Droplets of water were running down his face. The girl was trying to remove them. Closing her eyes, she abruptly turned away from them. The little girl did not say anything else. Let them do what they want, she decided. His Majesty burst into the room, pale in face and with pursed lips, and the servants cried out in greeting. The maid looked back at the noise from the door, and the boy also looked out from behind it with his mouth open. Esteban flew up to the girl, put his hand on her forehead, and called out anxiously. The man was overcome with worry. Mabel opened her eyes wide. Her cheeks turned red. She didn't understand what was happening and saw her father bending over. She looked. He turned around and addressed everyone, shouting for a doctor, the child's blue eyes following him. The man with reddened eyes and a mustache above his lips spread his hands and assured her about the girl's health. Apparently, she was just sweating. The little girl became alarmed when she heard what the man was saying and completely agreed with him, waving her little hands. The father put his hand to his chest, listened attentively to the doctor, and could not believe that sweat had just appeared. I picked up the baby, breathed a sigh of relief that she didn't get sick, and was very worried about my daughter. Not only did His Majesty breathe out in relief, the others also looked at the girl with a smile. And Mabel felt strange. She was completely comfortable in the arms of a man who was holding her carefully, as if she were the most precious thing. Before this event, His Highness listened to a report about soldiers who were suffering from fever. They were glad that they managed to catch the Devlin Devil, who caused a lot of harm to the Urno Empire, always dressed in black and without armor. No one could have guessed even his height and predisposition. He was so fast. A bloody battle took place last month, and it was possible to catch this demon. People looked at him with their mouths open, not believing what they saw. There was a child in chains with his eyes closed, black hair falling over his eyes. The child turned out to be a Devlin Devil. The story continued, how he crossed the border and the soldiers stopped this boy, and he was running from something. The man was giving orders when a servant approached him and called quietly, so that only he could hear. He jumped up, put his hands on the table, cried out about his daughter, told the servant that she was ill, and immediately His Majesty's face changed. The men watched him, worried by his sudden movements and not understanding what had happened. They argued among themselves, discussing the princess who had recently been born, sharing what they knew. We also went over the appearance of the little girl. Her hair is from her mother, her blue eyes are from her father. In general, we summed it up, she should be cute. But they became alarmed and emerged from the discussion as soon as they realized that his lordship had gone to his sick daughter. They were afraid for her. They all treated the late empress with reverence, and after her death, Esteban returned to the time when he was called the Bloody Emperor. The girls started whispering about the little lady, worried and covering their mouths with their palms. They didn't like the sweat that covered the little girl. The baby fell asleep. Anti-scratch mittens were put on her arms so that she wouldn't scratch her face, and nothing would disturb her sleep. There are no quiet days in this palace. The girls argued about the blanket. One thought it was too hard. The nanny gave orders about what things to bring into the room, sent the boy on another errand, and everyone tried to dress him so that Mabel wouldn't sweat. The swarming didn't stop even a couple of days later. Oscar smilingly asked how his sister was feeling, frozen and looking at her. The blue eyes looked sad. The girl was wrapped up very warmly. A knitted hat from the nanny and a warm blanket, as well as an uncomfortable bed. All this was not to my liking. Today is her first walk. The girl wanted only one thing, to be left alone. Unfortunately, no one heard. The sadness did not last long. My eyes opened when I saw how big the palace was. I looked at every detail. The servants noticed the girl's reaction, smiled, understood that she really enjoyed the walk, and besides, the sun was shining today. The young man leaned over to Mabel and noticed that she had become very cold. In fact, the temperature in the palace was higher than outside, so the difference affected the baby. Oscar, hearing this, immediately began to pull off his waistcoat and was about to hand it to the little girl. And everyone gathered and stared at Mabel in the stroller, so that she became uncomfortable. She was small and could not speak. They covered her with a jacket so that they completely blocked the girl's view. But this was supposed to be a walk. She was indignant. His lordship and assistant came towards them. They all greeted each other, and the man examined the girl. He lifted Mabel high in his arms, and those around him watched his father's actions with their mouths open. Blue eyes, the same as His Majesty's, looked warily. Her dad smiled warmly at her. His girl went out for a walk. He returned her back to the carriage, but now without a blanket and capes, but in his waistcoat so that she could see everything, turned around as he left, and threw to her that more would come. The servants began to whisper, because the emperor's clothes were made of magic felt. He simply left it. The little girl looked at it and gave it to her. The man left in just a black shirt. The girl followed him with her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the thing he had given away, and was also captivated by its softness. Near the lake, in a dense green forest, Oscar settled down on a blanket with the baby in his arms and the servants. It was nice to be in nature, breathing in the fresh pine air with full chest. Mabel looked closely at the sky, captivated by its blueness and purity, and couldn't tear herself away. She looked at the sky and remembered the sky that she would always remember in her world, black and unfriendly. So the girl, immersed in her thoughts and reflections, did not realize how she began to feel sleepy. When her brother leaned over and tried to ask her, the little lady snorted. She was enjoying the moment. Oscar smiled radiantly and spoke soothingly that the baby could sleep and that no one would disturb her sleep. The boy hugged the girl tighter. The warmth of his body enveloped her. She wondered why she liked it so much. Mabel thought about how the boy was always there and was genuinely happy when he could help. She still had a hard time accepting the information that this was now her family, and she was wary of her father and brother, who sincerely cared for her. Suddenly, everyone in the clearing was attracted by something to the side. They turned their heads, looking at it carefully. It was a divine beast. Its bright red tail flashed like the sun, illuminating everything around. Blue eyes widened in delight. Mouth opened in surprise. She saw the mythical creature for the first time. She really did look like a cat. There were no such animals in her world, so she stared at this creature. The nanny leaned forward. The girl in Oscar's arms waved so that they wouldn't leave her and take her to see her too. The boy handed the reluctant Mabel over to the maid, who couldn't believe that they were going to watch without her. She broke free from the smiling girl's hands and realized that she wanted it too, so she asked the boy. The girl's cheeks turned red. She nodded her head from what she couldn't wait to see, and even began to make sounds. Silence reigned on the site in the middle of the forest. Even they tore themselves away from their work. Everyone stared at Mabel. The little girl herself did not understand what she had just said. Her blue eyes looked at the funny expressions on the faces of the servants and her brother. Oscar put his hand to his chest, dumbfounded, remembering his questions about his sister's chatter. Now he didn't believe it. He looked at her. One girl was unhappy that some strange sounds were coming out of her mouth, although she mentally asked to go and look too. The servants began to whisper. They clearly heard the word meow, and it was a very cute phenomenon. The girl looked at the nanny and did not understand what this reaction was connected with. The discouraged and happy faces raised many questions. The reason was that the baby started talking early, at 2 months, and that's when she realized that she had meowed too early. Analyzing this, Mabel realized that it was probably because she had gone from being an adult to being a baby. I looked at my hands. I couldn't cope with my emotions because my body hadn't grown yet. I was too hasty with the first word and scolded myself. The maid enthusiastically gave in to her, fiddling with her hands. The princess considered herself a genius if she started talking so early. The girl picked up Mabel in her arms and hugged her tightly. The first words had already been spoken. She was pushing with her little hands. She was about to choke with joy. The maid sat down with the little girl and tried to decipher what she was saying. The boy noticed that there was a first word. He squeezed his hand with displeasure and angrily said that he had lost to the cat. The first word was meow, not brother. Mabel noticed his downcast eyes and the dull look in his green eyes as if it hurt him. I didn't understand what shocked him. I gave in to him and stretched out my arms to my little brother. Oscar was confused, looked and did not dare to take her. The girls gently noticed that she was asking to be picked up and smiled. During all this time, she herself never asked to hug her, but now she could not help but reach out to the boy, trying to drown out the pain she saw in him. He hugged his little sister, shyly buried his face in hers, and felt good that he was hugging her. And yet the girl fidgeted impatiently in the boy's arms, rushing to where this magical beast was. A plan matured in her little head so that no one would call her a genius anymore, and she would smile very sweetly at her brother. The forest was quiet and calm. No one was visible. A crowd of servants and children were arguing and laughing among themselves. While the girls were arguing, Oscar calmed them down while smiling happily. It was time to turn back. Mabel looked at those around her with displeasure. They thought the man was joking. The little girl waved her arms sharply. Something flashed in the clearing, barely holding back the one rushing there, and out jumped a kitten with golden fur, a magical creature that was heading straight for them, a small lump with a very fluffy tail. The animal stepped softly across the forest carpet, its green eyes watching the people without stopping. Its fur was not made of gold, but it sparkled in the sun. She opened her blue eyes, and realization clouded her, and now she realized that she had been reborn in another world. The magical creature came very close to Oscar. The little girl leaned forward with anticipation. Everyone noticed that the cat was circling around Her Majesty. When the baby suddenly sneezed, the animal became confused. The loud sound made the cat run away, and only his hind legs flashed in the bush, and he ran away. And everything started spinning around. The maids gave orders, and the boy promised to come and play another time, all the while glowing with joy. The nanny was pushing the stroller, and Oscar was running alongside and asking the girl a lot of questions. He was interested in everything about his little sister. She sat up in the stroller and noticed a person she hadn't seen yet. The boy was also looking in that direction. Piercing gaze, flowing chestnut hair, it was Duchess Donovan. Oscar looked up at the maid, tugged at her sleeve, asking. The girl tried to stop and spoke to him. Mabel had heard about this Duchess somewhere before, and after thinking for a moment, a revelation struck. This was Oscar's real mother. The great emperor was married twice, his first marriage of convenience to Pacifica Donovan. After Oscar was born, they soon divorced, and the woman became a duchess. Later, Esteban married the baby's mother, Shiona Gardenia. They admired this couple and said that they were made for each other, but unfortunately, the empress died in childbirth. The boy put his hand to his chest, his gaze dimmed. This young man was afraid of his mother, but the girl also felt uneasy in the woman's presence. After all, the baby is the beloved daughter of the duchess's husband from another woman, so the fear of her is understandable. When they moved away from the duchess, the children breathed a sigh of relief, and the nanny shook her head sadly. She noticed the worried looks of her nanny and brother. There was some kind of fuss ahead, and the girl heard fragments of words. Mabel noticed that the knights could not move, and this phenomenon interested her. I looked around and saw a child wearing a hood, with dark threads of power emanating from him. There was a cry that the protection had stopped working. The nanny and the children remained in the boy's path. The soldiers did not notice them. The men scattered from the blow. Their backs arched. They cried out in pain, but there were also those who withstood the blow. Mabel watched the boy. It seemed she wasn't even breathing. Someone nearby shouted that everything was okay. The attentive red eyes stopped on the little girl, without blinking, looking at this little girl. As soon as their eyes met, the world froze, as if only these two existed. The mouth opened slightly. Mabel experienced a strange feeling, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. The silence was broken by Oscar's voice. He put his hand to his chest and said that it was dangerous here, and it was time to leave, turning to the nanny. And the girl reacted, as if she had woken up from a spell, confirmed that they needed to leave, and touched the handle of the stroller. He saw that the baby was being taken away, lowered his eyes, and did not dare to raise his head, and stood there waiting. Mabel looked sadly, didn't understand what was happening, only listened with alarm as people gave orders. She glanced sideways at her brother as he passed by, and saw that his face was tense, and he kept looking back at that boy. The servant reported on what was happening, how the devil rebelled, waved his arms, and could not cope with his emotions. The boy was transferred to the dungeon, but in the middle of the imperial palace, he got out of control. The man raised his hand. All this was expected for him. He was tormented by something else, that the devil met the princess on the first walk. He touched his face with his hand and screamed. Although everything went well, he was still embarrassed by this meeting. They had already imagined the emperor's reaction. They knew how the father protected the baby and would be furious at such information. He was covered in sweat, but the reporter's next words made the man exhale deeply and lean forward slightly. Oscar entered his father's office, exhaling happily. He was working calmly and did not yet know about the situation in the yard. The emperor raised his eyes, pierced the boy with his blue gaze, waiting for an answer as to why he had come here. The same young man who had lamented the meeting between the devil and the little girl also arrived with a report about Her Majesty. Before the man could say anything to the servant, he quickly began to justify himself, showing with his hands the very distance where and how the children stood. The emperor calmly raised his cup of tea, closed his eyes, remained silent, and only one word flew out of his mouth. The guy was shocked by the man's reaction. He didn't expect it. He raised his finger and also said that the girl saw a mythical creature, and this information caused anger. The mug in His Highness's hand crumbled into small pieces. The boy noticed that the atmosphere had somehow thickened. The emperor folded his hands and did not raise his head. Lightning flashed. He raised his hand to his face and asked the servant what the girl had said. The man grabbed his hair, worried about the things that stood next to Esteban. They were valuable. Tears welled up in his eyes. He clasped his hands together and kept his eyes on the ceramics, which were now just a pile of trash. The man jumped up, leaned his hands on the table, immediately wanted to see Mabel, all because he did not hear the first word of his beloved daughter. The young man became embarrassed and covered his mouth with his hand. Everything else was not particularly important, but the first meow from the baby was priceless. The maids in the girl's room rustled about their business. Then they drew the curtains for convenience. The baby, wrapped in a blanket, suffered from the heat. She sneezed only once, and now she was paying for it. The pendants were swinging, and the girl did not tear herself away from them. If she cried, the girls would start jumping around her again. It was annoying. She tried to calm herself down. She was in the imperial palace. Things would get easier in the future. She remembered the boy with red eyes. She wanted to know who this person was. She was bothered by the feeling that appeared then and has not gone away until now. The emperor resolutely entered the girl's room. The women bowed, but not for long. He gently touched Mabel's cheek, asked how the walk went. She looked at her father with her clear blue eyes and came again. I picked her up in my arms, felt the weight of her little body. She became bigger. The nanny assured me that she had just eaten. He hugged her and turned to the girl. The girl was sweaty, so they wrapped her in the emperor's clothes so she wouldn't catch a cold. He glanced around the room, noticed new toys. He informed that all new things needed to be checked for poison. She was outraged by her father's behavior. He came here and started pestering people, so she decided to help and said her new word. The man blushed. The servant was right, and the girl saw the magical creature and uttered the first word. Her father started to whoop at her. Understanding that she liked cats so much, the servants tried to hide their smiles. He closed his eyes and hugged her tighter. Upset that the first word was not about Dad, but about the cat, Oscar remembered. He was also not happy. He leaned towards her. Then, since she really likes cats, he will give the north side where the cat lives to his wonderful daughter. Gustav immediately flew up, began to quickly write something down in his notebook, and confirmed the emperor's gift. The little girl trembled. Her eyes lit up with moisture. She couldn't believe that this wasn't a joke. The man raised his hand. Everyone heard everything correctly. He gave Mabel the forest, since she liked to meow. The girl pressed her hands against her father's chest. Her thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that it was not normal to give a forest to a 2-month-old, and she realized that he didn't like it. Then he asked Gustav's opinion. The girl was already happy that someone would bring the emperor to his senses, but the guy began to reason. After thinking for a bit, Esteban picked up the girl and officially announced that he was giving her Pansy Castle. He added that the forest also gives gifts. The little girl blushed with pleasure. After all, she was convinced that her dad was a little crazy. 3 months have passed since Mabel was born, and today guests visited the palace. Those same saints greeted the emperor. The man propped his head up with his fist, bored, and his whole appearance showed displeasure. He turned his head, dissatisfied that these Templars had come after all. In his head, he was already playing out the actions with them. The old man smiled blissfully, raised his head, and understood the emperor's surprise, since no one had thought of appearing here so soon. He grinned, raised his finger to his mouth, sparkles danced in the man's eyes, and sent them to study the letters for which they had come. The saint smiled, narrowed his eyes, accepted favorably. He will try, because this is necessary for everyone. But first it is necessary to tell about the girl, and added one more name to the name. The servant looked at him with a doomed look. He realized that Winter was the name from the prophecy. At the time the princess was born, the Holy Kingdom announced that Her Highness's middle name was Winter. Before he could finish speaking, the emperor sternly remarked that they were not obeying the oracle, flashing his blue eyes. The hand squeezed the armrest of the chair with such force that a crack was heard. I thought it was just a coincidence, not connected in any way with the prophecy. The old man raised his hand to his lips, chuckled, anticipated such a reaction from the emperor, and was not surprised. The men who were standing next to me changed their faces. After the marriage, they thought that he had changed. They were very afraid that he would return to the past. Gritting her teeth in rage, Mabel, the baby who had just been born and was offered to be sent alone to the Holy Kingdom, her jaw muscles clenched with anger. He put his hand in his pocket and tried to get the thing out, saying that the Tsar had asked them to give it to Her Majesty. He will understand everything immediately from this item. He put a gold chain with a pendant on the box. I recognized this pendant, grabbed it, and brought it with my hand. This thing is from the previous emperor. He received help when there was a fight for the throne. He left this pendant as a sign of distinction. The saint rolled his eyes. Now it was the man's turn to pay for this thing with his child. The King of Saints only wants to protect the one the oracle pointed to, looked up and realized that they would not be able to take the child now. The emperor did not expect such an answer. He thought that he would resist until the end and demand Mabel. But in any case, men are unpleasant to him. Now they will retreat. But they had one small request. His Highness tensed up, leaned forward, listened attentively. He raised his face, shining with pleasure, and asked for an audience with Her Majesty. This was precisely the true purpose of his visit. With this request, they put the emperor in a position where a refusal would not be received very well, and they even hinted at a connection with the Holy King. Esteban's response to the saint's request caused indignation. He would be present, and any magic was prohibited, and he also set a distance from her. If the child starts crying, the audience will immediately stop. The saint was covered in sweat. He didn't quite agree with this, but there was no choice. He leaned closer, whispered that if there was any threat to Mabel, he would be there, and grinned. The baby was lying in her room, sucking on her pacifier. It was very quiet around her, and her eyes were slowly closing. She rolled over onto her other side. The nanny was busy. She noticed that the girls were despite her, so she decided to practice rolling over. She closed her eyes and groaned. She really wanted this action to work. Whining and crying, she complained to herself that her head was heavy. Nothing worked no matter how hard she tried. Now she would stop because she couldn't sweat. She remembered the last time. Oscar looked into the room, smiling radiantly, and hurried to his little sister, asking his daily question. The baby was still lying on her side. She wouldn't answer. The boy had been coming to her for 3 months now, without receiving any answer to his question. He sat down next to her on a soft ottoman and opened the book he had brought with him. Today he had decided to read to the little girl. I thought that I probably brought something boring, because it was small, probably a children's fairy tale. He cleared his throat and began to read with a very serious face. Al Gore's reasoning about the harm of doctrines. The little girl was surprised by such a choice of book. She didn't expect it, because she was only 3 months old. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She listened attentively. Doubts about her little brother's age were growing more and more. He is only 6 years old, but he enjoys reading such things. The boy was reading with rapture when he suddenly looked up at her. The nanny noticed and giggled in embarrassment at such a book. He raised his finger to his face and asked what he didn't like. He was sure that it should interest him. Oscar leaned towards the girl and promised that the next book would be more interesting. He would bring something unusual. I didn't understand how you could make a prince read something like that at 6 years old, but my attention was drawn to the door. There was someone behind it. The nanny froze, and Oscar pressed the book to himself. They listened. The noise was different, not like when the emperor came. The door opened, and Esteban entered, with people in white capes looming behind him, eager to get in. The little girl's eyes widened. A question was read in them, but curiosity forced her not to take her gaze away from the door. The men in white entered, their hands folded across their chests, smiles changing their faces. The little girl was screaming inside. The most important saint came up to her and breathlessly remarked that this is what a princess she is. He put his hand to his chest and was delighted because he saw that the girl was filled with great strength. Her eyes sparkled with pleasure. Mabel pressed her lips together, closed her eyes, and her cheeks flushed. The closer the saint in his snow-white clothes came, the more nausea washed over her. The emperor took a step, stopped the moving man with his hand, and reminded him of the condition. The old man closed his eyes. The smile did not leave his face. Blissful and deep, he tried to argue with his majesty. Instead of obedience, he again reminded them of the oracle's prophecy. He could not restrain his impulse. The man interrupted. They did not consider the oracle so important. The girl has not yet awakened, but she already has sufficient strength. Unlimited divine power is hidden within her. She narrowed her eyes even more. The redness covered all her cheeks and went lower. She was getting worse. She held on as best she could, but she felt bad with this man nearby. The saint glanced sideways at the girl, as if he sensed the girl's condition, but he did not leave the room. Oscar leaned over to his little sister, put his hand on her soothingly, told her that they were priests from Abelardo, and assured her in a whisper that everything was fine. The man distracted the children and reminded them of the purpose of the saint's visit, to meet Mabel. The man in white confirmed and immediately bowed in respect, placing his hand on his chest, the smile still never leaving his lips. But their speech did not end there. He asked about the Devlin devil. They wanted to know how long they kept him on a chain. They knew that he had been held hostage for a month already. He was a talented young man after all, and they asked about the victims. Everyone who knew admitted that it was difficult to keep the boy in check, even with the use of a force control device, which is why there were many injured. Previously, the girl thought that this nickname was a joke, but now she realized that this young man had strength, and she was afraid of him. The emperor's eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly. He heard from the saints that something was being planned, something terrible and dangerous. He glanced sideways again and warned me to be careful. This boy was very strong and was being used for evil purposes. At this point, they bowed in respect and said goodbye to the girl, calling her by her full name, promised to meet again, and backed away towards the exit without straightening up. As soon as these people in white left, Mabel's fingers, which were tightly clutching the pillow, loosened and she felt better. She stared thoughtfully at her hand. There was no hostility in the saint's gaze. She did not feel any danger. It was strange that she felt cold. The assistant girls and the emperor watched the men in white. No one dared to speak first. The boy, despite his father, shared his opinion with him, which surprised him by the fact that they quickly retreated. The man raised his hand to his face, felt something approaching. Surely the Holy King would come up with something. While her little brother was touching her little fingers, the girl was thinking about how she needed to find out more about everything. She also linked herself with the Saints Abelarmo, and the emperor desperately resisted this, not understanding why they needed the baby and what they would do with her. The boy looked at Mabel in surprise. Her green eyes stopped, and without blinking, he noticed that she was deep in thought. He understood what was tormenting Mabel, assured her that there was no need to worry, that she didn't understand now, that everything would become clear later, and smiled sincerely. As night fell, the nanny lit a candle, remaining in the girl's room with the man, whispering, afraid to wake the baby. On this quiet, calm night, it seemed that Mabel had fallen asleep. But as soon as the servants came out, she opened one eye, checking to see if she was alone. She was delighted. The girl clasped her hands. Night is the only time when she can train. Although until recently, a nanny stayed with her, but now everyone has left. She squeezed her hands in the anti-scratch gloves and began to try hard to turn over. The training was in full swing. She pushed the blanket off her feet and spread her arms to the side. No progress, exhaled heavily, dreamed of learning to walk already. The girl admitted to herself that she felt awkward every time her father and brother came to her, showing tenderness and love. They did not know her thoughts. She reasoned that if they knew about her thoughts, they would not want to have such a daughter and sister. Mabel's blue eyes looked sad. She was worried. It seemed like she was deceiving everyone. She needed to grow up quickly and get out of here. Some strange sound tore me out of my thoughts. The nanny couldn't be nearby. The girl was lying and listening, felt a breeze, realized that the window was open. Fear pierced the little girl. Beads of sweat appeared on her temples. She remembered that the girl was too meticulous and would not have left the window open. In the silence, footsteps were heard. Someone entered. A dark figure slid from the window into the room, without starting a conversation, in no hurry to approach the crib. The stranger came closer and closer. Mabel held her breath. Her cheeks turned red, and tears glistened in her eyes. She narrowed her eyes, brought her fists closer to herself, and was indignant that she couldn't even turn around to see who it was. She closed her eyes. Her hands began to tremble. Fear enveloped the girl. If he entered through the window, then it was not the emperor. She dismissed this possibility. She opened her eyes and listened to the steps. They seemed very familiar to her, and in the silence, with a loud knock, the stranger moved towards her. The man in white clothes extended his hand. The girl recognized him. He had come earlier. A smile appeared on his lips. He noticed that she had not slept. She pressed her lips together and looked at the priest with displeasure. And it was he. No mistake. She heard that he wanted to take her. He came for this very purpose. I watched as his hand reached out to her. He came to steal, but he showed manners. He could cry and call for help. She brought her closed hands to her eyes and made a whining sound, taking advantage of her position as a child. The man in white was confused, his mouth slightly open and his hand hanging in the air. His eyes widened and he stared at Her Majesty. Having stopped crying for a few minutes, having slightly removed her hands from her eyes, she looked at the confused saint and became pleased with herself. The priest shook his head, made sure that no one heard the princess, and tried to calm her down. It didn't work. Mabel screamed very loudly in the silence, like children crying. The man rushed like a shadow to his daughter's call. Esteban darted like a shadow to the door, and now he was at the little girl's chambers, his face pale. The priest looked around, exhaled. It seemed that everyone was asleep and no one heard. There was little time left. It was worth hurrying, he began to fuss. And the hand that had frozen before reached out to the girl again, mentally screaming and calling for help. She didn't want to be touched by this vile hand. She screamed louder than before, tried to dodge the hand, and waved her hands hidden in the scratches. She turned to her little body, asking it to obey. And when the man almost touched Mabel with his hand, she was able to turn over onto her tummy. She exhaled in delight. She herself did not believe that she was able to turn over. Sparks of joy shone in her eyes. Esteban opened the door to Mabel's room, looking for the girl in a loud, worried voice, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. The man recognized the priest, moved towards him, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. One movement, and the emperor was ready to use it. Moved towards him, pronouncing the name Montego. The priest was confused, blushed, opened and closed his mouth, and tried to justify himself by saying that he had not touched the little girl with his finger. He reached out and touched the girl's back, wondering why his daughter had taken such a pose. Hearing that her highness had turned over herself, her hand reached for her sword, and pulling it out of its sheath, her eyes sparkled. The priest fell to his knees, clasped his hands, swore by his God that he was telling the truth. The little girl listened to what was happening. She was overcome with worry for the man. She did not want him to die, because what he said was the truth. She stared at her hands. Mabel would be upset if the priest died. She decided to help him this time. Esteban's sharp sword touched the man's neck. The girl was fidgeting in her crib, groaning and panting, trying to turn over. He clenched his teeth very hard and said through gritted teeth, not listening to the priest's pathetic attempts, not allowing him to justify himself. Anger clouded his eyes. Lightning flashed behind his back. The man was hurt by the fact that he missed this beautiful and important moment in the turning over. In the room, the girl held onto the man's elbow, asked her questions about the barrier and the crack, and looked into his face, waiting for an answer. The men stood with their eyes closed and their heads slightly lowered, sweat running down their faces. It would be hard for them to avoid responsibility. The girl has a special position, second in line to the throne of Hermano, the only heir to the throne on her mother's side. He cursed the priest from Abelardo, because who knew that they were capable of such a thing, the man reasoned, to create a breach during the audience. He looked out the window, thoughtfully not taking his eyes off the cold gleam of his blue eyes. From the very beginning, they had planned to kidnap his daughter, angrily thinking that they should have gouged out his eyes. The soldiers bowed their heads. They understood that the situation was not simple. The oracle and the only daughter saw the emperor's anger. He raised his hands to his face and shouted that they needed his eyes. The boys pushed each other, sending them to the man. A soldier was reflected in the window glass, trying to talk to Esteban. He was in no hurry to turn around. His eyes narrowed. He listened to what they were trying to convey to him. He raised his hand to his head, closed his eyes. The soldier bowed deeply. He couldn't break away. On the one hand, diplomatic relations were important, but he couldn't allow Mabel to cry. He opened his mouth at what he heard. His face turned pale, and asked again if he had heard correctly. The emperor turned around, looked to the side, glanced at everyone present, and analyzed what was said. The young man was dejected. The rumors turned out to be true that the emperor favored the princess. He forced himself to calm down and show patience. Esteban took a step towards the man, loudly whispering curses at the priest. But the decision about his fate had already been made. He wanted to ask about one more thing. He stood opposite and stunned the soldier so much that he was at a loss. The emperor needed his insight in one matter. He raised his hand to his chin, thinking that Mabel needed a guard, a knight who would always be by her side, helping and protecting her. He looked behind the guy's back at the bent soldiers and asked if there were anyone willing to take on such a responsible position. Backs began to tremble, the understanding that this was hellish training and long work. If something was wrong, then you were dead. This is why people felt fear and did not dare to volunteer. The firm gaze of his blue eyes was both enchanting and frightening. In a dull voice from impatience, the emperor asked his question again. One man, who was not afraid of this position, walked decisively, stamping his steps, his hands clenched into fists in confirmation of his words. He raised his hand like a student answering. A smile touched his chapped lips. He agreed to become the guard of Her Majesty the Princess. The candles had long since gone out. The room was illuminated by daylight. The birds were chirping merrily, signifying awakening and a new day. Mabel lay in her crib with her arms spread out, happy that in this harsh world she could suck on her pacifier and not think about anything, at least for now. The servants admired the little girl, covering their mouths with their hands, considering her cute. But she talked about the man whom her father dragged out by the scruff of the neck. The boy and girl started talking about the baby's coups. They talked and argued like an experienced married couple, but still stuck together. Mabel listened to their chatter about her. It wasn't interesting. She wanted to hear about that man. She knew that they had been friends since childhood, like brother and sister. She even felt a little envious. She would like to have a family. The child, lost in her thoughts, did not notice how the door to the room opened, and the very soldier who had volunteered to always be nearby entered. In silence, he moved straight across the soft carpet to the girl's crib. He walked silently and made no noise. You couldn't even hear his breathing. The princess was sleeping, And when he approached, she opened her eyes to see who had come, and she didn't let the pacifier out of her mouth. The young boy with green eyes leaned over, with a smile that immediately lit up his face, and greeted the little princess. After thinking for a bit, she spat out her pacifier with a loud noise and flew off somewhere behind the bed along with her drool. The young man laughed, scratched the back of his head, followed the trajectory of the pacifier's fall, waving his hands, wondering who it was. Definitely not a murderer. He didn't look like one. The young man sat down, picking up the pacifier. The girl seemed cute and funny to him. Her reaction to the fright was amusing. He did not dare to give her the pacifier again. Squeezing her in his fist, he narrowed his eyes, and with a smile asked about her attitude towards him. Apparently, the little girl immediately took a dislike to him. The nanny appeared at the door and scolded the boy a little because he had arrived too early. Mabel's spirits perked up. If the girl knew him, then everything was fine. The man looked back at her. She was hurrying towards them, smiling a warm smile. Even a blush appeared on her cheeks. He turned, walked up to the nanny, gallantly raised his hand to his lips, and greeted Countess Ruth, while the girl was running his last name through her head. The realization of who it was pierced her. The memory reminded her of the Duchess of Pacifica. The guy was melting in pleasantries in front of Nanny Mabel. She rolled over onto her side, opened her blue eyes wide from hearing that this man would now be her guard, and did not understand how he could be it. How to believe that a person from the family of the former Empress God will protect the child properly. All these thoughts flashed through his head, and he pretended to be friendly when he should hate her. The princess flared up with irritation. She didn't like the man, and they understood this when they turned their heads towards her. The nanny lowered her head and replied with regret that apparently the baby was upset because of what happened during the night. They tried to kidnap her. It was terrible, Ruth shared. The little girl started to fidget and cry, and the girl ran up to her, calming her down and deciding that she wanted a hug. Finding herself in the nanny's arms, she pressed herself against her, tried to clasp her with her little arms, didn't want her to reproach herself. She wasn't guilty of anything. The girls blushed. It was all pretense, and she didn't really consider herself kind. It was just a game in front of the nanny. The man looked at this. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and he realized that the princess was definitely not human. The girl was confused. She didn't expect such an answer from him. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly. The little girl looked discouraged. He pressed his hands to his mouth, shouted that she was an angel descended from heaven, looked at her with delight. The oracle was right. He finally finished. The girl sobbed, considered him a fool, did not understand how he was introduced to her for protection, dissatisfied with the words and indignant. While Mabel was grieving about her future and couldn't imagine what would happen now, they were interrupted, looked back at the door, and froze with a question in their eyes. Oscar always usually acts like an adult, probably because of his status and the expectation of being an adult, because he is first in line for the throne. But when he enters the baby's room, he becomes an ordinary boy of his age, and now he opened the door without knocking, which caused bewilderment. A happy smile on his face and closed eyes did not notice anything. Seeing the two, he froze in amazement and squeezed out a couple of words, stumbling. He didn't expect to see his uncle here. Finally, the man spoke up and sternly scolded the boy. It was time for classes, and he was lounging around. His face had changed. His eyes had become dark. Oscar fidgeted with his hands incorrectly. He had completed everything correctly. All the tasks that the adults gave him had faded, and he had a smile on his lips. The man put his hand on his hip and continued to scold the child, talking about his disappointment in him, and hinted that future heirs should not act like that. Mabel pressed herself closer to the nanny, not understanding her uncle's strictness, because just now he was smiling. Even if he and Hermano were not a reason to deprive a 6-year-old boy of games, she reasoned to herself, of course. The little girl looked at the nanny and saw that it was hard for her too. Her face turned red. She was also the boy's nanny. Oscar is an obedient boy, so he rushed to the front door and almost opened it and went out, but his sister decided to help him. There was a squeak from her, an attempt to make a sound, her green eyes turning in surprise and anticipation. Tears sparkled in Mabel's eyes. Moisture was about to flow down her cheeks. She turned towards the boy. She didn't want him to leave, and she started screaming in the nanny's arms, arching her back and not closing her mouth, looking in surprise at this little lump in her hand. This had never happened before. Even the guy looked at her with a thoughtful look. Oscar jumped up, put his hands out, anxiously asking if everything was okay with her, and she reached out with her hands to him. He hugged her and pressed her tenderly to himself, smiled sincerely, was very glad that the girl was waiting for him every day, and even his mood improved, despite the remark from his uncle. She buried her face in his chest trustingly. The girl's thoughts were hovering around her brother. Only with her could he be himself. The man watched. The girl and he met each other's gaze. She didn't want this guy to always be around. She was wary and even afraid. When the uncle spoke, waving his arms so emotionally that the little girl even made a face at him and clung to the boy more tightly. Unable to stand this attitude, Mabel loudly made her favorite and often repeated sound. She meowed. He recoiled from the girl, looked at her in shock, and didn't understand what she wanted to achieve with that sound. The nanny stood up for them, covered the children with her back, and with a sweet smile turned to the man, pushing him away from them, embarrassing the princess. It would be better for him to come later, and for now to guard the bedroom from the outside. She also noticed about the prince that the girl liked it when he came and waited for him every day. With the same smile, she exquisitely showed where a man's place was. Uncle then thought, touched Oscar with his hand, and patted him on the head, giving him parting words before leaving. The boy was confused, stuttered that he understood everything and would do everything. A blush appeared on his cheeks. The girl did not even look at her uncle. After the boy left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, immediately felt free, and smiled genuinely at each other. The man was walking down a long, half-empty corridor, his back straight, moving forward, when someone called his name. He turned his head towards the voice, was surprised by the appearance of a stranger. An exhalation came from his throat and stopped in anticipation. This stranger turned out to be a girl with long brown hair and the same green eyes as the man. She folded her arms across her chest and looked at her brother. Her lips pressed into a narrow line as she listened to him talk about how he was now the princess's guard and how he loved children. The guy laughed, put his hand behind his head. He will definitely be strict. Since the girl was focused, she was not in the mood for a smile, made a remark so that he would not relax. Pressing his hands to his cheeks, the young man spoke joyfully about plump lips and soft cheeks, about his love at first sight. The man suddenly stopped and clenched his fist, looked mockingly at his sister, knew that she did not like this child, suggested treating her the same way as Oscar because he was very strict with him. Memories came back to the moment when a little boy appeared in the palace, scared and alone. Left by his own mother, he looked so unhappy that his uncle came to play with him, and a smile shone on the boy's lips. It was joyful together. He carried him around his neck. Laughter rang throughout the garden. Her Majesty the Empress also cared for and protected the boy, but since the man was his mother's brother, she wanted to spend more time with him. But the sister turned out to be quite tough. She told this little charming baby that it was time to forget about childish games. She allowed the man to see him, but only on one condition. She called him to her place and scolded him severely. The key to training Oscar is strictness. The boy tried to argue. After all, he was only 6 years old. Tightly pressed lips were the answer. The woman did not listen to what her brother was telling her. She clenched her fists and walked away from him with a sweeping step. The man was left watching her go. Surprised by the girl's reaction, the brother scratched the back of his head. She had no words to answer him, although he waited. I thought about my sister's face, remembered her expression, was afraid that she would hate the princess, because once the little girl grows up, they will often have to run into each other and see each other. He closed his eyes and snorted. It would be sad if a woman communicated with Mabel the same way she did with Oscar. The fox turned around, and the two went in different directions, thinking that first of all, it was worth taking care of himself. With such reasoning, the brother walked away. And while Lysandra was struggling with how to make the little girl hate him, the seasons changed. Spring gave way to summer. The little girl was already sitting at the feeding table and eating, yawning. She was bored. She assumed the reason for this was that she had already lived her life. She can already lie on her stomach and lift her head. She has mastered crawling perfectly. She can roll over. The only thing is that she does this only when no one is around. The nanny fed her delicious porridge and wondered if anything was hurting her, since she hadn't been moving much lately. The girl wipes her lips, praises her. Today she ate everything. Even without whims, she wanted to eat food already. She hoped, since she's a member of the imperial family, there will be a lot of goodies. She was upset about her past life, in which she could not eat not only expensive and good food, but also something ordinary from a 24-hour store. Already in bed, with my arms spread out to the sides, I didn't want to think about it. Otherwise, I couldn't avoid depressive thoughts. Besides, today, Lysandra Donovan was at the door, already looking into the girl's room, and the expression on his face was funny. Seeing him, the girl grimaced and turned away. Oscar's godfather, who also teaches him, was too cruel to the boy. so she was sure that she would never get along with him. While she was fiercely hating this young man, the fox came into the room and was now playing the fool, making a face and rubbing his eyes with his hands. She grimaced at the sight of him and began to beat her hands on the bed, shouting out her favorite word. The servants who were nearby looked up from their work and looked at her and noticed her face. If she doesn't like someone, then such a face appears. Listening to another squabble between the couple, I wanted the night to end quickly. I really wanted to practice. The nanny noticed that Her Highness was bored and suggested with a smile that they take a walk to the riverbank, since the weather outside was wonderful. She pressed herself tightly against the girl's chest, the unexpected invitation discouraging her. If she says the word meow every time, then everyone thinks that the girl adores cats. There was something to it. In fact, it's not that I didn't love him. It was a bit like that. I tried to explain myself at least mentally. When he spoke, he would be able to tell me everything. The nanny smiled and leaned over, seeing how Mabel's eyes lit up and realized that she liked the proposal and accepted it. The little girl was embarrassed and was already sitting in a beautiful pink dress and cap, clutching the edge of her dress with her hands. There would still be misunderstanding. She slowly looked around the area. A lot had changed. She didn't even know it. While she was in the castle, it had become hot. The little girl started whining. The nanny immediately leaned over and explained with a smile that it had only gotten warmer today. Summer is a slightly hot but fragrant time of year. She raised her hands, set up a canopy so that the princess wouldn't be hot. The little girl was inspired by the fact that this wasn't just a walk, but so that the little girl could feel the summer. Mabel could have endured it. There was nothing wrong with that. But suddenly her eyes opened wide and she couldn't tear her eyes away. First, the little girl caught the scent of flowers, light and weightless. Then she saw scarlet roses nearby, the first time she had seen them in her life. The girl picked a flower and held it out to her with a smile, explaining how beautiful it was. She grabbed the flower with her little hands, bowed her head towards it. She felt the petals so tender and soft, and the words of delight froze on her lips. Memories, like birds, fluttered into a past life. There, I had never studied flowers before, and bouquets were too expensive. Ordinary people received them only on special dates. No one came to her entrance ceremony, so she was the one who watched others take pictures with their parents. Without letting go of the flower, she turned her head, getting rid of the thoughts that she was thinking about something that wasn't worth it. The man took the girl in his arms. He needs to go to the forest to look at the cat if he is there today. Blue eyes peered intently into the bushes over the young man's shoulder. Something was moving there. She watched it intently. Hiding, hugging the tree with his hand and looking out from behind it, was Lysandro's guard. Even the thought arose about Mabel's too cold attitude towards him. She saw a sad look. And then her eyes narrowed. She pushed away this thought. She had to behave in such a way that Oscar had the opportunity to be next to her in childhood. The young man noticed the attitude and wondered why she didn't like this man, and carried him away, leaving him behind a tree. Carrying it further and further, touching branches and making his way through them, the guy kept going further in search of the cat, although this attempt could already be abandoned. Suddenly, a cat jumped out into the clearing, meowed loudly, notifying the girl, and immediately everything was illuminated by light from him. It became warm. This time, the golden kitten came out to meet the princess himself, walked towards her at ease, without hurrying. The man who had the baby in his arms smiled. A blush covered the girl's cheeks. Her burning eyes looked at the animal, and indeed, they met again. He sat down on the grass, leaned on his hand. The man looked at the cat, who was rubbing around them. He also grew up like the girl. She reached out her hand to him, stroking him. Mabel watched the kitten in fascination. She couldn't believe that he hatched just when the princess was born. She also connected it with the oracle. Maybe he was right, because the cat shows up exactly when she is looking for him, but she didn't really know anything yet. The little girl was soaked. Sweat ran down her forehead. The servant carefully wiped it with a napkin. She wanted to go into the shade. She had to go to the lake again. He allowed her to say goodbye to the animal. He stood up with the girl in his arms, laughing contentedly, because she said what he asked, and she was ashamed that she was being praised for such a thing. The cat remained in the clearing to watch the baby and sent her his signals to come again. And she heard. She looked without blinking and did not believe what this sacred animal was hearing. Her blue eyes froze. Xavier turned his attention to her, tried to find out what was wrong with her. The girl woke up, was surprised that the guy did not hear someone's voice. She blamed it all on hallucinations from the heat, and the young man carried her to the girls, who were chatting merrily on the shore of the lake. The boy ran with her in his arms around the lake, and Lisandro, who was supposed to be guarding, ran after him, not sticking his head out from behind the bushes. The girl was touched by the funny picture. The servant wearily sank to the ground, sat the baby down next to him. He had no strength left. He needed to rest a little. Spreading his arms and legs, he lay down on his back on the grass. Xavier rested, his chest rising and falling heavily. Mabel crawled closer to him. She looked back at the girls. It looked like they were having a conversation, but in fact the nanny was scolding Lami. In any case, they were not going to the castle yet, so the girl, without thinking twice, decided to take advantage of the chance and crawled towards the bushes, constantly looking back. The nanny turned to them and asked the man if he was watching Her Highness closely. The guy shouted and exhaled, turned his head and saw the princess next to him, smiled. She was sitting and also quietly exhaling. The boy fell asleep. The girl chased him, and seeing this, she continued her work, looking around as before, and stubbornly crawled towards the bushes. The birds were chirping and the grass was greener. A girl appeared inside the forest, noticed some kind of black ribbon, and became interested in it. She crawled even closer and saw a man among the bushes. Her eyes widened, fear reflected in the blue. In front of her lay the same boy she had seen once before. His clothes and cheek were covered in drops of blood. His eyes were closed and his breathing was heavy. Devlin, she recognized him, was still surprised by such a name, crawled closer, examining the boy. The little girl's blue eyes looked at him with bewilderment, and the knights grabbed him, and many questions flashed through his head. While I was analyzing and comparing all the facts about him, the boy lay covered in blood with his arms outstretched. She bowed her head, assuming that this child had been abused and even tortured. The little girl was too horrified. The Devlin demon was the same age as Oscar, and after studying his face carefully, she thought it was very cruel. Closer to his face, I would like to wipe away the blood, but with her body it is impossible. She understood that her strength is not enough. All she could do was crawl on all fours. She was so small that she couldn't even talk yet. The girls broke away from their conversation, stood up, noticed that the princess had crawled too far away, and began to wake the young man. Hearing this, her cheeks turned red. She screamed, raising her head. She wouldn't want to appear in front of the guy now. What should she do now? She squeezed the grass with her hand. Panic seized the little girl. She quickly thought about how to get out of the stalemate. Leaf by leaf, the solution came to her in a flash. She needed to hide the boy under a pile of leaves. Xavier was already approaching and loudly calling for the baby. A smile lit up his face, and he had no idea what the one he was looking for was doing now. Leaves flew into the face of the Devlin devil. The princess carefully covered her secret. She puffed and threw leaves and garbage, raised her hands when the boy opened his red eyes, surprised by what he saw. The leaves were flying when the girl's hands froze and her mouth opened slightly. I saw that her eyes opened slightly. The boy's red eyes sucked the princess in. She couldn't tear herself away from them. She suddenly shuddered when Xavier's voice was heard almost nearby. She looked around. It would be better if she left here. She leaned her hands on the grass. They were dirty from the work she had done. Leaving the Devlin devil in the same place, the little girl crawled away, very diligently moving her hands to move faster. The man sat down, picked up the little girl in his arm, smiled at her, noticed her dirty dress and hands, and asked how she was feeling. The boy lay and looked in the direction where the little princess had crawled away. He would live, although he had many wounds, but not serious ones, and she did everything she could. He had a dream. He was floating in darkness, so long that he didn't remember when it started. He was falling lower and lower, and was surrounded by only impenetrable night. One day, the boy finally managed to gain control over his body and went on a killing spree, indiscriminately, as if it were a weapon born for this purpose. And so, hovering in the darkness, sometimes he would wake up, emerge from this nightmare, a boy chained in chains and with a weight on his leg. He noticed the sphere that was holding back his powers. He clenched his hand into a fist. Sparks of power flickered. A crack was heard. In the silence, it was too loud. Attracted by the noise, the guard assigned to him looked and was horrified, but could not even move from his place. When the young men, knights with lanterns and weapons in sheaths, ran in, it was already too late. The Devlin demon had fled. Hiding behind a tree trunk, he glanced at those who were looking for him and realized that he was in Hermano's palace. There was blood on his cheek. His lips were tightly pressed together. He was being chased. Despite all his desires, he tried to escape again, and the chase began. The moment he was grabbed, the boy's mind cleared, and it was then that he met the child's blue eyes. He was confused. His wakefulness was interrupted, and the boy fell into darkness, losing consciousness. Drops of blood were dripping from his hand. This was the first time his clouded mind cleared up. He wondered what it was connected with. He lost a lot of blood, so there was nothing else to do but lie down in a clearing in the forest, covered his eyes with his hand. It was worth resting a little. If he rests a little, he will be able to heal himself with his healing power. And it was at this moment that his little girl found him. Without opening my eyes, I had no strength. I thought that such a small thing could be a rabbit, and it would run away on its own. I didn't even suspect who was next to it. While the girl was looking at him, the boy thought that this rabbit was taking a long time to leave, and that it smelled very strongly of blood. He opened his eyes and saw leaves and debris falling on him. And in the midst of all this, he dimly saw the culprit of his actions. Ignoring the trash, the boy was more concerned about the fact that his consciousness had cleared up, just like last time. And at the same time there came a weakening, as if some kind of prohibition had been lifted. I was still flying down, but something had changed. He followed the little girl with his eyes, heard the servant asking about her condition and mood, and was worried about what kind of child this was. That night Mabel felt ill. Her whole body was burning. The night seemed hotter than the day. Her cheeks were red and her lips were dry. The nanny, her cheeks red with excitement, pressed her hand to the baby's body, calling her nervously, worried about the child's condition. She sneezed loudly, snot flying everywhere. As if through cotton wool, she could hear the words of a girl who was screaming about a fever and needing a doctor. Apparently, all this was due to the sudden rain on the way back. Xavier covered the baby and ran, hiding her from the rain. Upon returning, the princess was washed and changed, put to bed, and they thought that everything would be fine. But it was not so. She caught a summer cold, which she had never had before. Esteban stood surrounded by servants and a man with a suitcase. Her Highness the princess had caught a cold. The girls and the boy felt ashamed. They were afraid to raise their eyes to their master. Their cheeks turned red. They blamed themselves for the illness. Oscar was right there with them. He held onto the crib and watched his little sister. She was so small. Her father came closer. It was hard for her to bear the cold. He touched the girl's little hand, squeezed it lightly. If only he could change places with her or take on his illness. Then without thinking, he rushed. He turned to the doctor, who was squatting, and told him that the fever should go away, since he had taken the medicine. As His Highness doubted the doctor's words, the man caught it in his facial expressions, raised a smiling face, and tried to assure him that everything was fine. He turned back to the crib, where the little girl was already sleeping peacefully. His brother also tried to support her, because he was worried about her. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud scream from a man and a slam on the door. He flew in, throwing it open, did not stop, continued to sniffle and complain. The emperor looked at him, clenching his teeth to keep from shouting in response. Seeing where he was, the boy squeaked and immediately shut up, without thinking for a moment. He was completely pale, bent over, and spoke more sharply than he had planned, saying that the matter was urgent and did not require delay. He raised his hands, his cheeks red from running and nerves, and admitted that the Devlin demon had escaped. While the baby was sleeping, the servant was loudly whispering that the sphere of limitation had been destroyed, and it was not even clear when, but the boy had escaped. The young man did not show his emotions. Only a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek when the servant reported that they had seen blood in the forest where Mabel was walking. The emperor quickly gave orders about what needed to be done first, and a servant pushed a cart with food, moving slowly so as not to disturb the men. Having heard about the increase in security tenfold, he cried out confidentially that they had already done it 20-fold. Towering over the boy, he rubbed his face contentedly. It is worth continuing in the northern part of the forest. After all the orders, the emperor asked to leave the child's room, even sending Oscar, who kept a close eye on the girl even when the door was closed. But the man himself did not follow them. He sat down on a chair, twisted a tourniquet out of a towel, dipped it in, and turned to the girl. His face fell. He exhaled in shock. He understood that illnesses would happen, and more than once, but it was difficult to survive. The child's body was defenseless. Despite the fact that his empire was rich in gold and silver, he could not save the person dear to him. The memories painted the image of the late empress. Before his eyes stood Shiana, the last request that he was able to fulfill, but as a result, he lost his beloved. Even when she was dying, the girl joked about him, stretching out her hand with her last strength, and asked for forgiveness. That was all Shiana could do. The man sat powerlessly on the chair, understood that the end was near, did not raise his head. Everything was already predetermined. The soul left the fragile body, unable to hold back its tears, grabbed the thin wrist and buried itself in the hand. Did not want forgiveness. He did not need it. There was a scar in the man's heart. The pain of loss was great. He would do his best to protect this child, who was so similar to his beloved wife. The emperor plunged into his thoughts, into his fears. Fear gripped his heart. Hearing a weak squeak, he immediately reached out to the baby. He touched the little girl's hand. She was sleeping, snoring peacefully. The fever was gone. Driving the thoughts away from himself, he immersed himself in his child. While the girl was sleeping, her dad, and at that moment it was him, made her a promise that he would be able to protect and save her. The little girl was very hot and dizzy. If she left everything as it was, she could really die. I raised myself up on my elbows, with difficulty. But I needed to get up and drink the medicine, even though the expiration date had expired, but I had no money. She took out a blister pack of pills, closed her eyes, brought a handful to her, and swallowed them without washing them down with water. More than a month has passed since her father passed away, the girl thought, and her mother simply left, and in this big world the child was left to his own devices. She lay down right on the floor, on the blanket, curled up into a ball. Her parents did not like the girl. They compared her with others, and became more and more upset by this attitude. Every time she asked herself why all this was happening to her, and for what reason, but there was no one to answer these questions. She clenched her hands into fists, tucked them under herself, began to fall asleep, and heard a man's voice calling her. She thought it was her father. I felt a soft, damp cloth with water on my forehead. It became a little easier and pleasant. Even a smile flashed on my lips. The emperor covered Mabel's head with his hand and spoke tenderly about how, after his recovery, he would definitely play with his dad. The girl's dream and reality were intertwined. Tears streamed from her eyes, but her eyes were closed. She would like to have that life where her parent protects her, but she understood that she has no one. Putting her hands under her cheek, a slight smile touched the lips of the little princess. She will believe in this dream. The little girl knew that in her dream she would be forgiven for everything, so let it all continue. The man, noticing the smile, involuntarily smiled himself, exhaled with relief. Each of them had their own pain. This meeting was important for them. The sun penetrated into the room. Its rays woke up the princess. Stretching in her bed from a sweet sleep, she opened her eyes. She froze, feeling the damp towel on her head, froze, as if images from yesterday flashed before her. She pressed her fingers to her lips, remembering her fever and the dream she had had but had forgotten. No matter how hard I tried to remember, I pushed these thoughts away and stretched, throwing my hand forward. The girl noticed the emperor. He was sitting on a chair, his arms folded on his chest, and his head bowed. The man was sleeping. Mabel didn't understand why he was here at this time, and her little head was going through a thought process. Esteban jumped up as soon as he opened his eyes and saw that his daughter had woken up. He smiled, and immediately questions began pouring in. The man brought a cloth and wiped the baby, covering one eye. She did not understand the whole situation. It became interesting why the nanny was not looking after her. He picked up the bottle of medicine and had already given it to her. The circles under his eyes and his pale face showed that he hadn't slept all night. Light blue eyes met the man's eyes of the same color, and she realized that the dream was true. He picked up his beloved daughter in his arms, hugged her, worried that she was feeling bad again, and a tear flowed from the girl's eyes. The man buried his face in her hair, closing his eyes, inhaling such a familiar scent, and Mabel's thoughts were racing about whether she was worthy of such love, because she considered herself unworthy. She rested her hands on herself, thinking about how her heart had changed, probably because she had gone back to her past and realized the situation. But her soul was uneasy. A light blush colored the baby's cheeks. A light breeze blew from the open window. She really liked it. It carried the scent of flowers. The nanny, having put the pollen and embroidery on her lap, turned her head to the girl and asked her to close the window. The airing was finished. The little girl began to pound her hands, not agreeing with this decision. Putting my hands to my face, I realized that I was suffering from a cold, but I liked the air so much that I was upset that I couldn't even go for a walk. The emperor removed everything dangerous or sharp from Mabel, toys, books, and even her favorite doll, protecting her from everything that could cause even the slightest harm. This was called overprotection. She turned her head towards the nanny, who immediately reacted to her. Oscar opened the door to the baby's room, announced his arrival, and today he looked completely different. As he entered, he fanned his face with his hand, smiling. It was very hot today, although he was dressed lightly, a shirt with three-quarter sleeves and shorts. The girl, seeing the boy, leaned over and offered to pour him some cold tea. He nodded and continued on his way forward. He climbed onto the bed and grabbed the princess in his arms, the smile never leaving his face, listing what they could play today. The girl knew that Lysandra was behind the door. She became alarmed and screamed loudly, pointing her hands indignantly at the door. The servants did not hide their smiles. The boy hugged the baby tighter to himself, grinned, understood that she did not like her uncle, and the girl did all this for him. He gently grabbed the back of Mabel's head with his hand and whispered in her ear. "You shouldn't hate him too much," she squeaked in surprise. He tried to justify the man. He used to play with him and behave better. He became stricter when he was introduced as a teacher, but all this was so that Oscar would become a good person. He ordered Xavier to bring the books he'd left near the door. The girl screamed and made a face. She saw how many books he needed to read, followed the stack in surprise, and even took her hands off her brother's shoulders. The books ended up on the bed. Mabel began to climb over them. It was the boy's homework. There was a lot of it. The spelling was unclear. The girl couldn't make it out. She scolded God that he was unfair. He could have given her the ability to read. The children settled down on the bed. Oscar had a book in his hands. His sister lay down on him. They would read. I opened my eyes and my mouth opened slightly. I saw pictures in this book and I became very curious. Oscar noticed that this time, unlike the previous one, the book interested the princess. It contained very boring reasoning by Algor Chekhov. This time, the little girl reached for this card. She was interested in learning about the contingent. The boy gave in and began to tell about Hermano. He pointed his finger at the neighboring kingdom of Abelardo, where they would need to go soon, stopped himself, and asked them to forget his words about this. I glanced sideways at my little brother. He was so good at navigating the map and telling me everything, a genius. And he was only 6 years old. Holding the map and running her fingers over it, the little girl learned a lot of new things until she came across something interesting, pointed it out to her brother, and began to wait for an answer. Seeing the boy's reaction, she was surprised until he admitted with a sad smile that this was the Devlin Empire. And the first thing that came to mind as soon as I heard the name was that boy with red eyes, the Devlin Devil. Now the little girl understood why the atmosphere was tense, because the relationship between Hermano and Devlin was not particularly good. Her hands clenched into fists. She knew that a skirmish had recently taken place, and one person was to blame. The boy laughed, not understanding why he was telling the princess everything, because she wouldn't understand. He was just a child. He promised to read a lot of books later, but for now he asked me to stretch my arms forward and hold them there, and showed me how to do it. Mabel decided that it was worth playing with Oscar, when if not now at the age of 6, the servants, seeing them, were touched by this. The man looked at the girl with concern. The nanny leaned over and hung over his shoulder, and the concern was that the girl moved little at 8 months. She lay on her side, her finger raised to her mouth, her cheeks turned red. She caught nostalgia from some moments that were secret. As a result, the doctor began to rise. In general, he concluded that the baby is healthy, and everything else will catch up, and there is no need to worry. The nanny raised her head and looked at the girl. She didn't think that she would worry about her so much, sincerely. All this still amazed her. She gently touched Mabel's soft cheek with her hand, accepted the light caress with satisfaction, and closed her eyes. When night falls and it becomes quiet in the palace, the girl wakes up and begins training, learning to crawl, diligently moving her arms while lying on her tummy. But she knew that this was a completely secret activity. Everything had to be done quietly, inaudibly, so that no one would even guess about her training. During this time, Mabel learned to roll over and crawl perfectly, which is an important skill for a baby. She grabbed the side of the pool very confidently, puffing. All she had to do was get up on her feet. She tried to master this skill too. This made me tense up so much that my little body started to tremble. I mentally gave myself orders, closed my eyes and clenched my teeth. I even started to sweat. While Mabel was busy trying to get up, remembering the past, the Emperor was calmly walking down the long corridor with a lamp in his hands. Squealing happily, she managed to stand up, rejoiced, holding onto the railing, and stood steadily on her feet. The joy was short-lived. Her face immediately changed, becoming serious, driving away the former joy. Now she needs to learn to walk. She closed her eyes, held onto the railing with one hand, and forced herself to take the first human step. At this time, Lisandro, standing near the door, met Esteban, greeted him without emotion, stumbling over his words under the gaze of his blue eyes. He interrupted him. The Emperor asked for silence. He just wanted to see how his daughter was sleeping, nothing more. The little girl happily took steps, not suspecting that she had become an astonished object of observation, forgetting that this was a secret mission. In the silence, The sound of a gilded lantern falling from the emperor's hands was heard. He was so shocked by the situation. Beads of sweat trickled down the girl's cheeks. She nervously swallowed the bitter lump and turned her head towards the sound. The man's eyes widened in surprise. His cheeks turned red, his mouth dropped open in amazement, and he couldn't even find words to express his emotions. The first tears appeared in the little girl's eyes, and she froze at the railing, looking at the man. She was caught, took her hands away from the railing, plopped down on her bottom, still facing her father. The girl sat in shock and looked at her hands. What should she do now? The child who barely crawled suddenly grabs the sides and walks. While Mabel was feverishly thinking about what to answer, how to tell about her deception, the man put his hand to his chest and was silent. He simply had no words. But she can't speak yet. The next jubilant words came from him. She opened her mouth without holding back. It was unusual for her. Flying into the room, he shouted, not afraid to wake anyone up, that his daughter was a genius. Every parent had this thought at least once. The emperor beamed, ran up to the crib, clenching his hands into fists, and went straight away. The man didn't know that there were night training sessions. The more Esteban sprayed himself, the more frightened the little girl became, opening her arms wide, but she still sat there with her mouth open. After the man kissed his daughter, he decided that in honor of the first step, he should give her something. But she didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. The crazy look ran and thought about the gift. The decision came lightning fast. He will give the land to Vialda. It is good to relax there, and the land is fertile. There were many shocks today, surprised that they were giving her a principality and not the usual bone soup, as was the case in her past life. The next day, the emperor heard a report about the Devlin devil, who had been spotted on the border. Tired and exhausted men spoke of problems and loss of strength on the same border. They noticed that the emperor today, even after all the news, was in a relaxed state, gently stroking the sheets of paper he was looking at in his hands. But his thoughts were not on the meeting. We understood that all this was thanks to the success of the princesses. She turned 8 months old today. He couldn't contain his delight, and so he told his assistants that his daughter had started walking and that he had seen it yesterday. He responded to the comments immediately, folded his arms across his chest, and confidently declared, immediately cutting off any further questions, that his daughter was a genius. The day when she will call him dad is already close, so he decided to give her the lands of Vialda. They looked at him in surprise, discouraged him. The assembled people looked at each other. These lands were passed down to the crown prince from generation to generation and were a historical sight. So they laughed, decided that this statement was just a joke. Even their cheeks turned red from laughter. The answer astonished those present when the emperor cried out that his words were not a joke, but that he was serious. The men looked at each other again, this time with a smile. They all understood that they could do nothing if His Highness had decided so. A year is approaching. Now it has become scary. And also the words of a man confirming that the year will be celebrated in a big way, closing his eyes, pleased with himself. On the other hand, they all became curious about what the princess, whom they had never seen before, looked like. At the end of the meeting, the emperor hurriedly left the office with a sweeping stride, not listening to his assistant's words that documents were waiting there and work needed to be done. The assistant's thoughts and chatter were interrupted when a man came in and announced the Marquis of Gordenzia, the severity in his voice hinting at problems. Esteban looked at the begging man with displeasure. Everything was fine. Why ruin the moment? This man has been pestering him for 8 months, and now he is asking again to see the little princess. I had just started to speak, formulating the refusal correctly, but he interrupted and insisted on his own. She was already walking. It was time to see each other. Besides, the princess is the heiress of the Gardenia family, he continued to persuade. But the emperor did not want to give in so easily. He raised his hand to his face and grimaced. It was too early to say for sure, His Highness noticed. He was clearly unhappy with all this. No one dares to take away his daughter, but he understood that he would not calm down in any way, so he generously allowed him to sit with the baby. But first, he needed to officially confirm the visit. I didn't like the man's face. I immediately remembered the time when he and Shiala talked about their wedding. It was impossible to hide anything in this palace, Mabel thought, as the servants surrounded her and were touched by what was standing there, Xavier holding her and ensuring her steps. She couldn't hold on and fell on her back, screaming loudly, unhappy that she couldn't walk yet. The servants thought about it too. The nanny came out, but before that she told everyone to look after the baby, worrying about the girl being under supervision. Lamara sat down next to Mabel, offered to try to get up again, would back her up, and smiled sincerely in anticipation. She wanted to rest a little, but she enjoyed playing with the girl so much, trying to walk and stand, that she decided to stay with them a little longer. The servants collapsed from fatigue, breathing out air. May Her Highness have mercy on them, but now is the time to rest. They were lying down when they heard a stern voice that scolded them for their appearance and ordered them to immediately put themselves in order. The girl leaned over, anticipating a big concert, because the nanny was angry about their clothes. They quickly jumped up and began to shake themselves off. Behind the nanny's back stood someone, a man who had split into a cane, the same one who had been in the hall with the emperor. The girl saw him for the first time, but the newcomer looked at her with tears in his eyes, touched by the sight of such a little princess. In Xavier's arms, Mabel was turning her head, scared and cautious because of the whole situation, wary of this grandfather. The servants bowed in respect, greeted Marquis Gardenia, smiled, but their eyes were lowered and they did not dare raise their heads. Hearing a familiar name, curiosity awakened in her. She turned her head and looked at him. Once again, she was also Gardenia. The man smiled. His eyes turned into slits from the smile. He put his hand to his chest and introduced himself. He really was the princess's grandfather. She thoughtfully raised her hand to her lips. If there was a grandfather, then she could build a chain, and did not say the word that was necessary. She forgot herself and accidentally said it out loud, and the servants were now absolutely certain that the little girl was a real genius. The man gave him a compliment. The girl has grown a lot. She already walks and calls him grandpa. She looked at him attentively. Mabel's eyes widened, noticing the Marquis's reaction. Her voice broke, and at the end of her words, she could no longer contain her emotions. The emperor in his office narrowed his eyes and nervously bit his fingernails. The man who had gone to his daughter was the culprit. His racing thoughts were haunting him. The assistant looked up from his papers, looked at His Majesty, and hoped that he would not run away, but his gaze would soon leave a hole in the door. He saw no point in this meeting. Propping his cheek with his hand, he thought about his grandfather and Mabel. The servant understood his anxiety perfectly well. Why did the emperor have such an attitude towards the Marquis? He is the second candidate who wants to take the daughter. The first place still belonged to Saint Abelardo. Mentally closed himself off from everyone, from those who considered the baby a saint and indicated by the oracle, and from what he demanded since his daughter gave birth. He grimaced. Today is a hard day. The assistant reasonably noted that it is worth going to the girl and not worrying. It was impossible because I didn't want to look like an idiot in front of this man, I admitted honestly. The black-haired youth looked condescendingly with a doomed look. The emperor already looked like this, and everyone around him had noticed it long ago. Esteban's face lit up when Gustave encouraged him to go to her, because the first meeting with a stranger is very touching. In fact, the assistant did not know. He was not inside the girl's head, while the emperor praised him, admitting that he also knew something. Gustave leaned his hand on the table and looked at His Highness, who was deep in thought, but had already made the decision to go to his daughter. When the conversation turned to work, the young man laughed, put his hand in his hair, and with the other hand indicated to stop talking about business. Closing the door behind him, Esteban never tired of praising the boy, calling him the best and smiling happily. In her grandfather's arms, the little girl turned her head and listened to his story about her love for her mother, a tear rolling down her cheek. As soon as the man saw her, he couldn't stop crying, sobbing, and words escaped with difficulty about how big the girl had become. As soon as the tears stopped, it became even worse. The old man clenched his hand into a fist, scolded the baby's father, too cruel. In the end, this story was that the Marquise, the most beautiful and charming girl in the empire, was a member of the Gardenia family, and the man who was the emperor, who considered the lives of others no more valuable than a gnat, proposed to her. The previous emperor could not stand it and sent the young man to war. He had the worst reputation among the others. The girl noticed how his hands shook with anger. He was against this wedding, but he was so selflessly trying to achieve it that Shiana could not resist. The little girl's hand shot up. She couldn't help but acknowledge her father's cruelty. She was the only one left from the family. For a moment, she felt sorry for the man in front of her. A small hand dropped onto the arm and called out faintly to her grandfather, delighted, with a kind heart like his daughter's. The emperor entered with a decisive step. A slight smile touched his lips. The nanny bowed her head in greeting. Noticing the girl, his smile became wider. He asked her to go to Daddy. He was sure that he was feeling fear. With the baby on his knees, he bowed in respect and greeted His Highness. The man stood frozen in anticipation. I felt a conflict between my father-in-law and son-in-law. The atmosphere was oppressive and depressing. Then I decided to cry. I didn't want to be between them. She tried to escape and leave the two men alone, but her grandfather held her down on his lap. The nanny's eyes widened in surprise and tension. The baby wanted to evacuate to her. Mabel was reaching out to the girl, and both her grandfather and daddy were holding her. They couldn't share the child. The nanny raised her hands to her mouth, screaming at what she saw. Tears appeared in her eyes. Delight and fear were reflected there. Suddenly, there was silence in the room. She looked around, and only then did the girl realize that it had become quiet because of her. She stood up, holding onto the railing. She may be terribly fast, but the men argued among themselves, admiring, but at the same time believing for themselves that she had such abilities. They remembered that it was precisely their merit in this or that matter. As if lightning flashed from the atmosphere, heavy glances clashed. While the men were busy, the little girl looked at the nanny. They wouldn't notice if she quickly approached her. She just thought that she could. When hands reached out to her, her grandfather called her Highness, and her father called her. She was confused. Whoever the girl chose, there would be problems. She closed her eyes, tried to squeeze out a tear, wanted to cry so that there would be no choice. The situation was saved by Oscar, who, without even suspecting it, ran in and joyfully shouted at the door to the room. At first, he did not notice those who had gathered, and therefore behaved freely. She noticed his confusion, extended her hand, and seriously asked him to come closer. It sounded childish, but the message was clear to everyone. The boy saw this, of course, stretched out his hands, and headed towards his beloved little sister. He picked her up in his arms. She closed her eyes, exhaled. For the first time, she was sincerely glad to see him. The men stood there stunned, unable to utter a word. The man raised his hand to his eyes. Mutiang was sentenced. He was banned from visiting the Armado Empire. He walked along a long corridor. Of course, it was good that he was left alive, but such was the condition. He grabbed his chest, where his heart was. The fair-haired guy with red eyes, propping his cheek with his hand, called Muntiego closer to him, wanted to know what was happening with the god's seed. Suddenly, becoming serious, he raised his hand to his mouth, and the smile turned into a straight line as soon as he heard about the failure. He waved his hand at him, knowing that he couldn't handle this task. He was too incompetent. The saint lowered his head, blushed, sweat dripped down his face. Although he had not brought a child with divine seed, he could withstand such an insult. He admitted that he sent him to check whether the child was well protected. It was necessary to identify this point, and whether they could take him to Abelardo. He closed his eyes. The man couldn't even be offended, because it was the order of things. That was the gentleman's character. The rehearsal had slightly upset him, but he didn't show it. A smile appeared on his lips and lit up his face. He had a plan. There was something, but he didn't reveal it. A man shied away from the holy king Michael Abelardo. Only a man with the surname Abelardo can become king. He does not appear in public, and all affairs are done through a representative. The outside world knows nothing about him, neither his appearance nor his age. When the king is mentioned, everyone imagines a gray-haired old man, but in fact, the young man has the face of an angel. He glanced sideways at him. Appearances are deceiving. I would not want to know what he is like inside. The girls looked anxiously at the little girl's face, worried about her. Her eyes widened. Something hurt the little girl. With flushed cheeks and a tear frozen in the corners of the baby's eyes, the nanny tried to see something in her mouth. Mabel's eyes widened at the nanny's quiet laughter. She didn't understand why she was the cause of laughter when she was in pain. She picked her up in her arms and hugged her. The other servants looked intently into the nanny's face, waiting for an explanation. Tears blurred my eyes. I didn't understand the girl's joy, but I opened my mouth when it turned out that she was teething. She asked again several times in a childish manner, but now the girl felt much happier and not so sad from the pain. She was too happy that she would cut her teeth and be able to speak. The servants were touched by this joy. The nanny decided that it was worth preparing now, because the emperor would soon arrive here. The news had already spread to everyone. The girl whined in pain, buried her face in the girl's shoulder, and stroked her soothingly, which meant that the girl was growing. She touched her forehead with her hand, praised Mabel. She was holding up well. Her tired eyes followed her. The door swung open, and the emperor burst in, beaming with a smile, his assistant breathing heavily and trailing behind him. The girl looked at him menacingly, and he really did come. Her eyes flashed. It remains a mystery how he found out. Apparently Lisandro, who always watches her, reported, and Esteban was going on about how the first teeth are always a national holiday. Still, she looked at him with apprehension, expecting him to blurt out some nonsense again. The emperor was already thinking about what to give her. His gifts were too burdensome. I couldn't remember them all. I reached out to my dad, saying the same word. He reached out in surprise and raised his hand to his mouth. Sweetness came to his mind from her childish babble. After a moment's thought, the man exclaimed, putting his hand to his chest, "She will have her own personal chef." Beamed. "So he will prepare sweets," my mouth hanging open from this. I couldn't hold back, because I asked to give sweets, not a person. The assistant announced that a message had arrived from Abelardo. Clutching the letter in his hand, Michael wanted to come to the ball in honor of Mabel's birth. Without even reading it, Esteban simply tore up the letter and threw away the pieces of trash, his eyes showing determination in his actions. Gustav folded his hands and asked for an answer with a smile. He needed to send it immediately. Now he had a good reason to protect his daughter from them, and the man decided it was even for the best. He did not delay in answering and handed the already prepared letter to Gustav in order to send it to Abelardo. There are 2 months left until the little girl's birthday. It's worth preparing for the arrival of the king, since no one has ever seen him. This morning was hectic. The brisk footsteps outside the door did not let Mabel forget that today was the first day. For the first time I saw myself in the mirror, my eyes wide open as I looked at my pinkish hair and upturned nose. She touched herself. Her hands lingered on her cheeks and admitted to herself that she was actually cute. She spun and twirled in front of the mirror, opening and closing her mouth, bragging about her 4 teeth, and attracted the attention of the maid. Lamara laughed, raised her hand to her face, understood that Her Highness was seeing herself in the mirror for the first time, and confirmed that the girl was cute. Xavier ran in tired. He urgently needed the girl's scribbles. The Emperor ordered everything to be collected. She looked back at the nanny's voice. She brought her a special outfit. She was interested in it, because she would be going out in public for the first time. She opened her mouth in surprise. It really was a beautiful dress, and she would wear it today. It was hard to believe, because in her past life the girl was poor and didn't have such things, but the nanny suggested trying it on. While combing the baby's hair, I noticed an unusual hair color, the same as that of the former empress, and smiled. She lowered her head. As soon as she heard something about her mother, the girl did not know how to react. The servants froze in shock. Lamara folded her hands. Sparkles sparkled in her eyes. The girl was charming. Xavier dodged the princess from the girl's arms. "You can't hug her. Her dress will get wrinkled." The elegant emperor entered the room. The servants bowed in respect, and the man could not take his eyes off his daughter. The girl was also amazed by the transformation of Esteban, who changed his everyday clothes to formal ones. He lifted and congratulated his dear and beloved daughter. A sincere smile lit up his face, causing a blush to appear on her cheeks. For the first time, she was congratulated on her birthday, remembering her life when there was never time for a holiday, an eternal mountain of empty bottles, and a drunk mother who did not remember the days. While giving a kiss, the little girl realized that it was so nice to receive congratulations, when an assistant came in with an announcement that it was time to go to the hall. Having seated Mabel more comfortably on his arm, he inquired about Oscar, the servant reported. He left with Duke Donovan. Gustav put his hand to his chest. The little girl noticed that only bones were left of him. He had apparently lost weight due to work. The girl felt very sorry for this young man, because she works with the worst boss. The emperor turned the little girl away from his assistant and asked her not to look at him, as it would ruin her eyesight. The man stopped in front of the door, from behind which music was already coming, and warned his daughter that they had arrived. A slight tremor gripped the princess. She squeezed the fabric of her father's waistcoat. Her heart fluttered. She was afraid of what was behind the door. His Highness slowly descended the stairs. The girl looked out cautiously. Fear was due to the large number of people. The man noticed that the girl was scared, covered her head with his hand, and tried to calm her down. The heart stopped fluttering in the chest after the emperor's calming words. The herald announced their presence. One could only imagine how the crowd of people became excited. They had been waiting for this moment for so long, and now it had arrived. There was silence in the hall, and the little girl noticed the throne that had been awaiting their arrival. It was all so burdensome, Mabel thought, so that it would all end sooner. When her father sat her on that very throne, in the middle, she was surprised. He shouted to the whole hall, ordered everyone to raise their heads, and announced the first birthday of his beautiful daughter. The girl sat motionless, bewildered, wondering why she had been put on the throne that belonged to her father. I also noticed how the guests' eyes widened. They were also surprised by the emperor's gesture. But Esteban, resting his hand on his side, stood contentedly, as if he didn't know the reason for the silence, and thought only good things about his daughter. The nanny, in a beautiful pink dress, with Grandpa and Oscar nearby, nodded in agreement at the man's statement about her genius. She lowered her eyes, feeling a little ashamed that other people thought so well of her. His Majesty could not remain silent about the guests who arrived from Abelardo. He greeted them and immediately defined the boundaries of what was permitted. She raised her head with interest, looked around with displeasure, and noticed the cassocks, assuming that the young man was also here. Interrupting the girl's observation, the father leaned over and whispered softly about the bad guy. The girl exhaled calmly. Oscar was already hurrying towards her, smiling and holding out his hand, wanting to invite her to her first dance. He sat down next to her on the adjacent chair and reached out to the little girl. She was so beautiful and sweet today. He brought his face closer to hers, propping his cheek with his hand. Sincere congratulations came from his brother. He looked at his sister with a smile. The emperor confessed, telling the girl that her father forbade her to congratulate her. The first right should belong to the man. Esteban began to speak warningly, but Oscar no longer heard him. Turning away, rummaging around in search of a gift for Mabel, he would be the first to give it. A stone on a chain swayed in her hands before her eyes. The girl exhaled. It was a pendant. "This is a birthday present," the boy kept saying as he fastened the clasp around the baby's neck. The princess was not used to receiving gifts. The boy shared that in the corner, he nodded all the gifts for her. The gifts were all given by the people in the room, and not of their own free will. Both men and women looked askance, waiting for the introduction of the little miss. The emperor understood his daughter's bowed head in his own way, apparently regretting that there were few gifts. The man calmed her down. Her dad prepared a gorgeous gift, and the girl felt someone's intense gaze on her skin. But she couldn't understand who and whose gaze was riveted on her, as her father stood up, leaned his hands on the chair, and began a conversation, officially and sternly. Showing her something, Mabel's eyes opened wide. She even held her breath, because she was being given an entire country. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. This nonsense could only be in a dream. She stared at the map in disbelief. The emperor's hands placed the crown on the little girl's bowed head, while she repeated to herself, as if wound up, that all this must be a dream. Having called his dear daughter by her full name, he exclaimed, smiling broadly, and renounced his throne in favor of the girl. Everyone in the hall was horrified by this news, staring at the emperor with their mouths open, and only one person remained calm and indifferently sipped from his glass. From under the hood, the red eyes of a fair-haired man looked out mockingly, the awareness of the situation amusing him. Esteban smiled smugly. Looking down at his subjects, he had calculated everything and believed in his success. 2 months ago, the emperor informed the marquis of his desire to give up the throne. At first, the man was indignant, since she would already receive Gardenia. The fire crackled quietly in the fireplace. Esteban shared his experiences and thoughts with the girl's grandfather. The marquis lowered his gaze. He could not and did not want to lose Mabel's lovely face, he thought, and was angry about how they could take away his granddaughter. When the emperor came down to his son, he met him with a stance and greeting, looked straight into his eyes, and it seemed that he had even grown up in a short time. Green eyes stared expectantly at his father. Esteban noticed that Donovan's upbringing had trained the boy too much. Once outside, catching their breath, the man peered into the distance and asked Oscar directly about his desire to become emperor. The boy lowered his head in confusion, clasped his hands on his knees, and admitted to his father that he was not sure. He had no choice. Everyone was saying that the boy was the next one to ascend the throne. He opened his eyes and looked up. It was then that Oscar confessed that he wanted to renounce all this in favor of Mabel, and his father's hand fell on his head. And having heard about Abelardo and the possibility of saving the girl, he raised his fists up and agreed with his dad's plan. Esteban didn't force him. He gave him time to think some more. The boy bristled and didn't change his decision. Unexpectedly, Oscar was even glad that his sister would become an empress. He would be a knight who would protect her. Over a cup of tea, the emperor was already preparing to persuade the duchess, but she easily agreed and was stunned by this. She answered simply and easily that she saw her son's reluctance to become emperor. This news discouraged the man. He leaned forward and said thoughtfully that he didn't think the duchess would pay attention to Oscar, since she entrusted his upbringing to Alessandro. The men looked at each other. They were shocked by this news. It would be hard for such a little girl to do things, but he calmed her down and assured her that everything would be on him. And so, one by one, the emperor received the consent of all, and now a smile shone triumphantly on his lips. The people looked at the marquis and the emperor with their mouths open. No one was against it, and there were no objections. The holy King Abelardo thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand. This was not right. Now they could not take the princess. Finally, he said that they couldn't take her away yet, but that was for now. He decided to think of something. He folded his arms across his chest, forcing his men to look at each other. All that remains is to wait for the great power in this little body to awaken. Unable to bear the whispering behind his back, he answered sharply, so that he could try to take it himself from this man, who even renounced the throne. The Holy King called the emperor crazy. His people were surprised. They did not agree with him, but did not argue. I saw in her a hidden ability to make people fall in love with her. There was a lot hidden in this little girl. It would gradually be revealed. The time will come, and she herself will seek a meeting with a man with red eyes. He believed in this sincerely. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The emperor was displeased, frowned, expected that the saints from Abelardo would make a scandal, and then he would have every right to ask not to cross his territory. Esteban wanted to protect what was most precious to him. He couldn't save Shiana at the time. Now Mabel will be under his protection. He glanced at the girl, saw that her cheeks were red, thought about her health, whether this was too much for a child. The girl burst into tears, raised her hands to her head, could not believe that she was already an empress. It was too much. Esteban looked around in search of the nanny. She was already rushing to help, and his daughter was bursting into bitter tears. She screamed loudly, and tears streamed down her cheeks. In her own language, she called her father names, not understanding his motives. Oscar attracted the girl's attention, raised his hand, tried to calm her down, and calmly found out what the little girl didn't like. The emperor exhaled sharply, looked at his children, mentally asking Mabel all the people, why is no one outraged by this situation? The country was given to a 1-year-old child. Esteban stopped next to her, bowed his head, and ordered the girl to leave first and take the child with them. In her crib, she opened her eyes slightly. There were dark circles under her eyes. She had cried too much, and now she was not in a very good mood. I heard the servants discussing how to address the girl now. Since there had been no coronation yet, I turned my head towards the sound, which meant it wasn't a dream. It remained a mystery to her why she was now being tipped for the throne. The little girl remembered that her grandfather had called her the owner of Gardenia. Yesterday at the party he was calm, took everything for granted, although Mabel knew about the mutual love of the emperor and the marquis. Oscar and his mother also did not seem surprised. She believed that the woman should be upset, because her son was deprived of the throne. I even assumed the worst thing. They were preparing to kill the girl. They couldn't leave her alone. My thoughts were going from one extreme to another. She started banging her hands on the blanket, screaming loudly. Tears gushed from her eyes. The girl was so angry. The servants jumped up, picked up the crying child in their arms. Not knowing what she wanted, they became alarmed. Yesterday, she cried all evening. Today, she is crying too. She raised an angry face at Xavier, grabbed his shirt, and started to speak in her own language. An angry tear gathered in the corner of Mabel's eye, her hands continuing to clutch the boy's shirt. The emperor sat on the throne, saw his daughter, turned to her and shouted her name, smiled, decided to vent her anger on the one who was to blame for the current situation. The little girl in the arms of the servants finally said the word Dad. They thought in amazement, not letting go of the child. Lamara folded her arms across her chest and happily noted that she wanted to see her daddy and needed to call him urgently. They went to look for the man. His Highness was in the dining room, which the boy reported. The little girl continued to be angry, grabbed the girl's hand with force, scratched it, and she was surprised and opened her eyes wide. The girl wanted to go herself. The maid sat down next to her, helped her to stand up, leaning on her, but the princess no longer heard. The menacing look of blue eyes was frightening. She took decisive steps, tried hard to walk, holding Limar by the hands. Esteban calmly finished his breakfast, raised a glass to his lips, closed his eyes, completely unaware of his daughter's bloodthirsty thoughts. The servants remained near the door. They looked out cautiously, watching the girl who was walking towards her father, seething with anger. He turned his head towards the sound of footsteps, and in his eyes, his daughter was reaching out to him, carefully pronouncing his name, her smile lighting up everything around her. In fact, his hands were clenched into fists. His face was red with anger, and he was taking quick steps towards his father. The anger did not let go. He picked her up in his arms, not noticing that something was wrong with her, and started talking about his own things, hugging the little girl. He sat her on his arm, smiled warmly, and the girl's anger immediately subsided. If she was calling her dad so persistently, then he had to come. Her hands began to tremble, still clenched into fists. The girl grimaced. There was no trace of her blows on the man. Mabel's eyes saw ice cream, and she envied the adult who can eat as much as he wants. She is also an adult, but in a child's body. The young man handed the spoon with ice cream to the girl, twirled it seductively in front of her, and called her by name. Holding her by the shoulders, I fed the baby ice cream. She ate it with pleasure. She hadn't tried the delicacy for a long time. She ate quickly, and the man served more and more, and suddenly Mabel remembered why she came here, because there was a reason for this. She headed towards her father, menacingly shaking her hand, shouting at him in her clumsy language that Dad was bad. The Emperor exclaimed in amazement, raised his hands, and pressed them to his chest. The servant behind him also opened his mouth in surprise at such behavior of the little princess. The girl howled when her father tried to reach out to touch her. The man looked scared. Esteban tried to smile at her, saying that he was a dad, but his princess pushed him away and asked him to leave. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He clenched his teeth. The man looked dissatisfied. He didn't like the overall situation. He tried to talk, but she turned her head away and didn't want to listen to Dad. He warned her that he would come again tomorrow. He left the girl's room, his head completely bowed, his eyes lowered. The servant tried to say something, but couldn't. And only Lisandro smiled. Now His Highness is on the princess's hate list, invited to his club. He immediately turned his face towards him. The Emperor's face distorted into a grimace, and he muttered through his teeth about madness. Now, every time Esteban came, Mabel would chase him away. And this time, the little girl sat in a beautiful green dress, clenched her fists, and thought. Oscar looked in on her, smiling radiantly and sparkling with his green eyes, and asked how his sister was doing. She turned her gaze to her brother. He was still on his way to the imperial throne, so perhaps not all was lost. She was worried about him. She knelt down, trying to make out the new word that the little girl had learned, and so they sat next to each other, each immersed in their own thoughts. The boy tried to figure out what had happened, asking tricky questions based on what the princess had said. Despite the fact that she was only a year old, she understood everything, and Oscar noticed this, was delighted, jumped up. His joy was sincere. He sat down on his knees with the girl. Even if she doesn't want to become empress, there's nothing she can do. He apologized to her. All this is done to protect the child. I finally understood the meaning of the phrase abandoned by Mabel, but there is nothing to excuse her for. He hugged the baby to his chest, kissed her pink hair, and admitted that he didn't really want to be an emperor. The Emperor listened to the next report, clasped his hands, and a barely noticeable smile touched his lips. His gaze became crazy. He touched his chin with his hand and asked who had gone to the southern border for reconnaissance. Duke Javier was a realist, but no one knew exactly what the man was thinking. This time, the Duke pocketed one of the mines, but there was no evidence. He always did everything with other people's hands. His own remained clean. The men in the office turned pale in the face and were confused. Esteban ended the meeting at this point, rose from the table, and staggered, clutching his heart, and his assistant ran up to him. He swayed from side to side. He had been working too much lately, leaned against the table. The servant supported the man. He touched his temple with his finger, his sad look betraying his anxiety. He missed Mabel very much. The men in the hall jumped up from their seats, stunned by such behavior and recognition from His Majesty. Afterwards, when they were left alone, the boy asked about the Emperor's health, was worried about him, but heard only a reproach about the volume and closed his eyes. Esteban's face changed as soon as he heard about his daughter's cruelty, and he clenched his teeth until they creaked. His face darkened. He turned slowly, clenching his hands on the table, and said through his teeth, addressing the servant. The boy tried to justify himself. He cried out. He told what he knew about the princess and what she was doing now. The Emperor immediately lowered his eyes. His anger let go. His sad eyes calculated all possible options. The servant watched as the man quickly left the office, taking his jacket with him, and rushed to his daughter. The guy didn't want to run after him. Even tears were shed, but his worries about His Highness were stronger. A brother and sister were sitting on a bench in the park. The girl happily brought a piece of cookie to her mouth. Now at that moment, she was happy. The Emperor and his assistant appeared near them and greeted them. He had not seen his children for a long time. The girl raised her head. Her pink hair was lightly tousled by the breeze, gently tickling her bare skin. Her dad noticed that it had grown by a few millimeters. He stopped, not going close to them. A smile appeared on his lips. It even seemed to him that the girl had grown up. He hadn't seen her for so long. The man felt that the little girl still hated him. He wanted certainty. This state was depressing. His eyes were constantly watching the children. The golden lump was twitching its ears and watching Mabel and Oscar when the boy noticed the kitten. The cat jumped onto the swing where the children were sitting. The girl screamed and recoiled from the animal in fear. But then she shuddered, opened her eyes wide, and her cheeks turned red when the sacred animal lay down on her lap. She even held her breath, trying not to scare it away. Oscar smiled when he saw his little sister waving her arms and advised her to pet the cat carefully. She leaned closer to the cat, closed her eyes, and stroked him, saying in her own language that he was cute. Suddenly, the girl heard a voice, threw up her hands, and frightened the boy with her violent reaction. She turned her head in search of the voice, heard it again. The child isn't going crazy, she convinced herself. The cat's green eyes looked with a grin. The voice repeated that right in front of her he would finally see and notice. She closed her eyes, cursed mentally, groaned. But what was all this to her? The blush had disappeared from her cheeks, and now her face had become pale. Jumping from her hands, he poked his paw at the presented treat, mentally conveying his indignation to the girl. He continued his indignation. He is not a cat, but a sacred animal that the Almighty sent to help her, Mabel. He sat down next to the food and reminded her that he doesn't eat that kind of food, so he'll wait for tasty human food. Anyone who has seen this cat thinks he is cute, but after hearing his speech, he will doubt it. They were born on the same day, and the messenger was sent for protection. The girl came closer to him. He felt everything and read her thoughts. So he knew the contempt that shone through from Mabel, and he also didn't like her look. Larima sat down next to him, also thinking the cat was cute, but the girl distracted them from the picnic, announcing that it was time to finish and return. The nanny took the girl in her arms. She needed to take measurements, and they had a busy day, but the cat continued to scream about his hunger. To the sounds of a heart-rending scream, the little girl left, but she glanced sideways and saw the emperor between the columns. I saw my dad, was worried about him, heard that he almost fainted. The man did not notice the observation. The girl noticed that Esteban had turned away from her, was surprised by this, and even froze. The sun was fading. Now she was even happy that her dad was okay. She didn't believe her own words, but still. He turned away from the child abruptly, almost hugged the child who hated him, drooped, but was glad that she was okay. Now it's better to concentrate on preparing for Mabel's coronation, he decided, and began giving orders. So a month passed after the father and daughter saw each other. A lot was done and accomplished during this time. The girl's last night, when she is a princess. The next morning she will already become an empress. The hall was very noisy. A voice echoed after someone about transferring the right to the throne to Mabel Gardenia. She opened her eyes and saw the emperor in front of her. She hadn't seen him for a long time and was therefore surprised. The girl frowned, stopped herself. Now was not the time for joy, and drove away thoughts about being bored. She looked around, didn't understand why her father was dressed like that, and realized that she herself wasn't in her room. She clearly remembered that the baby had fallen asleep in her room. She looked around, and finally it dawned on her. The girl sat on the throne in a beautiful dress. The hall was decorated with flowers. The amazed look of her blue eyes betrayed despair. The voice announced that Esteban must name his predecessor, to whom His Highness would pass the throne. The hands held the crown over the girl's head, and now the coronation is taking place, she guessed. Now very soon she will become empress. Blue eyes sparkled, flared with anger. She didn't want to become her. She didn't want to. Throwing off her robe, the girl started running, clenching her hands into fists and rushing towards the exit in her beautiful pink festive outfit. She stopped from the loud ringing, dropped the crown along with the dressing table, and was stunned by such an action. She quickly came to her senses. Mabel kicked the crown and it flew off with a whistle, and the little princess said some offensive words after her. Silence reigned in this large hall. People stared at the girl in shock. The servants and assistant raised their hands to their lips. Without raising her head, a blush appeared on the child's cheeks. She herself already understood that she had gone too far with this damn crown. There were claps. People were rejoicing that they had such a future empress. You can already feel her character, which cannot be broken. Raising the crown, the man smiled smugly. He expected nothing less from his daughter. The emperor carefully and tenderly carried the crown to the girl, who was already sitting and looking in shock at her father approaching her. Blue eyes opened wide. Only air came out of her lips. A crown was placed on her. That's all. The future empress. There was an old crown lying around somewhere. Esteban praised his daughter and decided it was time to change the old things. A new crown for a new empress. She dropped her hands and rested her hands on the floor. The baby's lower lip trembled, once again believing that her dad was crazy. The emperor stopped and smiled, narrowed his eyes, clapped his hands, and praised the little girl. Everyone rejoiced and was happy because Her Majesty was so glorious, but the little girl was doomed. She believed that the country under the leadership of a 1-year-old child was doomed too. Afterwards, the black-haired young man put his hand to his chest, appeared before the girl, said his name, Now he will serve. He knelt down in front of her and confessed that it was an honor for him to serve and protect the child, the Empress. Gustav raised his hand. Everything is finished for today. You can rest, but tomorrow they will start working. He warned and smiled sweetly. The young man said that tomorrow they would be welcomed in the conference room. The smile never left his face. His eyes shining, he said goodbye to Mabel. Shocked by such news, the girl began to cry. The nanny noticed her tears and smiled understandingly. When the girl handed her the toy, she screamed, "This is what should have been given to the child, not a crown." She was still furious about it. After thinking for a bit, she decided that if this was the case, she would destroy the country. A smile appeared on her lips, and she froze with the toy in her hands. The men were happy that they could now see the girl every day and were charmed by her cuteness. The Marquis rubbed his beard, squinted contentedly, and smiled. He could admire his granddaughter from any corner of the room. Duke Javier entered the office, beaming at everyone with a smile, his red hair in disarray, and asked the Marquis the reason for his joy. He had already returned from a business trip and thanked the man for it, and pointedly noted that many interesting things had happened there. I shared my views and thoughts about the Empress, because she was only a year old, so there were doubts. The leader of the nobility and the Emperor's confidant clashed with their eyes, and the others even became afraid to be nearby. Gustav opened the door and announced the arrival of the Empress, everyone prepared to greet the little lady. Blue eyes looked sadly at those present. The yellow dress sat perfectly on the baby's body. Entering the room, the princess looked around timidly, pressed her hands to her chest, and heard everyone around her whispering about her. Esteban loudly scolded the men. Everyone suddenly forgot the words of greeting. He reminded them. The whispers died down. The girl sat on her father's lap while they reported to him about the dead. She sat there as if she were lost. She felt the same way. Suddenly, news broke that the Devlin Devil had been spotted in their territory again. Hearing this, Mabel leaned forward. She already knew that the boy had managed to escape, but not about the genocide. The next news made the girl perk up. A request for divorce. A man has taken a mistress and is throwing his wife out of the house. Not only was the Emperor angry, but the little girl on his lap was seething with anger, and I thought there were such shots here too. At that time, the woman was pregnant, but when she stepped on an old step in the house, she had a miscarriage. The more the little girl listened to this situation, the darker she became, and the more she clenched her hands. Her face distorted with anger. She turned red, then raised her fist and hit the table, screaming about the death penalty, so loudly that everyone definitely heard these words. While the people in the office were digesting what they had heard, the man understood the girl's words correctly. She became happy and nodded her head. The young people grabbed their heads, staggering with laughter from such a reaction of the little princess. The girl's grandfather also laughed and touched his head, and both the Emperor and the culprit of the laughter were taken aback by this. The little girl blushed and could barely contain her anger. She realized that the men were laughing at her. Once in her crib, she fell on her tummy and began pounding her hands on the bed in rage. She didn't like everything, including her own behavior. A boy looked in on her, his hair like ripe wheat, his eyes sparkling with gold, and he stared at Mabel in surprise. She pressed her hand to her lips, was surprised by the boy's appearance, and appreciated his beauty. In the future, he will definitely be a conqueror of girls' hearts. Oscar jumped up to the girl, hugged her, began to hug her, introduced this boy, Scott, his friend and classmate. He looked at Mabel, tears in his eyes. As expected, he had not introduced himself, and now he regretted it, swearing that this would never happen again. Scott leaned closer to her, smiled, and the charm of the little lady left him speechless. He knelt down on one knee, put his hand to his chest, and closed his eyes. This is how Her Highness should greet him. The boy corrected his mistake. He raised his shining golden eyes, opened his mouth. There will be no more mistakes, ready to serve his mistress. A small, plump hand reached out to the boy, calming him and demanding obedience. She touched Scott's head with her hand. The boy looked up and even seemed to hold his breath, watching the girl intently. She sat on the bed and touched and stroked his head. A smile lit up her face. She felt comfortable with the boys in the room. Unable to bear such familiarity with his sister, Oscar indignantly screamed to be patted on the head too. And so Mabel, feeling strange, strokes the two boys bowing before her, a blush coloring her cheeks. The sky turned red. Black smoke covered the entire sky, and crackling sounds were heard in the forest. The Devlin Devil watched, fascinated, without taking his red eyes off this spectacle, even though the picture was already repeating itself again. A bloody sword lay nearby. A voice insisted that they all had to be killed, the Hermanos who had entered his land. As if a puppeteer controlled the boy with invisible strings, There was no escape from him. You shouldn't even try to go against him. The boy desperately wanted to find a way out of this situation, but only someone who could call him by name would help. The lonely figure of the boy looked at the blood-red sunset and the mountains. He was alone in this place. Memories brought back that same child, and the same feelings that I had experienced appeared again. For the first time in a long time, he felt a sense of freedom, as if some shackles had been removed. No one was holding him back in his thoughts. With a pale face, he hoped that maybe this child would give him what he had been craving for so long. 4 months later, Gustav announced his arrival, smiled, and placed his hand on his chest. The girl with the red bows cooed sullenly and greeted the servant without enthusiasm. The man extended his hands to the princess, asked if the food was tasty, and she confirmed her consent. He picked her up in his arms. Gustav told her the plan for the day. Now they were going to the meeting. The little girl was surprised. My face turned red. I closed my eyes and tears rolled down my cheeks. I didn't want to go anywhere. She told how her life changed, how she became an empress. They feed her food and do not pay attention to her chatter at such an early age. Most importantly, she was able to find out the true reason why she was made an empress, so as not to give her to the man who decided that she was divine seed. She pressed her lips together. No one would dare to offend, namely the priests from Abelardo, now under the Ito. As they walked along the corridor, the girl thought that even the emperor had to give up his throne. True, the reason for such behavior remained a mystery to Mabel. Although she treated him badly, they still surrounded her with care and love. Before reaching the office, the object of her thoughts appeared in front of her. Smiling, Esteban offered to go together. She turned away from her father, still unable to forgive him for not warning her about the coronation, and buried her face in Gustav's jacket. A guy was walking down the corridor with a child in his arms, and behind them was the angry emperor, who did not understand how close the servant had become to her. The men in the office greeted and thanked Her Majesty cheerfully, and everyone was glad of her good health. While the flow of compliments continued, the girl plopped down on a chair and looked at everyone with a stern gaze. She narrowed her eyes and finally said something to shut everyone up in her childish language, but the meaning was clear. Esteban finally announced that the meeting had begun, bowed his head, and looked around at everyone with a displeased look. Duke Javier smiled and suggested that his personal presence was needed to consider the matter. They tried to argue, but he folded his hands and put his chin on them, asking about the refusal, smiling slyly. This made those gathered worried. They tried to justify themselves, and only the Marquis delivered the verdict that these funds were used for the castle, in personal funds, so it was stupid to defend it. The Count threw up his hands and laughed. There was no evidence. It couldn't be found. Let them try to do it. The girl's blue eyes narrowed. She listened to all this with her hands clasped together. She didn't like the man's shameless face. Each time he tried to tip the scales in his favor, each time he managed to find an advantage. The little girl was surprised how such a person could give Scott a bright creation, and she often began to see him with Oscar. The reason for the man's nasty behavior is the magic stones, which are difficult to obtain. She lowered her eyes with displeasure. Mabel heard that they had found magic stones in the Count's mine, so all the nobility was on his side. Grandfather expressed his dissatisfaction, expressed his opinion without fear of any counts. She looked at the Emperor. He also had a supply of magic stones, but the question remained open as to when they would run out. The girl's blue eyes looked straight at Count Javier and decided, folding her hands, that it was time for her to speak out once. It was night outside. The girl was sleeping. Voices could be heard through her sleep. She tried to brush them off. She was already tortured like the Empress during the day. She sleepily jumped onto the bed, turned her head, but didn't see anyone, and was surprised, which was quite strange. Unable to resist, the little girl stomped towards the exit, clutching a blanket to herself, deciding that there were servants outside. She opened the window, looked out with her whole body sticking out, sleepy eyes looking attentively, wanting to find the culprit of her awakening. The voice rang out again in the darkness. He didn't find any mice, and the hunger was strong. Mabel fell into a stupor that were sitting on the wind. The next morning the little girl went in search, pushing aside the bushes and calling for the cat. She sat down next to him and admitted that she understood other animals too, besides him. The animal calmly noticed that her power was awakening and repeated about the power in surprise. He reasonably noted, turning to her, that it wasn't just like that he could hear the divine beast. It's worth waiting a little, and then the princess will talk to all the animals. To a stunned Mabel, the answer was that God had chosen her, and that was why the cat had woken up for support. The animal crawled under the girl's hand. He knew that the soul of a 1-year-old child was not there. He felt everything. He shook his tail, He would find out about everything later. Everything would be explained in time, but now it was too early. And now she folded her arms across her chest. Maybe she could try out this power right now. Mabel sat on the floor in her room, diligently creating another masterpiece, squealing with effort. Gustav sat in the room at the table and signed documents, checking them and muttering something angrily. He looked carefully at the sheet in his hands. Again, there were no magic stones. He frowned. While thinking about these stones, I heard a child's voice asking to bring a rabbit. Looking down, he noticed Her Majesty, joyfully hurrying towards him. The baby's eyes were shining. She was squeezing her belt. At first, he was surprised by her appearance in this office, but quickly pulled himself together. After all, it was her office. She grabbed the papers that were scattered all over the room, and the boy jumped up to clean them up faster. Taking advantage of Gustav's hesitation, she climbed onto the chair to look at what was on his desk. She raised the cup, showing it to the man, told the girl about the ink, smiled slyly. The plan was ready. His face changed when he remembered that he hadn't closed the ink lid. There were a lot of papers on the table, and he exhaled. The little girl raised her hand, smiling happily, and there was black water on her hands and pieces of paper. Gustav sprawled on the table. Now he needed a rag. He nervously asked to stay here and wait. The girl did this on purpose. She doesn't need extra eyes for her business. That was the plan. I took a leaf out of my homemade bag. I needed to put it in a sensitive place and do it without attracting attention. I studied the words meticulously for 4 months, and with such difficulty I wrote this letter. The girl turned her head. All that was left was to put the seal, and that would be the end of it. She found the seal and extended her hand towards the treasured thing. With difficulty, her height did not allow it. The table was high. Still, she managed. And now she eagerly put the seal, clenching the pen in her fist, even the sweat stinking on her face. Everything was ready when she heard a voice and abruptly swept everything off the table, as if she hadn't just been working. The emperor appeared and stood still, afraid to move, in case the girl did not like his appearance. She walked past him timidly, not looking at him, and blamed it all on the fact that she had come to see Gustav. His face darkened, and he thought decisively that the young man was in for a demotion, while squeezing his hands together. At this time, an unsuspecting servant entered the office with the doll that the little girl was looking for. The girl almost ran towards Xavier, delighted with the plush bunny. The emperor could not remain silent. The boy's face turned pale from the words thrown out of insult. Then Mabel decided to take the hit herself, showing the rabbit to her father, holding it out to him. The first gift for the father. The man was confused. While he was in a stupor, Xavier and the princess ran away. Gustav already held the sheet with the seal in his hands at night, was very surprised by it, did not understand where it came from. I read with hesitation the document about the purchase of the southwestern Logel mine. Nothing good was known about this mine. Low-quality iron, confused and scribbled the man, who informed about the magic stones. The 2 men were unhappy that the imperial family had bought the place, but they persisted in working because the money had been paid. They stared in amazement. A sigh of surprise and delight escaped. Their mouths opened as they saw what was in front of them. The ground began to crack, and a hill formed in the clearing, with a small pink nose sticking out of it. Mabel brought him close, looked at the mole with shining eyes, and sincerely thanked him for his help. He admitted that it was difficult for him to find the stones, hiding in the depths of the earth, and reminded him of his promise. She touched her burning cheeks with her hands. The abilities turned out to be useful. She was already anticipating how Count Javier's face would change. The nanny helped the little girl get dressed in the morning, noticed her good mood, beamed with a smile, and couldn't wait to see the man. She moved along the corridor, cheerfully waving her arms, her eyes turning into slits from a smile, and went to the council. Scott was hiding among the columns. The girl didn't see him. She was thinking about a snack before the meeting. The boy's golden eyes sparkled with joy at meeting Her Majesty, and he looked out from his hiding place. Mabel froze like a statue, raised her hands to her chest. The Count was Scott's father. All her thoughts about Javier flashed through her head. I suggested that we eat cake with her, but the portion was disappointing. I wanted to be an adult already so that I could eat sweets. The boy noticed that the girl's food was delicious and moved his portion forward, sharing. The boy's right cheek clearly turned red, of course. The little girl didn't miss it. She pointed at her cheek and asked about it. Scott laughed, blamed it all on the midge that bit him, and teased the princess. She pressed her small lips together and repeated the guy's words. But vague doubts crept into her head. She had seen this before. I really hoped that I was wrong. The boy turned his head, trying to hide the truth, to avoid answering, and noticed a small bird. Duke Javier folded his hands, smiled. An answer was required from him, and he, like a diligent student, agreed. Mabel laughed into her fist. She liked this new image of the man. He behaved as he should. The assembled people exhaled. Finally, it was all over. He smiled, closed his eyes, as if he knew that there was a little girl standing behind all of this. Because of the magic stones, everything inside him was probably burning. But outwardly, he tried to be friendly. Esteban stood in front of the table, his hand in his pocket, and the other pointing to the document. He also did not know about this mine. Gustav knew that the former emperor did not write anything. He bowed his head. It can neither be confirmed nor denied, since the document was not signed by him. Judging by the fact that the document was approved secretly, without anyone's knowledge, it was someone's assistant who was involved. Although it was designed according to all the rules, the eye was caught by a small inscription, and in my head, I was thinking about who could help the imperial family and what good would come of it. Trying to remember who was in the office, but apart from the maids who were cleaning there was no one, and Her Highness came in once, the servant remembered. The man gave the order to conduct an investigation, but quietly, so as not to raise a stir, he obediently nodded. As the bright orange sunset lit up the girl's room, Esteban was there, leaning over, quietly whispering about peaceful sleep. He was glad that his Mabel stayed with him. Giving him a kiss on the forehead, he smiled warmly. Paternal love shone through in every gesture of the emperor. The next morning, the assistant received a letter from Duke Javier, asking permission for the marriage between his son Scott and Mabel Gardenia. Gustav screamed furiously, waved his hand in the air. There were no words of indignation, but his face was distorted by a grimace of anger. Reading the letter, Esteban's face turned pale, his lips pressed tightly together, and his servant called him cautiously. There was a burst of laughter, and the letter was sent into the fireplace. Something was needed to melt it, and this little note came in handy. The men were angry about the rumors that were circulating around the palace about the Duke's proposal, considering him a scoundrel for cutting in line. Mabel was breathing fresh air when something or someone caught the girl's attention. A boy appeared before her, bowed his head in greeting, and showered her with compliments, introducing himself. But his flow of words dried up. He forgot what his mother had said, and so, unable to cope with his emotions, he ran away in tears. The girl turned to Lamara. She sat down next to him, laughing and talking about popularity. Xavier remembered the emperor with displeasure. Now it was the turn of another boy. He jumped out from behind the bushes and appeared in front of the little girl, putting his hand to his chest. He began to talk about flowers and Her Highness. He knelt down on one knee and held out a bouquet of roses, and the girl walked towards him. She upset the boy, refused the rose. She didn't need it. He wondered what the little girl liked. She spread her arms and laughed loudly. She liked the money and said so. She laughed louder. I understood correctly. I liked wealth, but not flowers, because money means a calm life. Esteban folded his hands on the table, stunned by the fact that his daughter didn't like the flowers, and his face turned pale, as if he had heard the worst thing. He remembered that there were many flowers in the garden, and gave the order to burn them all. The former emperor was too fierce at that moment. Oscar hugged his pouty sister tightly, asking her to be patient if she missed him. He needed to fix her. The boy was heading to his home, which he didn't really like, and she hugged her brother back. The carriage carried Oscar away. Looking out of the window, he waved his hand to Mabel and asked her not to cry. The girl was running to meet the cat, who was offended that he didn't visit her often enough. The servants could barely keep up with her when she suddenly stopped and turned her attention to the man. The gardener sat next to the flowers and quietly lamented that he could not burn such beauty. Mabel thought that they wanted to replace them with new ones and began actively calling her kitten. Suddenly, the little girl fell to the ground, hitting her foot hard, and a boy hurried to her. Scott began to sweat, began to apologize sincerely, and even raised his hand in a pleading gesture. Suddenly, a shadow covered the children. Raising their heads, they heard and saw the emperor, who was muttering words, addressing the boy. He picked up his daughter in his arms and closed his eyes as if fighting anger, calling for the guard. He shouted loudly to throw this boy out, and from now on forbade anyone under 15 years old from entering the palace. The girl immediately remembered her green-eyed brother. Regardless of status, none of the boys would be here. The little girl clung to her father with a strong grip, and he was even surprised and began to ask what was wrong with her. Mabel's blue eyes sparkled with tears in them as she called for her little brother. In her haste, the girl could not pronounce words normally, and the assistant was already running to the man with important news. He put the baby down. He had a gift, and it was time to go. There was no choice. Only the thought of Oscar did not leave her. The girl sat in front of the dessert, but did not touch it. She drooped. Tears stood in her eyes. She wondered if she would be able to go out on her own. The understanding about Lysander made her even more upset, but an escort was necessary. Without showing joy, the man looked out from the corner, coping with his excitement, wondering if the little girl had called him, uttered a request for an escort. A tall, stately woman with a high hairstyle looked down at the boy, folding her hands on her stomach and reporting. They led us into the dining area and seated us at the table, and presented us with an exquisite dish that gave off a pleasant aroma. Red hair framed a clear face. She looked up at her son. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Incidentally, as if by chance, she asked about Oscar's training. The boy's quiet voice told about his efforts. After his mother's remark, he fell into a stupor and could not move. She looked up at her son and spoke clearly, reminding the child of his promise to become Her Highness's knight. And that's why it was worth putting in more effort. The same maid reported to the young master. The carriage was checked according to the mother's instructions. Already sitting in the carriage, the young lad was sad. Apparently he had indigestion from dinner. He respected his mother and feared her, hoping that her attitude would change since he refused to be the heir. I glanced out the carriage window. Nothing had changed. My mother remained a mentor, and the training only intensified. He thoughtfully propped his cheek up with his hand, thinking about his little sister, what she was doing. He wanted to see her as soon as possible. Later, the moment when he was not allowed into the castle came as a surprise, and he even opened his mouth at that. The young soldier emphasized every word, carried out orders, and did not dare let anyone through. Touching his chin, Oscar clarified that it was his father who forbade him to visit the castle. Clicking his tongue at the end, knowing the background to all this, the boy suddenly smiled. His whole appearance relaxed. Green eyes looked forward in shock, and his sister's familiar voice reached his ears. Mabel ran towards him, breathing heavily, shouting her brother's name and waving her arms to speed up her run. A little girl was running along the path. Alessandro was walking calmly behind her, just trying to hide his smile, but nothing worked. It seemed very strange that these two were together. I pushed these thoughts away because my sister was already nearby. I opened my arms for a hug and rushed to meet her. Having run up to her brother, she extended her palm to him, shouting that she was glad to see him. A request was made to go with her. Green eyes sparkled. He leaned over. A smile screamed from his face. The boy was amazed. A guard intervened, shouting through his eyes that the former emperor had to be warned first. Mabel looked at the guy with displeasure, clenching her hand into a fist, clenched her teeth. Nothing good happened. Holding back her anger, the little girl put her hand to her chest and began to scold the guards. She is the empress, and her order is placed below the former emperor, distorting the words in her childish language. A bead of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. He admitted that he did not understand anything the little girl was saying. Unable to bear it, he approached the man, stopping him with his hand. He must follow the mistress's orders, then he will report the rest himself. I saw how the little girl was already pulling Oscar to leave. That was all she needed. Mabel walked along the path. Oscar followed her, and Lysandro brought up the rear, tirelessly thanking his brother for coming after him. He laughed, covering his mouth with his hand. His dear sister came for him personally. But one question still tormented the boy. He leaned towards her, asking about his uncle. Without stopping, the girl turned her head. She turned away abruptly, bowed her head, blushed from the tips of her toes to the top of her head. In the end, the answer was simple. It just happened. The man laughed. Remembering the morning, the girl called him. He looked out from behind the column to her, heard that boys from 5 are not allowed to be in the yard. While the man was lost in his thoughts, the girl resolutely squeezed his hand and asked for help, but it was not easy for her. Lysandro hesitated, pretending to be an ordinary guard. He was pleased that they were asking. He will accompany her. The man laughed, but in return she must fulfill his request. He decided to cheat. The little girl looked with very surprised eyes, as such a grown man demanded that he give the child's dessert. A small heart-shaped cake, berries beautifully laid out, Mabel's favorite dessert, and Alessandro asked for it. The child's eyes and mouth opened wide, while the girl was consumed by thoughts. The young man added fuel to the fire, specifically saying how difficult it would be for Oscar. A golden fork with an emerald mount plunged into a delicate cake, berries poured out. She handed the fork straight into the man's mouth. Let him eat, she didn't mind. He looked at her with surprised eyes. Green eyes looked with warmth, flattered, raised his hand, did not believe that the baby herself fed him. Now, instead of Alessandro, 2 young men were presented to the lady, their cheeks glowing bright red. The little girl came closer to them and looked down on them, but she didn't know who they were. Alessandro committed a lot of crimes, took dessert from a child, missed Oscar. All this resulted in suspension. The girl didn't like these new guys. She kept looking askance at them and putting pressure on her. I was constantly running away from my guards. I didn't think that I would miss Alessandro so much. Suddenly, I saw Count Javier ahead. He seemed not to notice the girl running, looking at the yard with his hands behind his back. He turned around. A smile touched his lips. His eyes narrowed. He put his hand to his chest in greeting. Noticing the guards that appeared immediately in front of him, he laughed and called the former emperor dogs. The two men did their job well, not letting anyone get close to the baby, shielding her with themselves. The yellow eyes looked at Mabel, waving their arms, thinking that in front of him was just a child. Suddenly, the girl's face changed. The girl's attitude towards her father noted this. She called him a fool. Since the man had mentioned dogs, the ladies decided to play along, asked him all about them, and then put her finger to her mouth and said that the count was a fool. Javier's eyes smiled, but he hid everything inside. As always, he seemed friendly. In fact, the man wanted to talk about his son, Scott, and Mabel responded with interest. Javier was delighted, nodded his head. It was nice that the girl knew the boy's name. A strange feeling came over the girl, hearing that someone liked her. Her hands clenched into fists, and the count continued to tempt her with games with his son and delicious food. The feeling intensified, and next to Mabel, an arrow whistled with a thin squeak and pierced the ground. The nanny picked up the child and plopped down on the ground with her, staring in shock at the dangerous place. She hugged the girl tightly, turned her around and buried her face in her face so that she wouldn't see all this horror, and closed her eyes tightly, tears appearing in the corners. Javier jumped up to the girl, asking how she was feeling. He was also scared. An assassination attempt in the palace was unusual. Beads of sweat ran down the man's cheek. He was worried about the life of the princess, and there was something to worry about. Another arrow whistled. No one was immune from this, and now the arrow touched the target. Count Javier touched his cheek with his hand. The arrow flew past. He was also dumbfounded by this turn of events. She put her hand under her chin. She didn't want to die a second time. She was very angry, just not in this life. The wasps began to buzz, flew out of their hives, and rushed at the girl's call to her enemies who dared to touch her. The people in black covered themselves with swords from the unexpected guests, screamed from their stings, and did not understand what had happened. Esteban screamed his daughter's name and quickly ran to the rescue. Fear was reflected in the man's eyes. He was afraid of losing the most precious thing. He waved his hand and took out his sword, already attacking one of the attackers. They screamed in fear, recognizing the formidable emperor and his power. The man jumped up to his daughter, barely coping with his emotions, asked how she was and what she was doing, whether she was injured. She raised her eyes to her dad. Sadness splashed in them. For the first time, the girl was truly afraid of possible death. She rushed into Daddy's arms, both of them scared. He hugged the girl tightly, squeezing her tighter. The former emperor came and saved her, but the calf was getting sick, and the darkness was gradually covering the baby. The man was worried and called the girl reassuringly, but his gaze faded, and Daddy was now visible only vaguely. The girl had not woken up for the third day already. Esteban was worried about this, asked and clarified with the doctor. He asked to examine her again. He couldn't understand what was wrong with the child. His back was tense. Gustav reported about the attackers. The former emperor bowed his head, reproaching himself for removing Alessandro, as if they were waiting to penetrate the barrier. I remembered only one person who needed it, the black-haired and smiling Baron Arthur Denica. He bent down to touch the baby with his hand, promising that he would not remain in debt and would definitely repay the debt. On the other hand, Oscar touched his hand. The poor boy was very worried about his little sister. They spoke in one voice. Father and son looked at each other. Everyone who dared to offend Mabel will be punished. Everyone will be defeated. The sparkling eyes looked at the doctor. They had many questions, demanded the girl's awakening, and could even resort to threats. It's good that everything worked out, because the baby opened her eyes and said her first words after falling asleep. The doctor's eyes sparkled, and he made a prayerful gesture of gratitude. Oscar turned to her joyfully. The man and the boy jumped up to the girl. Their eyes lit up with joy that the little girl had woken up. The father touched her, not holding back his breath and tears, thanked her for it. She clutched the blanket with her hands, watched the people in the room with her eyes wide open, did not understand what was happening. The excited little girl did not understand what was happening. Everyone was screaming and rejoicing at the awakening. She did not know that she had lost consciousness. The cat snorted indignantly. He had been waiting for her and was now scolding her. He had already grown up, and his fur glowed even brighter in the sun. The girl sat down, leaning on her knees, apologized, and squinted. The reason for her fainting was clear to her, but no one was supposed to guess about it. She plopped down on the floor in her dress, apparently due to her own strength, and fainted, sharing it with the cat. She opened her mouth and leaned slightly towards him, listening as the cat talked about the girl's abilities, that everything would get better in the future. He also said that the wasp followed the path of the one who attacked the girl. The man was very familiar to her. The little legs walked decisively. Mabel was angry because the attackers were bribed by Count Javier, and now an answer was needed. She appreciated the man's good play. Her abilities helped her. Otherwise, there would have been death. She saw her father and Oscar ahead, who were together and smiling at her, turning their heads in her direction. She closed her eyes. Understanding clouded the girl. She must be able to defend herself, because it is unknown when something like this will happen again. The little girl sat in a clearing surrounded by animals, trying to listen to everyone. One wanted grass. The hairs clung to her hands. She stretched her hand over the snow, and warmth came from it, and green grass appeared, which became an unusual phenomenon in the middle of winter. She was delighted. All the animals immediately jumped up to the grass. She succeeded. That was great news. But the cat did not appreciate the joy of the result. He thought that she was still far from ideal, just a child who needed 22 months to grow up. She noted with disappointment that she really wanted to grow up, but the cat reassured her that the time of growing up is also important. Opening my mouth, I noticed a strange noise. It even seemed that someone had decided to attack again. Her face darkened when her fears were confirmed. She pressed her lips together. Fear flashed in the child's eyes. Lisandro jumped up and snapped that the Imperial Palace had been attacked by the Devil Devlin. He brought it into the room. It was safe here, the man assured. She hugged the toy to herself and asked where the former emperor was. The girls smiled. The prince was in a safe place too, and Esteban went to deal with the situation personally. She hugged the toy tighter when she was told about her father's swordsmanship. He would quickly deal with the situation and defeat the devil. Cries of pain echoed throughout the palace courtyard. Blood ran down the paths, and human corpses fell to the ground. The former emperor frowned and looked serious, looking at the attacker, anger splashing in his eyes. The boy with red eyes stopped and looked at the man, wiping the drops of blood that had fallen from his cheek with his hand. He confirmed that he was the former emperor. He wanted to know why he killed the army of people he brought with him from Devlin. He lowered his eyes to the ground. It was difficult, but he admitted that they were bothering him. He came here with one purpose. Then he raised his sparkling eyes to the man. He had come here for his daughter, for the Empress. The people behind the Emperor even opened their mouths at such impudence and drew their swords, ready to attack. He understood that no one would fulfill his request. The boy called upon his power, and it vibrated around him. Esteban did not stand aside, and his sword also lit up with blue power and rushed towards the boy. Mabel stopped the bloodshed before it even started, ran to the men and shouted for them to stop. The father, not expecting such a reaction from his daughter, shouted to her in alarm. Fear for the little girl seemed to grip him. As he had guessed, as he approached the palace, his mind cleared up. He stopped without moving, and only his eyes followed him intently. Noticing his gaze, Mabel greeted him, but the boy remained silent, and only sadness settled in his eyes. She narrowed her eyes, hurt by the fact that he remained silent and did not respond to her greeting, did not answer anything. Hearing again that the boy needed this child, Esteban shouted, asking his daughter to get out of the way and hide. Lisandro also screamed, "If the Devil Devlin gets even closer to the baby, then no one will leave it just like that. Touch the sword." The blades of the former emperor and the girl's guard crossed on the boy's neck, but there was no need to kill Varen's will. Therefore, the boy's words came as a complete surprise. He wanted to swear allegiance to the Hermano Empire. The amazed girl stopped, opened her mouth, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't comprehend that this was possible. But he confirmed his decision, knelt down on one knee and put his hand to his chest, closed his eyes and lowered his head. He wanted to serve the little lady. He asked to be taken in. The men also exclaimed, surprised by such a decision, that he was out of his mind. They simply decided to kill him. The girl saw the attitude of the people protecting her. She got through her father and uncle. She didn't want the boy to be killed. So quickly, so that no one had time to understand anything, she shouted out that she accepted it, and covered her eyes as if she was afraid of her words. Esteban screamed as he approached the baby. He did not agree with her decision and asked her to cancel it. The man straightened up, closed his eyes, and decided that he needed to be thrown into the fortress first, and that decision was the right one. The boy who was called the Devil of Devlin and the girl who was the Empress exchanged glances. Hanging on a stone wall, chained without raising his head or opening his eyes, This was now the position occupied by the one everyone feared. Holding onto the bars, Mabel tried to figure out the reason for the boy's behavior. Alessandro stood behind, afraid that the former emperor would be angry. The girl was surprised when she heard the name. Aiden is his real name. She even let go of the bars from that. He opened his eyes and was finally able to answer the little girl's question. He didn't want to stay there, in that place, any longer. There was no desire to remain a dog any longer, he corrected himself. He was Arthur Vernon's dog. The piercing gaze of his red eyes stopped on Her Highness. He deliberately pushed the boy to the limits and forced him to fight, lowered his eyes. For him, these were not very pleasant memories, because he killed people and his mind was under Vernon's control. He confessed, while in chains, that he no longer wanted to see corpses next to him when he emerged from captivity. The little girl clung to the bars. It was very unpleasant for her to hear this and offensive for the young man. The reason why the boy came here was the fact that Arthur hates Hermano. So where would the dog run if not here? He destroyed his country's army. He has nowhere else to return to, after what was said. Mabel's eyes lit up. The loneliness from the boy just shone through, a familiar feeling. She was dejected. She didn't understand how the boy had managed until now. She felt sorry for him. She raised her head sharply, deciding to accept him into her empire and stay in Hermano. But in return, Aiden must do what she, the Empress and former Emperor, says. He put his hand to Alessandro's face, as if he didn't believe what the girl had just done, and didn't allow the shackles to be removed from him because he was dangerous. She looked at the prisoner, asked for forgiveness for not being able to free him, but promised to find a way out. He exhaled, looked straight ahead. There were no problems with liberation. If only there was desire, the shackles were no obstacle for him. Lissandro, seeing the chains clash, opened his mouth in shock, not even finding words, because he had never seen anything like this before. Mabel also turned pale, and her face changed. It turned out that the chains really couldn't hold the boy. I brought it, and now remembered about the basket of food for the boy, pointed it out, and asked him to be sure to eat. Mabel sat down on the floor and thought she didn't understand, and was horrified that they were controlling a child and forcing him to kill other people. Both uncle and father were pressing this Devlin devil, wondering why the little girl was interested in him, but they kept silent since they were hiding behind a secret. She looked out the window, laid her head on the windowsill, called the squeaking mice. They ran up and started sniffing. She asked to visit the dungeon, but the big rat squeaked a refusal. It was very damp and scary there. The little empress waved her hands and promised lots of cheese if only they would fulfill her request. As soon as I heard the talk about cheese, I fell in love with the mouse dungeon. Another turn, I will definitely go there. Saying goodbye to her charges, the girl waved her hand and smiled, because when leaving, the rats asked to prepare a lot of cheese. She bowed her head and did not hear how her father approached her. Not daring to approach, he stopped. Finally, the former emperor approached her. The girl bowed her head and scolded her for going to prison. He asked her not to go there anymore. Daddy would take care of everything. He was afraid for her. The little girl glanced sideways at Esteban, deciding to say now that she had promised to leave Aiden here in Hermano. She heard the refusal, raised her blue eyes, in which lights were splashing, and exhaled that she had promised. He stepped back from her. The man exclaimed in surprise and immediately closed his mouth. He didn't know what discouraged him more, the promise or the fact that she knew his name. The little girl clenched her fist tightly and screamed that Aiden was now her responsibility. The former emperor leaned his hands on the windowsill in his office, unable to accept this situation. Then he raised his hand to his face and ruffled his hair. His beloved daughter and this killer, it was hard to wrap his head around. Mabel was an indifferent child to many things, but this Javlinsky devil interested her, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. A smirk appeared on his lips. It was time to visit the boy in the dungeon. He headed for the exit, not promising anything good. Ilan sat on the cold floor, his eyes fixed on the abandoned box, and for the first time he felt comfortable. I remembered the girl. Her face was smiling. She brought food and promised to ask the former emperor to free her. His eyes were still glued to the dessert. The Devlin devil had not eaten sweets. Esteban was in contact with the fact that these shackles would not hold him. It was even funny. He continued his interrogation, asking why the boy had come here, and the shackles cracked in his hands from the force and crumbled into dust like ashes. He couldn't stand silence, so he ordered the boy to tell him everything. His piercing red eyes looked at the man, thinking about what he should say. Then he decided to confess. From what he heard, Esteban opened his mouth. For someone to control the mind of another was too much. Aiden admitted that he didn't even remember when exactly he started killing people. His leading role was stolen from him. the difficulties in contrast to enemies and allies. He continued, "It was on that day when he first encountered the Empress that Vernon's control began to slowly weaken. The reason for his sudden stop during the recent border skirmish is now clear." Aiden extended his hand. Even this distance was acceptable, the closer the better for him. But the man got angry and replied that he did not allow her to come anymore. On this matter he had a different position, different from Mabel. He was about to turn towards the exit, but froze when he saw a small basket with dessert and realized that his daughter had left it. He looked into it and turned his head from the basket to the boy, not understanding why his daughter gave away her favorite dessert. In the silence of the clearing, sprawled out on a blanket, her thoughts tormented her. Even the cat noticed this, tossing and turning and frowning. She jumped up, raised her hands to her head. Her birthday was in 2 months. All her attempts to abdicate the throne had failed, and this made her angry. But she succeeded in one thing, each time asking Daddy to let Aiden go, convincing him that the boy was now the girl's responsibility. She rolled over onto her other side, folded her arms under her head, and thought about how to address the man, since Oscar calls him father. She immediately abandoned her thoughts, remembering that the former emperor was again expecting something for his birthday. Lisandro egged her on, talking about hatred. The day had arrived, Mabel's birthday. The maids were bustling about. Now they were holding a mirror up to her, smiling tenderly. She bit the mirror. She really did look amazing, a beautiful pink dress and bows to match. Milo extended her hand to the nanny. She was ready, and now she resolutely wanted to go out. Everything had changed since last time. Now she could speak. Although her pronunciation was poor, she walked independently. She had grown a little, and all this gave the girl strength. The little girl swam majestically to the delighted snorts of people, and she felt really good. The former emperor smiled at his daughter and extended his hand, calling her to come to her. He looked stunning in his formal suit. All three sat down in their places, with the hero of the occasion in the middle and the men on either side of her. She looked at her subjects and ordered them to raise their heads, all of which amused the little lady. The assistant stepped forward, lowered his eyes as if proud of himself, and putting his hand to his chest, began to announce the gifts that the gentleman had brought. He listed all the gifts when the girl twisted her lips and was unhappy with such gifts. The families with tears in their eyes did not understand what was wrong. She heard the Gardenia family giving her a building on the next street, screamed and put her hand to her chest. Now a little girl. But she quickly pulled herself together and held out her hands, showing with her whole appearance that there were very few gifts, and she would like more. She mentally asked her grandfather for forgiveness, lowered her head, and remained unapproachable. She needed more gifts. She wanted to be called the Empress with a penchant for luxury. The man cried out, threw up his hands, darkened, reproached himself. He knew that he needed more gifts. There was no need to listen to anyone. But the assistant was against it and persuaded the Marquis not to give the girl the whole block. Horrified by her actions, she made her grandfather fall to his knees, threw up her hands, and darkened her face. She turned to her father in an attempt to find help to stop all this madness, but he only smirked at this. Putting his hand to his chest, he handed her the scroll with a smile and asked her to open the gift from Daddy. The girl's face darkened. Darkness appeared in her eyes. Now her father had given the little girl a neighboring kingdom. She forgot that a man always causes more problems. She always thought too much about everything with him. I was already curled up under the blanket in my room. I didn't want to go anywhere and didn't want anything. Oscar's appearance did not initially cause joy. The boy leaned on the bed and looked at her with a smile. He was glad that she crawled out from under the blanket. He was late with his gift. There was no time at the banquet. The Empress was too busy. The boy gave me a bracelet for my hand. I looked at it enchanted. My mouth opened slightly. I felt pleased by such attention from my brother. Scott also prepared a gift for her, wrote a letter saying that he missed her very much. There was warmth in these gifts. They were sincere and from the heart. The boy, smiling as he remembered the little lady, wrote a letter, the smile never leaving his lips. And in the box there was chocolate from a well-known store. It was difficult to buy it there. The girl accepted it and smiled. Now that's a real birthday. Esteban was dissatisfied, frowned, and the understanding that his daughter didn't like the gifts made him angry. He immediately softened, looked to the side. His gift turned out to be bigger and better. He was already thinking about what he would give her next time. My gaze caught on some object. I asked Gustav about it. It turned out that they had sent a relic from Abelardo. The man grimaced, asked, and even demanded that it be removed, and that it never reach his daughter. It was disgusting to see. Gustav thought hard about the reason for sending the stone back, sighed, and put it away in a dark place, shining brightly when left alone. The nanny covered the baby with a blanket, asked how everything went, and shared that the prince had thought about the gift for a long time. She leaned towards the girl, touched her lips, congratulated her on her birthday once again, and gave her a tender kiss. As soon as the nanny left, Mabel came down and ran along the long corridor. The girl carefully read the note. It was from Aiden. He called her to the balcony at night to thank her. I ran out onto the balcony. There was no one on it, but I noticed some kind of bag near the railing. It caught my attention. I opened it and saw stones and coins. I was even more surprised, but the gold sparkled and the stones shimmered and pleased the eye. The little girl laughed, touched her mouth. It was probably a gift for her. She thought about it and felt pleased. Aiden watched the girl from above, noticed how she laughed, and how she correctly understood that the gift was for her. She grabbed the bag and happily headed back. The money was good. She would use it as an independent fund later. In the morning, she was woken up by birds and the chirping of sparrows. She turned to the side and gasped, apparently because she hadn't slept at night. She wasn't feeling her best right now. I stood up and saw a stone next to me. Yesterday, I clearly remembered that there was nothing like that. Of course, I assumed that it fell out of the wallet that Aiden had prepared. As soon as I touched this object, the room was lit up with white light. It happened unexpectedly. The stone penetrated right into the girl's chest. She screamed and grabbed her hands, but the stone had already penetrated, and it was impossible to get it out. The glow had completely engulfed her. The baby leaned over. The light went out. It became hot inside, as if a fire was flaring up inside. Continuing to hold on with her hand, tears gushed from her eyes. She didn't know what it was, but she felt the pain to the fullest extent. The cat explained later that this was a sacred relic. The girl squatted down nearby and listened attentively. From this stone, the strength increased. She cried out as soon as she heard about it. She became stronger. She was happy. She recoiled in horror, heard that the relic was rare, apparently from Abelardo, and screamed. Mabel thought, she did not understand the intentions of the saints. They frightened her at the same time because who knows what to expect. To overthrow, the little girl lay down to take a nap at lunchtime, put her hands behind her head, and smiled contentedly. The men at the long table decided matters. An important problem was drought and hunger among the people. Count Javier came up with a solution to this matter, met all eyes, and spoke defiantly about the rain ritual. The man continued, explaining that the Empress must personally visit the Western lands and perform the ritual, and then distribute aid to the common people. Esteban could not agree with this. He put his hand under his cheek. Simple help would be enough, he decided. Mabel blew up, heard something interesting, wanted to take advantage of it, listened to the plan. Her eyes lit up. She sat down and put her hand on her chest, expressing her complete agreement. He tried to leave the baby, touched her hand, but she did not listen to him. She was already fired up by this ritual, but her father sternly spoke about the danger. She raised her head, and her eyes widened in surprise, hoping that her daddy would be next to her. She looked at everyone present, clasped her hands. She had a condition that they would now hear. The Marquis clapped his hands at the girl's words. She suggested that Count Javier, since he cared so much about ordinary people, prepare provisions for everyone, and the grandfather agreed with this. He nodded his head, of course. All this would cost a pretty penny. But the man was sure that for the richest family, hermano was not a problem. And everyone hoped for him. They believed that it would not be just words. He smiled, lowering his head down. The girl sat on the soft floor and swung her leg, watching and observing how provisions were loaded into the carts. She lowered her head and thought, this was the first time she would leave the castle after birth. It was exciting. The girl overheard in the evening that Aiden had to be with them. The former emperor had given such an order. It was too dangerous outside the palace walls. She noticed her little brother, jumped down and ran up to him and sat down, leaning on the boy's knees. Her eyes sparkled, and she felt pleased that her brother was asking and clarifying about her fears. He squeezed Mabel's hands in his own, promised to protect her no matter what happened, and let her believe it. Green eyes looked tenderly. The girl was older than him, but today she felt that she had an older brother in front of her. Smiling, Scott walked quickly towards them, his hands clenched with excitement, but a smile shone on his face. He was sincerely glad to meet them, and Mabel was also glad to see him, pointed to his cheek, and asked if it hurt anymore. The boy laughed, put his hand to his mouth. Everything was fine with him, but Her Highness's care was pleasant. The girl was deep in thought about Javier's actions, and didn't notice how hands in black gloves appeared next to her. Esteban picked her up in his arms, checking to see if she had done everything and was ready for the trip. He seated me in the carriage and promised that today my faith in my father would be rewarded, that he would prove that I could rely on him, that I would be safe. He closed his eyes. His cheeks were burning bright red. He wanted to ride next to her, but for safety he would be in front. But they would return back together. They set off on their journey. The girl glanced sideways, saw people jumping nearby, and indeed everything looked very strange. The road was almost at its end. The girl sat in the carriage, clenching her hands into fists. She was a little scared. The sound of drums was heard. The father opened the curtain and announced that it was time to go out. She looked out, and the picture did not please Mabel. Holding onto the chain, there was not a drop of water. The exhausted people smiled joyfully when they saw the little girl and recognized their empress. The look and the slightly open mouth from the picture that opened before the girl. People were suffering from a lack of water. Still, the little girl did not expect that this was such a serious problem. There was nothing like this in the palace, and in the past life, there was no drought. The drums began to beat. The girl came out to the middle of the stairs. It was time to begin the ritual. She glanced sideways when her father warned her that as soon as the lights went out, the ceremony would be over, and she would have to wait a little. She looked into the distance with a serious gaze. She really wanted to help these people. They needed rain. The girl should try. She raised her head up and spread her arms, calling for rain, a few drops. She prayed, folded her hands in a prayerful gesture. "Let it rain?" the little girl asked. The sky darkened. Esteban raised his head. Drops of rain fell on his face. He exhaled in surprise about the rain. People watched the drops with admiration, raised their hands. There was no limit to the surprise on their faces, and it started to rain. The people rejoiced joyfully. Mabel herself raised her hand to her mouth, screamed excitedly. She succeeded, looked up in disbelief. The former emperor covered his daughter from the rain, ordered her to hide softly and quickly. He himself was already completely wet, but he was worried about the little one. She might catch a cold. She was distracted by the noise. Someone was shouting that the empress had performed a miracle. She couldn't help but listen. The girl understood that she should not be considered great, turned her smiling face to her father, and cried out what a great guy he was. It really did start to rain. I pretended it was from a man, a swordmaster, but I was confused by this. The men looked at each other, accepted and heard what the girl said, and praised her father. The bundled-up girl smiled happily and mentally exhaled. Something terrible almost happened. Count Javier was angry in his office, leaning his hands on the table, not believing the report, muttering that this couldn't be. He gritted his teeth. It was beyond the power of an ordinary person. There was not a single cloud in the sky. His lamentations were interrupted by Scott, who came in all wet and announced that because of the rain, they would not be able to leave now. The question about the task he asked to do made the boy fall into a stupor. He didn't want to do it, which he admitted. The man's face changed. He grimaced and shouted at his son, ordering him to shut his mouth, but it was no use. He raised his hand over the silent child, shouting that he couldn't handle a 2-year-old girl, the words penetrating the boy's body. Hearing Scott contradict him made him even more angry, and he didn't like the expenses involved in this ceremony. His plans included helping the empire, but he would have asked 3 times as much for his help. Calling for rain was bound to end in failure. He wanted to elevate his family. He bowed his face in rage. Anger shone through in every movement. Javier grabbed his head with his hand. He didn't expect his son to be unable to be friends with Mabel. He was completely disappointed in him. He turned away from him, his back tensed, and spat out the words with venom that he should go away. He had no desire to see him. Drops of water were running down Scott's face. Sadness was in his yellow eyes. He saw no way out of the current situation. Esteban put the baby to bed and carefully and tenderly covered her with a blanket. The mattress sank. The girl felt her daddy next to her. She clenched her teeth. She spent everything. Her reserve. The rain stopped only when the divine power ordered it to. The father leaned over. "Now they can go home," he repeated several times to the girl so that she understood. She rolled over onto her other side, her eyes wide open, remembering her past life, where she envied her friends and had no home. Esteban pulled her out of her memories, touching Mabel's head with his hand, praising her and promising to feed her something tasty. She sat up in bed. She had a family and a home where they were waiting for her, but she clenched her hand into a fist. She didn't want the bitter medicine. He smiled, narrowed his eyes. If he doesn't want something bitter, he'll find something sweet, and his father will do it. He always does everything he promises. Oscar touched his sister's hand, but he would be there. He smiled, his face shining. The boy admitted that he was very worried and concerned about her, but his father forbade him from visiting the tent. After finding out who was happy and who was not, the girl calmed down and asked about Aiden. She turned away with her thoughts to the window, propped her cheek with her hand, and Oscar was seething with indignation. the Devlin Devil, when he became so close that she addressed him by name. But then he leaned over to her and told her that because of the ceremony they had been driving quickly, but now they could look around carefully. There was also a stop. We ate delicious porridge over a fire while sitting on a fallen tree. Oscar ate himself, and we fed the baby. When he was helping his little brother get into the carriage, the former emperor called out to his children. He asked to sleep. They would be back soon. Asked his son to take care of Mabel, and nodded obediently. Aiden noticed something strange, turned his head, heard a familiar voice, was surprised by the appearance of Viscount Dargo, but he should not be here. Her Majesty leaned against the wall of the carriage and was already falling asleep, her eyes closed and her breathing evening out. When a loud knock was heard on the glass of the carriage window, the girl's eyes opened wide and her heart began to beat faster. The red-haired young man looked with a smile. The smile was somehow forced, not sincere. His eyes remained cold. He looked at the girl. Mabel looked out, wondering who he was, but the Viscount burst into loud laughter, introduced himself, and warned that things would get rough from here on out. Oscar pressed her to himself, letting her lean on him and sleep. He himself looked very unhappy with the guy's impudence. As soon as the little girl fell asleep, snuggled up to the warm side, the carriage began to shake, causing her to scream and jump. Once again, I heard those same terrible words about the attack and the defense of the Empress, and with eyes wide open in horror, I looked around at those present. The nanny and Larima were also screaming, but they rushed to the children, and the prince took it upon himself to calm everyone down. She glanced sideways at some sound, and saw how the carriage fabric was being cut by a sharp sword with an interesting engraving on the blade. Oscar decided to go outside. He didn't like the inaction, but first he asked his sister how she was. He reasoned that if they had attacked the carriage, they had broken through the protection, the security, but the woman's hand held back the boy's impulse. And Mabel touched him with her hand, holding him in place. She didn't want to let go of her brother because he was younger than her inner girl. She held out her hands. She would go with him. She gave a weighty argument that her father had ordered her to be taken care of. They jumped out. Oscar followed first. Everyone else followed him. He held his sister's hand tightly. He saw Sin, that same Viscount. Holding her hand, the girl heard about Devlin. She was already getting angry. They attacked again and again. Sharp arrows flew towards them in fire. It is very dangerous. Fiery arrows flew towards the prince and empress. The young people stared at them, opened their mouths. They went out in the air and no longer reached their goal. "We need to get to our father," the boy shouted. "It will be safer this way." He looked at Mabel and ordered her to stay close to him. The girl smiled. There was no need to worry, she thought. She would definitely take care of her brother. So they moved, Oscar in front with the sword, Mabel and the nanny with Lamara behind him, carefully running around the burning objects. The Viscount stopped the moving people and asked permission to accompany them to their father. Everything was safer with him than alone. The prince took a pose. The girl was hiding behind him. He stopped talking. They didn't have time for this. He accepts help. The fire was spreading quickly. They really needed to hurry to get away. Now Sin was leading the way. They were attacked again. The sister hid behind the back, but shouted to her brother to be careful. He was defending himself with a sword. In this situation, the little girl wondered where her father had gone, because the first thing he always did was run to them. But then there was such danger, and he was gone. She closed her eyes, driving away the terrible thoughts. She didn't even want to think that something could happen to the man. The appearance of the sorcerer in the clearing made everything around darken. He pointed his staff at those moving, shouting from all sides about the danger. Oscar covered the little girl with himself, meeting face to face with danger. Her heart began to beat. The girl understood fear. Suddenly, someone pulled Mabel away from her brother, turned to her, screaming, and only an outstretched hand reached out to the one who wanted to protect her. The man bent over. A deep wound formed on his back. The boy sat to the side, watching all this. The sword lay nearby. Sin turned his head towards the girl. He covered her with his body and received a wound on his back. Mabel turned to the engraving and even flashed a light that attracted the girl's attention. Such a familiar drawing. She looked up at the man. Everything came together into one picture, and he realized that the girl recognized him. Oscar tried to run to her, shouting and threatening his opponent, but it was all in vain. How could a boy fight against a man? Zion picked up the kicking Mabel, her eyes closed in fear, and the boy smiled, pleased with himself, the prey in his hands. The guards were horrified. They did not expect this from their soldier, to whom they trusted their lives. The man smiled and said that he had been Devlin's spy for a year, and no one had noticed anything. He rejoiced at his impunity. Oscar screamed, jerked towards his sister in fear, but was stopped by a shout. Fear splashed in his green eyes. The girl, feeling all the danger, put her hand to her chest, did not want to die again, and so stupidly, her father under the influence of a paralyzing spell. Sin laughed and suggested looking at his father, who couldn't move and was holding the little girl in the air. She got angry from the Viscount's words. He won't leave it that easily. Her eyes full of determination, the girl gathering all her strength into her fists. Obeying the mental will of the girl, they strove towards her over the horror that was spreading below, a swarm of flies. They swarmed over the man. He screamed and dropped the girl, crawled over his face, and caused horror from the quickly moving small legs of the insects. Mabel closed her eyes and quickly tried to run away from the angry guy, her hand trying to grab the girl. She was grabbed by the scruff of the neck, screamed and covered her eyes, but the man's grip was strong and there was no escape. He raised his dagger with a grimace on his face over the poor little girl, who only extended her hand in an attempt to protect herself from the blow. That's all, just a helping hand. The baby didn't want to die. The scream rang out for some reason in the silence, making it louder. Suddenly, light hair blocked Mabel's view. She didn't understand what happened. His Majesty tried to calm his daughter down, saying quietly that everything was fine and there was no need to be upset. Blood was trickling down the corners of his mouth. Esteban tried to smile at Mabel. He had promised his protection, and Daddy had kept it. The dagger stuck into his back, shielding the baby. After all, promises should be kept if they are given. The satisfied Sin pressed even harder on the handle of the dagger. Its owner would be happy with such a turn of events. The crazy look and smile betrayed his madness. At this point, his role was over. Removing the weapon from the man's body, the Lord was glad. Oscar froze and shouted, giving the order that this man, the traitor, must be captured and not allowed to escape. The Viscount ran away from them. The guards quickly tried to catch up with him, shouting for him to stop, but he didn't listen and sped up. Esteban lay on his back, looking sideways at the children. Mabel and Oscar surrounded him and fell to their knees next to him. Tears poured down the girl's eyes, and she kept repeating the same thing over and over again, not understanding why it was worth risking herself and saving. He smiled at his dear daughter, calming her down and wiping away her tears. The reason for this was simple. He was a beloved daughter and would do anything for her. Everyone who had previously treated her well, giving her their love, eventually betrayed her and turned their backs. They left and didn't look back. Memories flashed through Mabel's mind, and she expected that her father would sooner or later leave and turn away from her in this life. She will be left alone and will cry bitterly, promising to do everything she wants, cleaning and washing, cooking and even stealing. But this man gave love, was there? She didn't understand hugs and kisses, warmth. If now he leaves her anyway, there was no point in those actions. A tear rolled down her cheek, one lonely one, and the loud whisper in the ringing silence, the girl's request not to leave and to stay, echoed with pain. She screamed loudly, threw her head back, leaned on her hands, and could not let go of her parents so easily, who assured her of his love for her. And the glow spread across the entire clearing, reaching the tops of the large trees. The light flooded the entire area, striking in its size. Flowers blossomed. Yellow light flowed from the girl's hands and spread throughout the area. All the pain and fear spilled out of her chest. The wounds and abrasions on the soldiers healed. They were surprised by such a miracle. They screamed and groaned from it. Aiden looked up. The bright aura was so familiar, he followed the yellow light and realized that he also needed to get there urgently. The wound on Esteban's body was healing. He took a breath, but his eyes were still closed. But his chest began to rise steadily. He opened his eyes, stared in surprise at his savior, touched the wound. It still stung, but there was no longer that tearing pain. Aiden was thinking in the carriage whether to tell about the man he knew or to watch some more. No one obliged him to protect Hermano. He finally spoke to Lysander, who was sitting next to him, but he couldn't finish speaking. The man had just prepared to listen. His interest had arisen, and he even opened his eye. He leaned over and continued about Viscount Dargo. After all, his goal was to protect that little girl, so he decided to tell her. He didn't understand what they were talking about, didn't know such a Viscount, folded his arms across his chest and ignored the man. It was already too late when the cries of an attack were heard. I turned away. I should have started preparing a speech earlier. Jumping out of the carriage, Lysandro shouted for safety and attracted the Devlin Devil to the fight. The sorcerer was engulfed in a blue glow, and the body of the guard that was nearby stopped obeying. They were only able to let out a scream. Aiden saw a running man, that same Viscount Sindargo, and thought that his target was not the former emperor. It was worth catching. Through the fire, I decided to run after him and stop him. I understood that the attacker had calculated everything and knew who and where was. The boy suggested only two ways, either a spy from outside or Arthur Verona's favorite way, a traitor to his own man. Sin ran away, smiling, confident that they wouldn't catch him, and didn't take into account Aiden's help to Hermano's people. And now the dark force of the boy surrounded the traitor and grabbed him by the throat with a strong grip that did not allow him to escape. The Viscount recognized him, clenched his teeth in rage, looked down haughtily at the young man and greeted him. He leaned over, stopping his words, cut behind his back. The man immediately fell silent and only sobbed from hellish pain. The Viscount even lost consciousness, and then Aiden handed him over to the soldiers. They were confused and didn't know what to call him. He helped them, and they appreciated him. He clarified the situation and said that this man was a spy from a neighboring state and that he needed to be taken into custody. The sounds of pain and screams about what needed to be done were left behind, and the boy rushed forward towards that very aura. And Aiden's eyes were met with a very sad picture in sadness as he heard the former emperor screaming and calling for his daughter. The man was crushed, hugging her tightly, his eyes closed and the baby motionless in his arms. That's how he looked. The red eyes stared at Mabel. Even they reflected fear for the little empress, which was very strange. Already in the room, where the fireplace was quietly crackling, a little girl was sleeping peacefully. Esteban sat on a chair, bent over, and covered his face with his hands, blaming himself for what happened. If only he had stayed with her, he could have protected her. Oscar was also nearby. Tears were running down his boyish face in large drops. He felt sorry for his sister. The father turned around and hugged him around the neck, calmed the boy down, and gave another order, sending him out of the room. After sending his son off to rest, he raised his blue eyes to those who entered and asked about Viscount Sin. The boy nodded his head, confirmed everything that was said. Devlin was to blame for everything. He also sent Aiden. He would decide what to do with him later. Alessandro froze as a dark figure next to the former emperor gently scolded him for not sleeping normally for more than a week. The man leaned over. He couldn't sleep. In the dungeon, the culprit of everything that happened sat in chains with his head bowed. Now a terrible fate awaits him. Time passed, and in the end, only the Empress, having cured everyone, fell asleep. The assistant read the next report and thought, in Hermano there were dead, but no wounded. Gustav walked down the corridor and carefully read the document in his hands. Now no one has any doubt that this girl, the Empress of the people, is the divine seed. An assistant entered the girl's room, and the Emperor was still there, in the same place, pale in the face. Looked straight at him. There was only one way left. I had to contact Abelardo. I hadn't woken up for a month. Esteban was completely exhausted. Holding a bag in her hands, the little girl rushed along the empty night streets of houses, ran with a bottle of vodka that her father asked her to buy, and was afraid of being late. Because she was afraid to get it from him, she was looking for support. Endless conversations behind my back. When my father was nearby, people felt sorry for me. When I was alone, they constantly asked where he was. Hugging my knees, sitting on the floor, I wanted someone nearby who would provide help and support. The unfortunate child built walls around his soul, but inside, he wanted to feel happiness that would surround him and give him warmth. And then a man appeared in this life who promised to take care of me and love me, to hold my lost soul close to him. Mabel opened her eyes and shouted loudly to her father, stretching out her hands to once again feel the warmth of her loved one. Tears of joy appeared in the eyes of Esteban. This master of the sword, this tough warrior, the circles under his eyes spoke of endless sleepless nights. The little girl jumped into the open arms, clinging tightly with her fingers, as if she was afraid to miss the moment and be left alone again. He hugged his daughter. Everything seemed like a dream to him. He didn't fully believe it and understood that it was true. She said the word dad easily. She had restrained herself and acted distantly so many times that now she was ready to surrender to this pool of feelings. The servants joyfully spread the news that the Empress had woken up. Good news. And they breathed a sigh of relief. Oscar's green eyes thought sadly about his sister. He hoped that she was okay. She hadn't woken up for a month. The boy was busy training, making cuts with a sword on a special simulator, but he wanted to drop everything right then and run to Mabel. He struck. It was impossible. He stopped himself. He promised to become a knight, so only training in the near future. The girl in her room was touching her hair. It seemed that it had grown a little. She was immersed in her thoughts. I looked at my legs and saw that I had grown a little in height. I still didn't fully believe that I was alive and that Mabel was alive. And the people she met here in this life are actually her family. She pressed her hand to her chest. "They love and cherish her here. A real family," the girl repeated. Her eyes sparkled. Tears appeared in them. She still put her hands to her chest. Now there was no point in trying to escape from here. The girl whose soul was wandering decided to stop pretending that she didn't see their sincerity and try to live a normal life. The door swung open, and the former emperor appeared on the threshold, smiling, to inform his daughter that he had come to see her. He picked her up in his arms, the smile never leaving his face. He was happy to see his daughter. He asked about her health and mood. He pressed her to himself, noticed that she had become light. But they would try to fix this. He got the best medicines, as he promised, not bitter. She assured him, shouted that she liked everything. The girl's cheeks turned red, and her blue eyes opened wide. She called him Dad again. It sounded so easy, but she wanted to know if the man liked it and what he felt about it. He held me close to him tenderly and carefully, agreed that he was Dad. If he needed or wanted something, he just had to say it, because any whim would come true right away. She hugged him tightly around the neck. Now the girl clearly saw that her daddy valued her. The man smiled. She thanked him for his attitude, for his family. Esteban was even confused by this, because it was self-evident, after all, she was his daughter. When they warmly exchanged thanks, the girl became interested in where Oscar was and looked openly at her father, waiting for an answer. And he said that the boy fights with a sword every day, training to become a worthy knight. I was worried about him, bowed my head. Maybe something was bothering him, because there were too many thoughts in my little brother's head. The boy's back tensed. He missed his sister very much, but he couldn't see her. He considered himself to blame for what happened. He reproached himself. If only he could have wielded a sword better. The girl walked along the stone path. Lisandro followed her behind. Now he would be with her everywhere. She clenched her fists. Oscar was probably scared, she wondered. From the sounds of the sword, the man assumed that he was still training. The girl turned to him and asked him to come closer. Inspired by the resolution, she spread her arms and ran into the yard where her little brother was, whom she missed so much. Alessandro called out to her, smiled, and put his hand to his chest. He was sincerely glad that she had woken up and could continue to stand behind her, to guard her. I was surprised by this, but the man continued to tell me to be careful and not to dare fall. I saw Oscar, who was waving his sword and actively training, not noticing Mabel. Shouting the boy's name loudly, she ran, raising her hands up, her smile shining and illuminating everything around. There was a clatter of a wooden sword. Oscar had dropped it, out of an excess of strong feelings, and it was not needed yet. But instead of running towards her, the boy started running away from her. The little girl was surprised and screamed at his back, stunned by her brother's behavior. The boy did not turn around, ran away quickly, shouted at the girl that he had no right to see her. She was even more surprised by such an answer. Unable to withstand such a run, Mabel sprawled on the ground, fell, hitting her foot painfully. Tears rolled from her eyes and exhaled from the blow. A boy came up, sat down next to him and extended his hand, asking him to try to stand up and lean on his hand. She extended her hand and agreed to stand up, but noticed that her brother's hands were broken from numerous workouts. He held her hand and remarked that she had only just woken up, that she shouldn't be so zealous and be more careful. He turned around, pulling his hand out of the girl's hands, and warned her that when he left, she shouldn't run. She grabbed his hand with a strong grip, trying to hold him in place so that he wouldn't leave and leave her alone on the training field. Tears appeared in her blue eyes. Why was her brother avoiding her? She froze in anticipation of an answer. He shuddered when he heard about the lack of love, lowered his head, shook his head negatively. How could such a thing arise in the girl's head? How could one not love her? He closed his eyes, not daring to lift them. He promised to protect her, but he himself could not cope, he finally admitted. The girl got angry, started beating the boy and yelling and cursing at him, calling him a fool, and he closed himself off from her. She raised her fist to hit, screamed that there were problems between them. Why, some kind of rights. Tears stood in her eyes. She returned his hands to herself, calmed down, thought for a moment, and replied that they should protect each other. She leaned forward and hugged the boy around the neck, promising to protect him, and her, the brother and sister, agreed. He hugged her, promising protection. They argued with each other. He smiled, agreeing with the girl, because they were a family, they admitted. Already in bed, covered up to her chin, she smiled at her thoughts. Today she had an older brother, which she was incredibly happy about. She did the right thing by coming and telling him everything. At night, the little girl had a nightmare. Her parents from her past life abandoned her again. Smiling, they did it on purpose. But something changed this time. From the hurtful and angry words thrown out, the pain did not overcome me like other times. This time she knew that she had a family that loved and accepted the girl, protected and cherished her. The worst thing started later in the dream. When I touched my dad's hand, he just took it and pulled it away, rudely asking me not to touch it. The men turned around and started telling her how disgusted they were and how much they hated her. This was truly scary and painful. The little girl cried out in tears, jumping up and down in her crib. The question on her lips was why they were doing this. Her relatives leaned towards her, worried by the girl's scream. She couldn't understand why she had such a dream. She was very afraid that they would abandon her. They grabbed her hands from both sides, calmed her down, said kind words. They are nearby and everything is fine. He touched her forehead with his hand, promised to destroy everything that frightened her, and smiled warmly. And the next minute, the little girl watched as her father and brother argued and fought over who would spend the night with the baby, each giving their own argument. She was ready to become a tyrant to preserve their happiness and their family. And now, with a haughty look and folded hands, she looked at the guest. An hour ago, the little girl was sitting on a soft sofa, with the former emperor and assistant towering behind her. Elder Abelardo bowed in greeting to the little girl, his hair streaked with gray and his eyes piercing with mocking gaze. He asked permission to examine her, touched her hand, gently giving warmth. She did not pull away. She tolerated the touch. The old man pacified the divine power and now brought his fist to the hut, piercing it with a displeased look. The man argued, because they promised to recognize the addition to the girl's name if they helped her. He tried to explain. The little girl listened to her father trying to defend his rights, and Mabel knew that they had not just come to their empire for nothing. After thinking and remembering several moments connected with the saints, she screamed about the divine seed. He turned joyfully to the little girl, spread his arms, cried out that of course, and a smile lit up his face. The little girl remembered that when Oscar read about a rare shrine in Abelardo, which is the highest authority, she asked Catal about it. The girl laughed, put her hands to her chest, narrowed her eyes, assumed that it belonged to her then, and demanded that it be given back. He gasped, made me surprised, even opened my mouth and didn't know what to say, and the girl gave arguments as to why the relic was hers. That's why she now arrogantly noted that if they don't give her up, then she won't accept the prefix to her name. She understood that Abelardo was claiming his rights to her. Keeman was confused, shook his head, screamed that he couldn't just take and give it away, touched his head, took off his glasses. Even the poor man broke out in sweat. The saint ran away as a result, and Esteban picked up the baby in his arms and spun her around, praising her. Gustav only drooped. Was that even possible? I was horrified by the little girl's request. She wanted Aiden to become her accompanying knight. This is the wish she left for her father. Gustav came in and tried to explain that the Devlin Devil was dangerous and that it wasn't worth walking with him. Mabel rolled her eyes. She widened her eyes and looked at her father with a sparkle, because he had promised to do whatever he wanted. But she clarified that he would not fulfill this request. He shook his head, held on for a long time, but in the end he nodded in agreement, smiled. Dad will do whatever he wants. But the former emperor put forward one condition. Now the girl must not leave Alessandro's sight. Seeing the person she was looking to meet, she stopped and cheerfully waved her hand at him. She dragged the boy by his coat and headed towards the bench. The girl's activity was astonishing. He obediently followed her. She asked how he knew that these mice were from her, and the boy admitted that he used his strength and followed the tracks. Aiden stood up. Mabel became serious, repeated what she had once told him, reminded him that the decision to stay in Hermano was hers. I heard the offer to become her accompanying knight. I looked at the girl without blinking, expecting that at some point she would say that she was joking. She didn't keep him waiting, but immediately admitted that she really needed him, stopped and looked at him expectantly. She asked him to tell her more about Devlin. She wanted to know everything she knew, and she couldn't wait to destroy this empire. She extended her hand, inciting him to a conspiracy, because Devlin also wanted to take revenge on the former empire. He knelt down, and a smile flashed on his lips, accepted it, submitting to the will of his majesty. He remained watching the little girl, who joyfully ran towards Lissandro, but constantly turned around and waved her hand at him. He had a strange desire to see this little charming girl grow up. And in the Devlin Empire, a man with black hair, Arthur Vernon, was smiling strangely as he sat on the throne. The Lord sat on the throne, his legs folded, and he mocked the boy who sat down in front of him. It was his pet dog, Aiden. Arthur grinned and bit his finger. The reason for the mockery was the Devlin Devil. He could afford to destroy or torture him. Remembering the pain the emperor caused him, he must make an answer, and Aiden will help him with this." He raised his head. A smile appeared on his lips. "Let him take the army and go, but only return with victory," the man loudly declared. The baby woke up in her crib. Time moved inexorably forward, and now she is already 5 years old. The nanny helped her put on a beautiful dress, dressed her up, showed off in front of the mirror, and hurried off to do her business. The smartly dressed and smiling girl was ready for a new day. A lot of time had passed, and she now had enough skills. She ran, turned to the nanny, and informed her that she needed to arrive at the meeting as soon as possible. Her knight stood motionless near the door, only his red eyes betraying his joy at the baby's approach. The sacred animal, Mabel and Aiden walked down the corridor, talking about their own things, about sweets. In such a procession, they approached the office. The girl turned around abruptly, frightening with her pressure. The boy was ordered to try the dessert, up to the art. At this point, they finished talking about the goodies and moved on to the office. The little girl asked about the spy Devlin, but unfortunately, he had not yet been found. We went out into the yard, walked along the path. Real spring came outside, and we didn't even notice it. Suddenly, the little girl tripped, didn't notice the ledge. The boy caught her, hugged her. It would seem there was nothing special about this action. Dark figures appeared, muttering through their teeth at Aiden to quickly remove his hands. Esteban turned and threw over his shoulder that there was no point in testing his patience. Oscar was also unhappy with this attitude towards his sister. Mabel raised her hand to her chin. The man's behavior remained a mystery to her. Nothing had happened. There was only one explanation: jealousy. His face changed. He heard how Aiden helped her. Otherwise, she would have fallen and hit her head very hard. She extended her hand towards the boy, and the girl strongly recommended that she apologize to him and thank him. She was pleased with what she had achieved. She wanted everyone to live in harmony and peace. An assistant ran up to them and shouted something. Everyone in the office started talking again about the dry ground. "Water does not soak into the ground," the little girl lamented. The rain that was caused during the ceremony was of no use. Clutching the seal over the report, the girl thought about how to help the people who were starving, because she could use her abilities and make the plant grow. She trembled when she heard how men admired her and said how sweet she was. Count Javier had another proposal. Smiling radiantly, he offered the girl to participate in the celebration. The father and daughter looked at each other and asked the girl's opinion. If she wanted to participate, then they would. He thought that one day she would have to take part in social life, and propped his chin up with his fist. If the former emperor is constantly hiding the girl from people, it is worth showing everyone that it is better not to touch her. Otherwise, the punishment will be cruel. The little girl nodded in agreement. Her father asked her opinion. Of course she smiled happily and wanted to take part in this. He folded his arms, became gloomy, and said that at the ball she should look charming. The best outfit would be chosen for her. And the men began to whisper behind the little girl's back. Gustav and Lissandra were already thinking about what and where to order. The emperor yawned and cried out that he would do the best and choose something exquisite for his beloved daughter. She clenched her fists, regretting that she had let men take care of her outfit. The uncomfortable dress was tight, and it was difficult to move in it. The red-haired woman put her hand to her chest and introduced herself. The one in front of the little girl was Pacifica Donovan. She would be preparing for the Foundation Day banquet. Mabel winced as she silently placed the cup of tea on the saucer. It was funny, but it was her father's ex-wife who was doing the training. When asking about the girl's progress in education, the woman was dissatisfied. The questions were ordinary, but the girl found them scary. The best street in the empire, and the girl walked there almost alone. The former emperor will not be happy about this. Doubts were voiced out loud, to which the Duchess reasonably noted, pointing with her hand, that it was better for the girl to see the trends of fashion for herself. Mabel exclaimed when Pacifica arrived tomorrow and they went shopping. The Empress did not expect this. The boys were training, the sound of swords ringing in blows. Oscar and Aiden had been training for a long time. The Devlin Devil pointed his sword at the defeated prince, winning once again. He noticed and calmed the boy nearby, saying that he was simply stronger and therefore difficult to defeat. He exhaled to the side, looked at the one who had called out to the boys, and froze in anticipation of Mabel's approach. She smiled happily, waved one hand, and in her other hand she held a basket with food for the boys. They all sat down on the clearing, spread out a blanket, laid out the dishes, and began to discuss the day, 2 boys and a girl. She smiled, picked up the basket, and brought delicious sweets, prepared especially for them. A shared snack brings people very close. Oscar watched Aiden with a cookie in his mouth. The strange thing was that when the little girl wasn't around, he was indifferent to sweets, but as soon as he visited them, he immediately ate them. Unable to resist, I egged the boy on about how much he loved tasty cookies and that he should eat more of them. The next day, Aiden and Mabel stood next to the carriage, ready and dressed to go shopping that day. Pacifica appeared before them as delightful as ever, clenching her hands into fists and not looking up at the children. When Oscar heard about the walk with his mother, he cried out very loudly and gave in to his interest in the girl. She interrupted his lamentations. The girl is interested in information about the woman, what she likes or doesn't like. She is ready to hear everything. He thoughtfully looked away, clarified that she was not one of those who openly showed feelings, but she knew for sure that she did not love his mother, and she could not stand uneducated people. The little girl was confused, but quickly pulled herself together and greeted Duchess Donovan. She raised her head and noticed that there were a lot of guards. The little girl became even more confused and blamed everything on her dad. As Mabel sat down in the carriage, she turned to the boy standing next to her and asked for a favor, since Pacifica was responsible for her safety today. Having already driven a short distance in the carriage, the girl began to think. They were riding in silence. No one even tried to talk. When they arrived, the Duchess announced this. They needed to go out. Mabel noticed that she was serious and strict today. We entered the studio. The maid girls greeted us. The little girl turned her head and exhaled in surprise. The woman introduced the Empress. They bowed to her with respect. Today, everything will be at the highest level. It started spinning. The girls took several hands and dressed Mabel. Beautiful dresses flashed. They tried everything on for her. The dress model was made strictly in the style of adults. The girl grimaced, did not feel particularly comfortable in it, but remained silent. Everything was tight and generally uncomfortable, but I didn't want to seem weak in front of the Duchess, so I exhaled and lied. The assistant rolled out a hanger with dresses that Pacifica had asked to prepare in advance, and they were the ones that needed to be tried on now. One person helped her, and he did an excellent job. The girl looked at herself with delight. The beautiful dress sat easily on her. Accepting the gratitude, she closed her eyes, and without showing any emotion, replied that clothes are not candy wrappers. Pacifica expressed the opinion that it is not necessary for a girl to adhere to adult fashion, because she is still a child, Mabel admired. The woman extended her finger and asked to give them the item from this hanger, the one they were trying on now. She looked at them from her height and said that they would take everything from this hanger. All the things would suit them, and they liked them. The woman squinted, refuting the girl's words that they were now going home. They were heading to the next studio. She was pleased. She watched the sign of another studio with a doomed look, and suddenly a thought flashed through her head. They went around many shops and bought something in all of them and wrapped everything up. She went out into the fresh air and someone called out to her. The boy with sparkling yellow eyes called out to Her Highness, put his hand to his chest and greeted her. He closed his eyes, embarrassed, while the little girl was tormented by guesses as to who it was in front of her. Scott or not, he couldn't have changed so much in 3 years. As soon as his name was pronounced, the boy bowed his head and whispered quietly, so that it could not be heard. Pacifica looked at the boy. He introduced himself to her formally. She accepted him kindly. Even a smile flashed on her lips. A girl with red hair braided into a ponytail was walking towards them, scared that her brother had suddenly disappeared. The children turned to look at her. The thought flashed through the girl's mind that she was pretty. Scott introduced his sister, Emily Javier. The girl made an elegant bow and introduced herself formally. For her, it was a great honor to see the Empress. Mabel smiled. Children these days are really smart and clever, but she was sincerely pleased to meet and get to know each other. The little girl folded her hands in front of her, was touched and showered with compliments. Her brother talked a lot about her, compared her pink hair to cotton candy. Scott felt uncomfortable and tried to shut his sister up, but the Empress laughed and thought it was funny. While the little girl was thinking about the fact that the Jeans had suffered the defeat of that very count, the assistant called the children, saying that it was time for them to go. Mabel remained standing with Pacifica, waving at the boys and wishing them to be careful. The woman asked about her relationship with the Count's children, to which the girl replied that Emily had only seen her, but had known Scott for a long time. She clasped her hand to her chest as Pacifica's warning came through to be careful when dealing with Javier's children. On the way back, the girl was immersed in thoughts about what the woman had told her, looked at her, and wondered what it meant. Pacifica asked the young Empress directly about her fear. The question seemed very personal. She thought about it for a couple of minutes. Then, without looking away, a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She confessed sincerely and truthfully that she knew that Duchess Donovan did not like her. Having heard another assurance, the girl folded her hands on her dress, sadly noted that Oscar had also lost his throne and was born in Esteban's second marriage. The woman interrupted the little girl's lamentations. Even if there is no love and presence, then there is definitely no need to be afraid of her. She stunned her, made her blue eyes sparkle. A ruler should not feel fear. He should hold on tightly to his place and lead firmly. Aiden, covered in a dark cloak so that you couldn't even see his eyes, walked down into the dark room slowly. He stopped and decided that this distance was enough. Mabel's divine power manifested itself, and now the boy could move away to great distances. Wrapped in a blanket, only her nose was sticking out. The girl did not want to get up, but a boy standing nearby announced the arrival of Duchess Donovan. She stuck her head out from under the blanket, grabbed Aiden's leg, and begged for salvation. Memories overtook him, made him clench his hand into a fist. Ever since the girl touched him, he felt uncomfortable communicating with her. He didn't know the reason for this. Mixed feelings overtook him. He made his way to the building where the solution to this should be. As soon as I entered the building, a dagger whistled past my head, calmly taking the weapon in my hand. Not a single emotion flashed across my face. The black-haired guy standing at the top of the stairs was happy. The boy successfully parried the blow. Aiden, the Knight of Mabel, had a second face, a master who was strong and led people, giving orders easily. He was the master of the evil guild, named Edie. This guild was formed 3 years ago, appeared secretly, and began to obtain information. The young man fawned over the master, bowed down, smiling, saying that the boy was simply too outstanding. The young man interrogated Aiden, trying to find out who he really was. He was interested in absolutely everything about him, ignored questions regarding him, and ordered him to bring the documents he requested. The little girl lay on the bed with her arms outstretched, sleeping peacefully, when suddenly a shadow from some person fell on her. It was Aiden. He looked at the sleeping girl and covered her carefully without touching the body. Mabel jumped up, rubbing her eyes, saw the boy, calmed down, waited for him, but fell asleep. Sitting down next to her, covering her with a blanket, as a chill blew through the window, they looked at each other, and a smile appeared on the little girl's lips. When everyone had sat down, she looked at him expectantly, repeated what she had asked for, and fidgeted impatiently. The conversation flowed calmly, and they even talked about Count Javier and his interest in the gold mine. The girl kept silent about her abilities because she collected information with the help of bees. If someone ever found out, they would definitely want to use it for their own purposes. She lowered her head, feeling sad that talking to animals alone was not enough for revenge, and she could not act freely because she was an empress. She looked at the boy with a smile, and that's why Master Eddie appeared. She created him and the clan. Emily got off the carriage and walked timidly, looking around, embarrassed and not knowing what to do next. The girls surrounded the girl, vying with each other to chirp and shower her with compliments, recalling where and when they saw this sweet girl. They also asked about the girl's brother Scott, but they noticed that he was next to the prince and calmed down. They admired her and promised her the leading role of debutantes at the ball, smiled shyly, and hid their laughter in their fists. The flattering words were pleasant to Emily. Her cheeks were already colored red. She began to babble sweetly as she could. Everyone there is beautiful. When the empress appeared, all eyes immediately turned to her. She clenched her hand into a fist in anger. The arrival of the empress, duchess, and former emperor was announced. A man and a woman obscured her. Only a head flashed. They stepped aside and let the girl pass, saw everything, and breathed a sigh of admiration at the beauty of the little lady. The people in the room started making noise. Some called her an angel, a fairy, and a sweetheart, and the former emperor could be envied for such filial love. The girl smiled shyly. Everyone was looking at her. She felt their penetrating glances and felt a little nervous about it. The girl rose from her seat and greeted those present, thanking them for coming to the ball today. She finished by wishing them a good rest, then turned to Daddy and smiled, announcing that she had finished her speech. Esteban, as usual, decided to give his daughter something and tried to guess what she wanted. She smiled and folded her hands into a lock. She wanted to receive nothing. She puzzled everyone in the room with this answer, except for the grandfather, who laughed loudly, and when his granddaughter became so smart. Duchess Donovan approached the girl. It was time to go down and personally communicate with the guests. Together with Pacifica, Mabel greeted the guests. The girls were touched by her and wanted to talk to her longer. At first, the girl was indignant that her father assigned her ex-wife to her, but now she has completely changed her mind. The woman was an outstanding person, and the little girl looked at her with admiration. I heard music that was spreading throughout the hall. I saw couples that had already started dancing. The girl became alarmed. Unexpectedly, Scott attracted the Empress's attention, smiled, and extended his hand, inviting her to dance. The girl was surprised. opened her mouth and widened her eyes. Even repeated stuttering, she did not expect such an invitation. There was a loud answer from the side. The refusal sounded sharp. The children turned towards the voice, surprised by the tone. Dark in face with anger, the former emperor approached. The little girl could dance, but not with him. The man's blue eyes settled on the youth. Despite the restrictions, Count Javier still sent a message about marriage. You can't shut people's mouths. They started whispering behind their backs about an imminent marriage. He gritted his teeth and ordered Scott to leave. The boy remained adamant, placing his hand on his chest. He clarified that he wanted to invite the Empress and not him. The answer now depended on the little girl. If she refused, she would leave, tugging at her pant leg, trying to attract attention. The man was also angered by the fact that despite the ban, the guy showed up there, and then decisively said that he needed to deal with him first if he wanted to dance with his daughter. There was nothing to say in response to that. He turned around and quickly left without looking back. The girl looked out and breathed out her name after him. Without holding back, the girl scolded her father, called him a fool, and her cheeks turned red with anger. She screamed without listening to his pathetic attempts to justify himself, frightened the guests, and ruined the holiday. The girl chuckled and made her father leave. She froze behind Pacifica. The people who were nearby were surprised. The little girl left, seething with anger, regretting that she couldn't say goodbye to Scott because of her father, and the Duchess had expected this, which is why she didn't teach her to dance. She looked around and saw a group of girls laughing merrily and looked at the Duchess. She wanted to meet them, and Pacifica also asked about the debutantes and their first ball. It was possible to meet them, the girl happily decided, coming closer and accepting the greeting. She smiled while the girls were happily chattering now, and with her, just her age, the little one really lacked attention. Emily came up to her. The Empress remembered her. The girl felt pleased. She even covered her mouth with her hand in delight. The exchange of pleasantries ended. The girl assessed Mabel's dress. Pacifica stood motionless behind her and did not interfere in the conversation. There was also an offer to come to a tea party that the girl was organizing. She admitted that it was a desire to make friends, but doubt settled in. Emily didn't back down. The invitation would be sent to everyone present, and she also bribed her brother Scott would be there. The girl was delighted and put her hand to her chest as soon as she heard that the Empress would think about the proposal, but the invitation would be sent. Left alone with her brother and sister, Emily no longer had to behave perfectly. She immediately folded her arms across her chest, and her expression changed. Scott tried to find out what his father had ordered, but the girl haughtily remarked that it was none of his business. As she sat down in the carriage, the girl noticed that when the guy looked at Mabel, honey flowed from his eyes. She noticed everything. The desire to marry her was strong. She got angry at her brother's words, turned to him, and whispered furiously that she didn't want to see a weakling in the place of the head of the family. Count Javier smiled at his daughter, demanded that she become friends with the Empress, and hoped for his little girl. In her room, Mabel was stretching, sitting on her bed. She was very tired that evening. Despite this, she enjoyed the day. The holiday was wonderful. She even managed to make friends with the girls, stroking the cat. She thought about whether to send Oscar a letter. Aiden appeared on the balcony. Seeing him, the little girl ran towards him barefoot, shouting his name. She ran out to him, happily asking questions. He brought a book, but it seemed that she was tired, so he decided not to look. She praised him for coming to her and handed him the gift she had in her hands, which she had specially prepared for him. She hurried the boy to open it, impatiently shuffling her feet, and when he opened it, he saw cookies. He bit off a piece of jam-filled biscuit with a sour face, and Mabel was practically looking into his mouth, awaiting the verdict. He handed the round cookie to the little girl and suggested that she try it too. She was surprised, but accepted it. Standing on the balcony in the darkness, illuminated only by the light of the stars, something caught the girl's attention. A bright fireworks display lit up the night sky, the beauty of which made the children look at it. Aiden quickly picked Mabel up in his arms, since she was barefoot and the floor was cold, and together they turned to look at the explosions. Delicious cookies, Edie and fireworks nearby. She looked at the boy, smiled. She was quite happy at this moment. Lisandro accompanied the Empress, and in front of them was the first library, the one the girl wanted to get into. I wanted to know about the book, but first I had to study more books about saccharine heroes and love dramas. When asked why she was going to the library, the girl joked that she needed a book with pictures. She was surprised that only the imperial family could enter the first library, so Lisandro stayed here and waited. As soon as I entered, the little girl froze with her mouth open and moved her head up and down the bookshelf. There were a lot of them. A lot. A magical library, Mabel realized. Peering into the empty opening, she should have come here earlier. My hand started shaking. I wasn't tall enough to reach the book. I even stood on tiptoe. I wanted that book so much. Then I decided to try my strength, and it worked. The book fell right into my hand. But the surprised look followed the book. It did not fall into her hand, but into the hand of the blonde guy who approached. The question of who he was froze on his lips. She extended her hand, demanding that he give her the book. He glanced at her and asked about her ability to read. The girl was offended and noted that she didn't. He put that book away and handed her another one, which in his opinion would be more appropriate for her age. She thought that the librarian was in front of her, grabbed the book, and thanked the strange young man in white. And yet, the little girl's gaze was caught by this guy with red eyes. She didn't understand. There was definitely no danger from him. Mystery and sacredness. Oscar burst into the room, almost knocking down the door, shouting and worrying about his sister, looking anxiously to see who she was with. He sat down next to her, noticed the books, touched one of them, and decided to read one of them to Mabel as before. The little girl even knew which book to read and held it in her hands like a precious treasure. Sitting on the bed, the girl sat on Oscar's hands, opened, and her brother began to read about the origin of the world. When there was nothing and no one, he appeared. God appeared in the form of light cutting through the darkness, separated a part of himself, and sowed trees, breathed life into them. The trees of creation prepared such a name for them. There were also gardeners who looked after them. Until one day, one of them decided to eat the branch of creation, as he showed a desire to live forever. The chain reaction was started, and other people after him also wanted to live forever. The girl stared at the book, comprehending what was said. God became angry and himself inflicted 7 sins on his creations, and they received punishment. Turning her head to her brother, she asked what exactly the sins were, what they were: arrogance, greed, envy, anger, lust, gluttony, and laziness. She looked at the book, understood everything. It was just a story about the origin of the world. She was thinking about something else now. Loud footsteps were heard in the corridor. The little girl clasped her hands and stepped forward, and her loved ones stopped behind her. The former emperor laughed when the girl made a remark. He didn't want to let her go alone, so everyone followed her. Gustav was one of those present who did not want to go, but he had to. He waited for the moment when everything would end. They were waiting for the saint from Abelardo. 3 years ago, they did not come to a consensus, but made concessions, and then the saints began to send their teachers to teach Mabel, but she did everything to make them run away from her. This time, they sent a teacher who was approved by the Holy King himself. They supported the little girl, but she was not worried. She would be able to immediately understand from the aura whether it was normal or not. She discontentedly compared herself to a hen, and her father and his entourage to chickens, and so they followed as if they were their mother. Having closed the door almost in front of their noses, she shouted at them to leave and stop behaving like that. She turned away, exhaled, closed her eyes. She was already pretty tired of them, each one shouting his own, trying to convince her to let him in. The boy sat on a chair with his arms folded across his chest and praised the little girl for coming alone. He smiled when Mabel cried out, recognizing the man from the library, and raised his hand to his chin. It was an honor for him. I tried to find out who he was, but the man only joked. The aura was familiar. Putting my hand to my chest, I feverishly remembered where I had already seen it. The man waited for the girl to realize, and it happened when she was 1 year old. She met the gaze of one of the priests. That's why the aura is so familiar. And a smile appeared on her lips when the girl correctly guessed that he was the Holy King. The man praised himself, but the little girl ground her teeth, so she held back her rage. Her face changed as she heard about the divine messenger. He calmed her down and assured her that he definitely wouldn't do anything today, but the girl didn't stop asking questions all the time. He grinned and folded his arms across his chest when he heard that she had no desire to return with him to Abelardo, and thought so, he remarked conciliatorily. He noted that this is why he wanted to take her away when she was little, so that she wouldn't remember anything. She lowered her head, shook her head to the side. He considered her not so stupid, and without raising her eyes, she listened to the king. She sat down opposite the man and pretended not to understand what he was talking about, but her voice betrayed her excitement and trembled. The chosen one of God and the favorite of the gods met. He knows everything about her and sees that she is not 5 years old. The young man grinned, irritated her very much, but she became interested when he began to tell details about the appearance of the oracle and the little girl. He also told the message itself. The seed that was sown in the east will come in soon and will protect everyone. At first the girl was scared when she heard about the end of the world, then she smiled and bowed her head. A senseless god, she thought. Her cheeks turned red, she clenched her hands into fists on her knees. She doesn't believe in gods, and in general, no one knows when the end of the world will come. Anger began to rise from the depths. But he denied the words, because the girl herself felt the end when she could not stop the drought in the eastern lands, he reminded her. Mabel was the only one who could save everyone, the Holy King clarified, making the little girl think about her life. At night, when the cat was sleeping nearby, the girl could not fall asleep. She lay clutching the blanket and staring at the ceiling. She turned to the side, hugged the sacred animal, and kissed it. She kept thinking about the end of the world. The drought was just the beginning. It would be even more difficult later, and she was the only one who could help. Aiden called out and pulled me out of my thoughts. I jumped up to him and noticed that today he was gloomier than always. She assumed that it was because of the priest, and unable to resist asking the boy a question, she stared, waiting for an answer. He admitted to himself honestly that he didn't really care whether this world would disappear. He didn't care, but for some reason, he wanted to protect the image of the little girl. He turned away and answered the girl that he didn't know. She gave in to him in anticipation of an answer, and noticing such a reaction, was even more surprised. Mabel became sad, lowered her head, and even a sigh of disappointment escaped from her chest. She must protect the people close to her and her happiness. The boy leaned over, noticing something strange with her. Upon hearing the news about Count Javier, her face immediately changed. She screamed with delight and stared at the boy. He told me about his attempt to buy gold mines at auction. Aiden confirmed that the guild had prevented him from doing this many times. The girl's eyes briefly twinkled. She propped her chin up with her hand and said that it was necessary to raise the price high so that the count would buy it for a fortune. And at this time, she asks the moles to take everything out, all the gold that is there. She rubbed her palms. The boy looked at such a new empress in surprise. A few days later, in his estate, Javier was furious. Nothing was working for him. He was throwing documents at his assistant. He swore and got angry. Someone was disrupting his auction every time, and he didn't know this person in a black hood. The assistant started talking about the evil guild, suggested finding out about this person, and became interested in this information. An evil grin appeared on his lips. His eyes turned into narrow slits. He demanded to find out, but first he needed to disguise himself. During the day, the little girl settled down for a picnic and turned around to look at a mole that emerged from the ground. He demanded that she give him a lot of worms and centipedes for the work he had done, and the girl was indignant. A white stone appeared on the mole's nose. While he was digging for gold, he found something like that. The children stared at this object. The question hung in the air. A vague guess settled in Mabel's head. Somewhere she had already seen such a stone. A lightning bolt of awareness pierced her with a memory of exactly the same stone from the light ones. The mole complained about the weight. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and cried out when Aiden grabbed the stone in his hands. Holding the stone in his hands, he looked at the girl and asked directly if this stone bothered her. She clasped her hands on her chest, turned away, reluctantly admitting that this stone looked like the shrine from Abelardo. The boy confirmed her guess. Now Javier's idea is clear. He wanted to buy in order to find something, apparently. This is what he was looking for. The little girl now had an idea to break into the man's castle to find out the details. Mabel threw up her hands, remembering that Emily, the Earl's daughter, was just about to send an invitation to tea, but the red eyes looked reproachfully. It's impossible. It's too dangerous, as the little empress doesn't understand. She grabbed his hand, trying to persuade him, giving arguments, and suddenly the shadow of some person fell on them. The former emperor was beside himself when he heard that his daughter had gone on a picnic with the Devlin Devil instead of her daddy. The girl tried to calm down her enraged father, promising to go with him another time, but he glared angrily at the boy, wanting to be first in everything. She brought up an argument for 2 picnics. The man was delighted, clenched his fist, and got what he wanted. I ran into the library. Oscar was there. I joyfully jumped up to him and flew into his open arms. She sat down on her brother's lap, turned around. She had a request. She was holding an envelope in her hands. The boy was ready to do anything for his sister. He would do everything. Smiling happily, the girl wanted to go here. The boy recognized the sign of Count Javier's house, but the little girl continued that she would like to be friends with Emily. Even though it was dangerous, she really wanted to make friends with her peers, and he understood that too. But he will write an answer. This is what was required for Mabel. The boy will go with her to ensure safety. The little girl shook her head negatively. Her brother won't go with her, since he's taking Aiden with him. Watching with horror from what was said as the girl ran away, sweat rolled down her face. She screamed, but no longer heard him. He stopped at the door of Mabel's room. The boy was stopped by Esteban, who also had to see her. When they entered, they saw the little girl falling asleep with a pencil in her hands and a picture on top, and a cat sleeping nearby. The men smiled, saw that the girl was sleeping, covered her with a blanket. Oscar nearby noticed that children need a lot of sleep. He noticed that the boy himself was trying to go to bed later, despite being busy, and the father noticed his children. They also noticed a drawn plan of the exploration of Javier's castle, with a girl's signature at the bottom with clarification. They also noticed another yellow drawing and thought it was of Scott, so Esteban rolled his eyes and ordered his son to throw it away. The men in the room whispered conspiratorially. The former emperor was angry about the tea party, and Oscar was arguing for its benefit. What upset them more was that the girl wanted to go with Aiden. They fell on the bed, covering their heads with their hands. Having stood up, they cursed, threw up their hands. The man promised to think of something. He wouldn't just leave it like that. As soon as they left, the little girl jumped up on the bed, listened to the footsteps, looked carefully at the door, analyzing what she heard about Aiden. The next morning, the girl was spinning in front of the mirror. The nanny was helping her get dressed, and seeing the boy, she turned to him happily. Lamara smiled, greeting the boy, proving that the baby was very cute today. She grimaced and turned away from the boy, offended, unhappy that he had not shown any particular emotion when assessing her outfit. The children came out of the room. The girl immediately grabbed his hand, smiled, turning to him. She stopped thoughtfully, still holding his hand, but now she was overcome with doubts about whether the influence would work on him. He wanted to remove his hand. Suddenly he felt uncomfortable, but his red eyes pierced the girl. He grabbed her hand tighter, not letting go. She looked at the boy with a warm smile. In response, she lightly squeezed his hand, and they exchanged glances. The former emperor suddenly attacked them, became angry, and shouted loudly. The girl jerked back. He turned his attention to Aiden, telling him that he should have moved away from her and politely let go of her hand. The man's jealousy was evident even in this, blocking Mabel. He gave the order to the sad boy that he could go. They would manage on their own. The man took her away after all, and on the way she decided to ask where they were going, or rather where her daddy was dragging her. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Esteban smiled. His teeth flashed. They will go do one good deed shared with the child. I entered the room and saw many chairs with people sitting on them. The entire amount will go to charity. Gustav stood on the pedestal, his voice loud, calling for silence. The auction of Her Majesty's favorite things was about to begin. Noticing the little girl, he turned to her and smiled at her, shyly sticking out his thumb. A couple of days ago, I leaned over to the girl, listening to her request. She wanted to sell what her dad gave her, and she doesn't use it. The drought continues. She can't save the world now, but she couldn't leave the children without water. And then she offered, folding her hands in a prayerful gesture, only what she doesn't use. He stared at the little girl with his mouth open and such admiration, as if she had grown wings and descended from heaven to earth. I suddenly grabbed my heart when I heard that the girl wanted to sell absolutely everything. She immediately turned her head in search of her father. She didn't ask to hold an auction, but she froze when she saw her daddy. There were already adults sitting in the rows. Her father was there too. Someone waved his hand at her and called out to her, attracting her attention. The first lot was already lying around and attracting the attention of the guests. A favorite children's toy with a torn ear, a gray cat. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was worn out and old. She raised her hands to her face. Gustav laughed at the girl's reaction. I remember playing it from the age of 2. I was surprised who would give me gold for it. How wrong Mabel was. They gave me more than just gold for it. The grandfather started the battle, set his price for this lot. The grandfather set a very high price. The girl's father grimaced. In this first battle, the former emperor won. He pressed his favorite toy to himself, inhaling the smell and closing his eyes. The second lot was a drawing of a little girl. She was lying on the ground with a cat and drawing the imperial garden with paints and pencils. And again, the former emperor bought it. Grandpa was already starting to get angry, and the rest of the people were unhappy, but kept silent. The men begged the girl to help and save them. Esteban was abusing his status too much. They cried out enthusiastically, thanked him for his help. The former emperor became gloomy. He was removed, and his daughter forbade him to participate. The men are determined, ready to tear and throw for things at this auction. Esteban is now on the sidelines. And here is the last lot, a bracelet that I made myself from precious stones with my nanny. The long-awaited moment, the sweetest part was left for last, and here it is. The bracelet, which was created with special attention, I tried and made with my little hands. Gustav held it up higher so that everyone could see it, continuing to praise the item. After the event, the men noted with disappointment that they were only able to buy one thing from the Empress. The girl was stopped by someone's shout. Her blue eyes opened wide and stared in tension. A man appeared before her, his face twisted as if he was holding back uninvited tears, and he did not dare to speak. The uncle leaned over and said in a sad voice that he wanted to buy at least one thing to pass down from generation to generation as a relic. Mabel listened, and her surprise grew. She looked attentively at the man, who was very upset, and hearing his desire to stroke her head, she opened her mouth in a silent scream, deciding that he had gone crazy. I imagined this happening for just a moment, then immediately pushed the thoughts away. This is not appropriate for an empress. She is not his granddaughter. You can't touch the head. He immediately recoiled. He knew it, but the little girl surprised everyone. She asked for his hand. He extended his hand, and in response, she also touched him with her small fingers. The handshake happened unexpectedly for the man. The enthusiasm in his voice pleased the girl, but now a crowd of men rushed towards her. They all wanted to get a handshake too. The former emperor roared, pushing them aside, making his way to the little girl. She was having quite a good time. She compared it to an election campaign. She shook everyone's hand and didn't even get tired. The assistant restrained Esteban, who watched his daughter with a dark face. Such behavior is unacceptable. He was upset that he was the one who should kiss, hug, and pat him on the head. Only his father should do it. The man grinned and came up with a great idea. If anyone touched Her Highness again, he would face a huge fine. Putting down the pen, she turned and looked at her dear father, said that he was as always with his oddities, and exhaled. The men were not afraid of the fine. It even seemed like an easy win to them. They would just pay, and that's it. They pulled out their wallets. There was an auction that day, and because it was necessary to pay to touch the Empress, the treasury was replenished, a truly significant day. The guy held the object in his hands, examined it, and wondered where he could hide it. It was disguised, magic calculated perfectly. He smiled slightly, took a black envelope out of his inside pocket, and handed the invitation to the waiting man. I walked through the closed hall, looking at everything that was inside. Some people were playing cards. He found with his eyes the one he was looking for. A red-haired young man folded his arms across his chest and talked to a black-haired youth. It was Count Javier. He was delighted. He would be able to dig up even more. The servant brought Scott a letter, called the boy, who turned around, his yellow eyes flashing. He picked up the letter and read it carefully when he realized that it was from Her Highness. His facial features softened and a smile appeared on his lips. Clenching his hands into fists, the boy walked towards his sister with clarifying questions about the Empress. The boy began to get indignant and shout that Mabel was a good person and that she shouldn't be bothered, his cheeks turning red from excitement. But the children were interrupted by the maid, who announced the arrival of guests, and they were left looking at each other with piercing glances. The girl turned around, walked away from the boy, and told him without turning around that their paths were different, and they were walking along them themselves. Meanwhile, Mabel was gracefully descending from the carriage, Aiden helping and supporting her by the hand. Emily smiled happily as she met the Empress, narrowed her eyes, and was very pleased that the invitation had been received. Already at the table, the girl asked Mabel how she was enjoying her tea party, kept up the conversation, and showed interest. With a cup in her hands, she smiled, slightly tilting her head. She liked everything, and the dessert was very tasty. The girl appreciated. Emily thought, looking into the distance, remembering her older brother's words. In fact, she liked the little girl. Blue eyes sparkled with pleasure, looked around at the gathered girls. Youth and energy were boiling around. I didn't remember when there were such girls nearby. But it was time to get started with her plan. She looked back at Aiden, making it clear that it was time. Without thinking twice, the girl spilled a cup of tea on herself, screamed, and waved her arms. The girl sitting next to her also got scared. Emily screamed, raised her hand to her face. The baby calmed down, but she would have to go wash her hands. She stood up, waved off the offer of help, referring to her escort who would help her. The first step was to get rid of Lisandro. Mabel turned to him, leaned over anxiously, not expecting it. A man sat down next to the little girl. She was worried that she had lost the ring in the shape of a teddy bear that she loved very much and asked him to find it. Even tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and Aiden pointed to the side and replied that he noticed something shiny there. Red Eyes stopped on the girl, whispered for her to be very careful, worried about her. The second stage, I ran looking around in search of a stable. It was very urgent to find horses. Once inside, the girl managed to find it, looked at the horses. There was no one there. That's great. The little girl's eyes lit up. She folded her hands and cheerfully greeted the horses. They were talking to each other and did not expect this at all. But noticing that this little man had no food with him, they turned away from her, throwing up their hands in an attempt to stop them. It was very difficult now, but Mabel reassured herself. She had been feeding animals for several years, so she climbed into her purse, rummaging around and trying to get something. She took out a sweet piece of sugar, and the horses turned their muzzles, drooling in anticipation of the sweetness. They started chewing and thanking the person. It was very tasty for them, but they will also tell her everything, absolutely everything she wants. She found out everything she wanted about the stones, turned her head sharply towards the conversation of the men approaching the stable, and gritted her teeth. In a hurry, I tried to find a way out of the situation. I needed to hide. I was feverishly looking for somewhere. The guys were almost in. The little girl screamed. She was going to get caught now, but a strong grip was on her hand. The yellow eyes looked with warmth. He pointed with his finger so that Mabel would not make a sound. She needed to wait a little. Peeking out from around the corner, watching the men in the stable and listening to them marvel at the calm of the horses today, sat a boy and a girl, close together. Holding her hand tightly and running away so that they would not be caught, Scott looked back at his empress. She turned her shining eyes to the boy and sincerely thanked him. If it weren't for him, a big disaster would have happened. He pulled his hand out of Her Highness's hand, screamed and began to apologize. He didn't mean to grab her so unceremoniously. The girl did not hold a grudge against him. They went back to tea, when Scott asked the exciting question of what the little girl was doing in the stable. Yellow eyes stopped on her. I even heard that she was talking to someone there. Inside, I froze in anticipation of an answer. I was worried that maybe someone was rude in the mansion. The Empress waved her hands, calming the boy down. Everything was fine. There was no need to worry. She got lost while looking around the mansion. They were rudely interrupted, asked Scott to stop, turned towards the voice, and stared at the unexpected guest. It was Aiden, his eyes flashing red, correcting himself. The baby doesn't like this attitude. The girl found herself between two fires, looked at Scott with frightened eyes. Everything was not as the boy thought. He kept his yellow eyes fixed on the Devlin Devil. It turned out to be true that he was now her knight. The boy with red eyes corrected him, saying that he had long since discarded this status, and without looking away, he said through gritted teeth. No one wanted to give in and look away first. Like lightning flashed between them. The girl tried to intervene, to stop them. Then she ran up to Aiden, ordered him to leave with her, pulled him away from Scott, trying to protect everyone around him. She took the boy away, promising to see him soon, and asked him to return back to the girls. He smiled, squinting his eyes, glad to meet Her Majesty, and this joy was genuine, sincere. Already on the way, talking with the boy, I was worried about how Scott would perceive it, because he is such a gentle and vulnerable young man. The thoughts did not leave my head the whole way. But Aiden did not answer her anymore. Coming closer, they heard a whisper, discussing the boy who was next to the Empress, talking about his dirty blood. The girl with black hair, putting her hand on her hip, indignantly said that she did not understand how it was possible to take her to such an event. Blue eyes sparkled, turned towards the boy. Mabel asked him in a trembling voice how he was. I was surprised by Aiden's answer. He's already used to this, so now he reacts calmly to such statements. She came up and asked what these little ladies were talking about so enthusiastically. They grimaced, folded their arms across their chests, and looked at me defiantly. The little girl would also listen to what was being discussed. The expression on their faces immediately changed. The girl with black hair lied, looking at her. The conversation was about hair ribbons. The flattering words did not deceive the Empress. She became suddenly serious, even changed her tone, clenched her fists, and gave out, "Her Aiden is not ribbons." She reminded him about the dirty blood, laughed, said that everyone had misunderstood, and continued to deceive Her Highness. The girl was not amused, she seriously noticed. Perhaps she thinks that she has hearing problems. Since she heard incorrectly, she continued to suppress with her aura. Emily noticed their collision, ran up, looking at the baby in fear. She didn't understand what happened here. She turned away from her. Mabel put her hand to her chest. It was probably time for them to go, because they had no right to be here, she noted calmly. She replied that a vassal's mistake was a ruler's mistake. The girl with black hair bent over and screamed in fear. She only said what she had heard from others. Emily was angry, too angry. She went to Lady Mithrin and ordered her to apologize to Aiden and Mabel immediately, clenching her fists, which did not fit with the image of a girl in a pink dress. The little girl looked at her, It was clear to everyone here that the apology was made because of Lady Javier and her request. After listening to all the apologies, she smiled and closed her eyes. It was time for them to leave anyway. I looked at Aiden in the carriage and wondered how many times he had to hear this addressed to him. I felt very sorry for the boy. She asked to go to the gambling house together the next time, and when she heard that the Count was a frequent guest there, sparkles appeared in her eyes. She denied that this was revenge, that she simply wanted to punish everyone who doubted her insight. The girl resolutely reprimanded. He closed his eyes, lowered his head a little. Yes, they will start working, he agreed with her. Duke Javier is using Count Mateon as a financial cushion. The little girl was surprised and pushed the cup away. When a man opened a gambling house, the Duke provided support. Everything would be fine. But when they launder the profits, that's where Javier comes in. She folded her hands into a lock on the table. If they caught Count Mateon, then she narrowed her eyes. She noticed with satisfaction, and the Duke would be in their hands. A girl in a beautiful white dress came down and walked along the corridor of soldiers, followed by Aiden. People greeted the little girl and were glad that despite the unpleasant incident they had arrived for tea. Count Mateon scolded his daughter to apologize to the Empress, pointing his finger at her sternly. The girl began to apologize, but Mabel stopped her, saying that she should apologize not to her, but to her knight. The whole family darkened with anger. The man clenched his teeth and mentally cursed the girl. Hearing the apology, the boy and girl ignored it and walked past. They had their own goal. Seeing the mansion, she looked back at the knight, pointed her finger, and asked if he liked it. But when she saw his eyes, she realized she was right. And when he heard the following, he was surprised and speechless. She wants to take it away and give it to her guild. She leaned over conspiratorially and whispered to the boy that it was time to bring what they had prepared for this. I was left watching the boy as he strode off to carry out his assignment, and rumors spread very quickly. Mabel heard everything, glanced in their direction. Everyone was still whispering and narrowed her eyes in displeasure. The man fell to the ground. Everyone present cried out. The Count recognized him and prayed to Her Highness. They tried to take the screaming boy away, but Mabel stopped them with a stern voice, ready to hear him. This guy's name is Histon, and he works in the Count's gambling house, his face flushed and completely covered in sweat. He confessed to the crime. He is in charge of the accounting department and knows everything about it. A black-haired man got involved and tried to joke that it wasn't true. Lisandro noted with displeasure that it was unacceptable to interfere in a conversation when the Empress wanted to hear it. Then the guy who confessed to everything got it. Now he was an accomplice. He admitted that he had his eye on big money, but every time he came to his family's home, he felt a burden. Having heard everything, the little girl listened to the threat to Histon's family, turned her head to the Count. He was worse than she thought. Having pointedly noted that if everything was untrue, she would drop all charges against him, she threw up her hands, just like that. Unable to restrain himself, Count Mateon grabbed Histon by the throat, shouting that he was wrong. The guy managed to throw the book with the notes. The women standing nearby covered their mouths. The Count fell to his knees, screaming and almost crying, trying to collect the papers, his reddened face betraying the panic that had washed over him like a wave. Lisandro looked down with a barely noticeable smile. Everything was clear to everyone. Shouting that it was all a lie, the man was already reading the paper that lay on the ground. The soldiers grabbed Count Meteor by the arms. He is guilty, and there is evidence of it. Elon came silently. He returned. The girl was happy to see him. The little girl was delighted, looked at him with a smile, and even embarrassed the boy. They are great partners. In bad weather, the man pounded on the door and called for his master. He was the only one left with him. There was nothing else. Count Javier looked back at his servant and gave the order that no one should be allowed in. The verdict was his own fault. He loved to show off too much, but the man himself did not get his hands dirty. He only exposed those he could. Now it was worth getting dividends from the gambling house. But as soon as he heard that all the property now belonged to someone else, he screamed and his face changed. He leaned his hands on the table, angry that this had happened. Someone was always interfering with his plans, and there was no news about the gold, about the mines that he had bought. His face changed, sweat broke out on him. There were no words, there was no gold either. Even at depth they were already digging. The assistant bowed his head, thereby confirming the truth of his words, and admitted that it was most likely a mistake. Of course, it is possible to postpone paying off the debt, but the problem is pride. It didn't fit in my head. I looked at the door and heard a servant announce the arrival of a certain Mr. Ace. The men discussed how surveillance of the port would soon increase, and that it would be better to be careful with the ships. A couple of times he threw out information that dispelled the doubt in his eyes, brought a cup of tea to himself, wondered what kind of facial loss there would be today. He ran into the room, smiled into his cup of tea. That's it. He got what he wanted. His hand with the tea shook. Ace closed his eyes, admitted that he thought there would be problems because of the gambling house, and threw up his hands. Count Javier's face changed. He clenched his teeth, his gaze dimmed. He heard that everyone knew about the investment of a huge sum in the auction house. He clasped his hands on the table with a cup of tea. The guy calmed him down. He just wanted to help his friend. He covered the man's shaking hand with his hand and admitted that he was actually from the Information Guild. The man realized that he was from the guild of that very friend and considered him a reliable person. He covered the table with his hands, stretched out across the entire table, the Count's hands, and confessed that he had always wanted to become his strength. Now the guy understood that the man needed money, and if he heard, then the evil guild helps people who are in dire need of money. He extended the contract closer. His clenched hands did not want to unclench. They could also help the Duke. The girl in the yellow dress sat on the sofa and bit her pretty finger. The family fell, she noticed. The former emperor heard about this. Now he dealt with this matter himself, and they would be very lucky if they did not end up executed. Aiden admitted that recently the man has been going around asking for help, and even the girl has given in to him because of this. I leaned back on the sofa. It's a pity that I couldn't catch Count Javier. That evil guy doesn't leave any traces. The little girl was pleased. Duke Mythion surrendered so easily, she didn't even expect such a quick victory. Gustav came in, smiling contentedly, holding some kind of box under his arm, beaming from seeing the baby. Clutching the same box, he leaned over to the Empress, who was still angry about the auction. He confessed, fawning over Mabel, that he had brought her a gift, and if he gave it to her, she would forgive him. The young man asked if he could do this. Having opened the box, he showed the little girl beautiful beige shoes in that very box, with a bow on top. The girl immediately decided to try on such a beautiful gift, put them on and looked at them, stretching her legs this way and that. It had been a long time since she'd received a gift that literally put her soul into. She picked up the skirts of her dress and stepped on the floor. As soon as she did this, she froze, listening. Gustav sat down next to her. Some kind of sound was heard when the little girl took a step, froze and stared at the man, waiting for an explanation. She realized that the sound was coming from her, screamed in horror. What was this? And her face turned pale. She chased after Gustav. She was running fast and was clearly angry. The man was running away. He did not lose hope and tried to explain that as soon as he saw them, he immediately thought of her. Oscar hadn't seen his little sister for so long. Now he raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, rejoiced and shouted her name. He ran closer, waving his hand at her, noticed the strange expression on Mabel's face, couldn't resist asking about it. Lisandro leaned over to her and praised the girl's shoes, but she noted with displeasure that they didn't beep but farted, and she didn't like that. The little girl ran away from Oscar and the man, offended, shouting that she wouldn't wear anything else, covering her eyes from her emotions. Esteban, remembering his daughter, closed his eyes and considered her the best girl in the world. Very sweet. He saw Oscar chasing Mabel. She ran away from him, laughing and teasing her little brother. His children were having a good time. A smile appeared on the lips of the former emperor, and warmth spread through his chest from just looking at them. Clutching her pink hair, she noticed her father, stopped and waved her hand at him, shouting words about Daddy. In her place, he imagined for just a moment another girl, an adult, beautiful mother of Mabel, who also waved her hand at him in greeting with such a familiar gesture. Shiana, his love, still remembered her dear short-lived love, and the child that was pressed to her breast, the fruit of their eternity. The little girl stopped and froze, smiling and the wind ruffling her hair, catching her breath with difficulty. She did not take her eyes off her father. He touched his face with his hand, staggered, breathed out the name of his empress, and leaned against the wall as if he had become ill. He turned around abruptly and walked away from the children, not reacting to his being called, trying to hide and escape as quickly as possible. Gustav brought good news. It bothered him that the little girl was still angry with him because of these shoes. He told me that they invited a new teacher from the academy. She graciously decided to attend the lesson, but seemed to come to her senses and added that it was possible. He raised his hand, not the professor, but the rector would conduct the lessons, as befits a little girl. The man flattered her greatness. Lisandro heard that Mabel would prefer to study with him. He cried out joyfully. Finally, he managed to get out of the girl's hatred. The young blonde man with glasses looked around his new place of residence and was glad that it was here that he would be able to reveal his potential. At a very young age, he learned to read, but the nanny made a remark to him to behave as befits a child. He imagined that there was no one else for this role because he was the youngest rector of the academy, and he imagined himself standing behind the greatness of the Empress. I assumed that a small child could read fairy tales and not bother too much to teach them. Mabel sat at the table, her downcast gaze and strict dress indicating that she was a diligent student, and without saying a word, she waited for the teacher. Hiding his essence, putting his hand to his chest, he introduced himself to Her Majesty, Fran Alonica, the rector of the academy. This is how he introduced himself. He touched his glasses, closed his eyes, thought about how difficult it would be to teach her, mentally clicked his tongue, and would take all the initiative upon himself. She looked at the man and heard how he scolded her. Now the mentor was standing there, demanding appropriate behavior from her. He showed her a book in his hands. She glanced sideways and noticed the fairy tales, and suggested starting the lesson. He had just started his speech when a girl interrupted him, held out her hand, and asked him to study something else for today. He hovered over her, insisting that he was the one giving out the curriculum. The girl tried to argue, saying that she didn't like books with pictures. Having calmed down for a moment, coming to my senses, I decided to clarify what exactly the girl wanted to read then. Having heard that Algor Chekhov's reasoning was interesting, he threw up his hands and was very surprised by this. He scolded her once again. There is no point in lying. Being vicious is much worse than being a stupid person, he reasoned. Again, the man did not believe the Empress's words and put the book of fairy tales in front of her, teasing her that she should first study the letters. He couldn't contain himself and cried out that he would fulfill her wish if she wrote all the letters just by looking at them once. The argument became very heated. An hourglass appeared and time began to tick. The baby just looked at it, opening her mouth in surprise. The minute began to tick. He held the paper with the written letters in his hands. His hands were shaking, and beads of sweat were running down his face, and he admitted that she was in fact a genius. He folded his arms across his chest. Now let him say his wish. He thought it would be some kind of toy, nothing complicated. Aiden appeared. The Empress ordered the document to be signed. Franz recoiled, shaking even more. The girl persistently pushed a piece of paper at him. She won't explain. She just needs to sign, because he promised, and this is her wish. He grabbed her chest and decided to step back. He was still scared, one look at Her Highness's knight and the feeling that he could be killed. She smiled contentedly, holding a sheet of paper with the signature of the rector of the academy, and her blue eyes sparkled triumphantly. I asked the teacher what I was better at, and the guy stuttered and barely squeezed out from emotion that it was math. She leaned towards Aiden and began whispering to him, deciding something. They wanted to make him a slave in the accounting department of the Evil Guild. She picked up the piece of paper she had just signed with a smile and waved it in front of Franz. There was no turning back in his case. Oscar was looking forward to meeting his little sister and walked towards her down the corridor with a slight smile on his lips. He opened the door slightly, peering cautiously into the baby's room. His eyes widened in surprise. I saw Mabel at the table, furiously trying to write something. The servants were bustling about behind her, either cleaning up the flowers or washing the windows. The older brother turned pale. Sweat began to flow down his face. He didn't expect that the little girl could now cope without his help. She raised her fountain pen upward, showing and confirming the boy's terrible fears that she was writing the letter herself. She even showed it to him, holding out the paper, and the boy saw neat handwriting, beautiful curls on the letters. She read it carefully, brought the work to her face again, checking it was correct, and wrote a letter to Scott. He turned away. Oscar was offended by such an attitude, and without turning his head, he said to her that this was too much. He didn't want her to see his face. The servants stopped behind the little girl and heartfeltly noted that it was not without reason that the prince had left like that. He only throws things too much in extreme cases. Lamara leaned towards the Empress, pointing with one finger, said that the boy enjoyed writing the letter together. Spending time with her was valuable. She grabbed the back of the chair with her hands, upset, realizing that she had offended her little brother very much. He was the first one who wanted to receive a letter from Mabel, and it was important for him. The first letter and the first actions are always important. Getting down from the chair, it was necessary to urgently find Oscar and clear things up. The servants also urged him to hurry up with this. She lay down in the carriage. Her aura darkened and became even more upset. She couldn't find her brother, unfortunately. He avoided her only when he saw or heard his sister. The girl was very worried about this. Her face changed because her little brother was dear to her, the maid reassured her, trying to cheer her up. She wanted to give a gift, but immediately admitted that she couldn't find a worthy gift for her brother. The girl, the disgusting sister, became sadder and sadder with each passing minute because she couldn't find a decent gift for the boy. She understood that she would be happy with anything, but she wanted something special. She turned over her shoulder. Something caught the girl's attention. She became interested in it and heard a strange sound nearby. She clenched her hands on her dress. The sound that reached the Empress was terrible, that she wanted to cover her ears. Memories came with the sound. As a child, she wanted to run away. Lying on the floor under the fan, the little girl was afraid. Aiden was pulled out of his memories. Mabel even shuddered and recoiled, her eyes betraying her inner state. When she saw her knight, she immediately calmed down. Her fears left, and the little girl relaxed a little. She answered evenly, tried, almost succeeded, clenched her hand into a fist. She trembled, drove away the thoughts. Everything was in the past. Now, everything is different. She had a family that cherished and protected her, Esteban and Oscar, who always treated her warmly. But the sound did not leave me alone. I ran out from around the corner, quickly ran looking for that very sound. The picture that appeared before her was horrifying. Count Javier raised his hand to his son and shouted loudly at him, calling and scolding his son. The hand touched the boy's cheek. Scott's head fell back, but he endured and did not make a sound. Pain and resentment filled his little body. 3 hours before this, the boy with yellow eyes had been looking at his image with delight. The suit suited him very well. His father was sitting on a soft sofa, next to a table and cups of tea, laughed at the servant's flattery, and decided that he needed to count this suit. Since he was sitting like that, he won't even change his clothes. It suits the boy so well. His yellow eyes sparkled with gratitude. He walked next to Javier, squinted. He heard that they were having financial difficulties, and even had to sell their country house at a low price. He touched his neck with his hand, the boy thought. He was the heir, but his father did not like it when the boy was interested in affairs. He hurried Scott when his father entered the room. He immediately began to fidget. His movements became quick and abrupt. He followed his father. The boy wondered if the place was too luxurious. He didn't understand what they were doing here in this room. Javier smiled, patted the boy on the back, and made him introduce himself, and the son obeyed with a smile. He suggested that we sit down and have some tea, and the hot tea was already poured into cups, and a pleasant aroma emanated from them. Scott took a sip of tea from his cup, pretending not to listen to the men when they started talking about finances, and the boy thought that everything couldn't be solved so easily. He smiled, moved the cup away from his face, and didn't understand why this grown man was looking at him and not taking his eyes off him. He felt uncomfortable. He didn't understand why they came here. He shuddered when his father put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He sent the boy to talk to Count Kale, warning him not to be rude and to listen to him. Scott remembered what kind of man he was. He was kicked out of high society because he pestered young, handsome boys from noble families. His yellow eyes widened in fear. He didn't expect his parent to do this. He didn't even imagine it. Javier, because of his pride and wealth, is even willing to do this to his own son. Scott stood up, despite the fact that he was his father, but still gave a slight bow to the Baron and refused to go into conversation with him. The boy lowered his head, listening to his father scolding and scolding him, but he stood his ground and decided that it was time for him to go. Javier caught up with the boy and now did not mince words, calling him names and insulting him. His face turned red, saliva flew in all directions. The next blow of the hand was not destined to land on Scott's cheek. The man was thrown to the side, even bent. Her Majesty actually appeared in front of her, leaned her hands on the ground, and it was she who pushed the man away and fell down in the process. She raised her hand. There was a scratch on it, and she howled at the top of her voice very loudly. She closed her eyes. It was very painful for her. She hugged herself and began to cry. Tears rolled down her blue eyes, and there were abrasions on her arms and palms. Scott rushed to help the girl, screamed, could not calmly watch the girl sitting and holding her sore spot. The Empress's guards came running at the cry. Aiden was running ahead of everyone, followed by Lamara and the guards. Lissandro ran up and sat down next to Her Majesty, touching her back with his hand to calm her down. She raised her face with huge tears in her eyes and pointed her finger at the man who was guilty of everything that happened, confessing that the Duke had hit her. Lissandro raised his face and cried out that he had dared to hit a little girl, the Empress of our empires. Tears rolled down her cheeks as the little girl turned to Lamara and complained that she was in a lot of pain. The guard pointed his finger at the culprit, scolded him, and ordered the man to be arrested. Count Javier screamed, tried to break free from the soldier's hands, spitting, tried to justify himself, and asked to be heard. She touched the boy with her bruised hand, reassuring him that this cockroach would no longer be around. Tears ran down her cheeks, but now the little girl was smiling and reassuring the boy. Now everything will be fine. It seemed that the boy was surrounded by darkness, and there was no salvation until she appeared, the empress of their empire, a bright soul. Aiden remembered the baby, remembered the wounds on his hands. They needed to be treated urgently, and he was unhappy with this phenomenon. He wanted to kill everything here, to destroy everything around. The only thing that stopped him was that the little girl would not be able to forgive him. But seeing that someone had caused harm, he immediately braced himself. In the room, Mabel was beating a pillow, scolding Javier. Angry words flew from her lips. She even sweated from such an action. She raised her head, raised her hand, and wiped the sweat from her forehead, seeing the boy, and was glad to see him. She also noticed the box in the knight's hands and asked what it was, but his eyes stopped and did not move on this object. He took her hand gently, eye to eye. A connection was created between them and was already becoming strong. On the big bed sat the little girl and Aiden, who was treating her hand and bandaging her arm, while the boy was chatting with her. She looked at her bandaged hand, got scared, and joked that a knight could also be making fun of her. Esteban walked with long strides down the long corridor, a red cloth tied to his side. Hearing about Duke Javier, he gritted his teeth. How dare he? He was ready to throw lightning bolts because they offended his beloved daughter. Opening the door to his daughter's bedroom, he cried out in fear about how she was feeling and her general condition. The little girl sat down on the bed, surprised by her father's appearance, and opened her mouth to say everything. He touched her with his hand. His daughter began to look more and more like his beloved woman, and he calmed her down. The little girl stroked her father's head. Now it was her turn to calm him down. She stroked him gently, assured him that he was okay. Esteban smiled warmly, even in such a state, first of all calming those who are nearby. Anyone who harms the imperial family will always face punishment, and the punishment will be very severe, even up to the death penalty. He stood up, covering her with a blanket and touching her forehead, wished her sweet dreams, and that she should not worry, that Daddy would take care of everything. But remembering Scott, he was worried about his future life. After all, the boy was not to blame, just one unfortunate child. The father assured her not to worry about it. Everything would be fine with him, and he walked away. She buried her face in the pillow, thinking about Scott and the whole situation that happened to her today. I jumped up abruptly, remembered that I had forgotten about my little brother. I needed to see him urgently. She crawled out of bed, moved carefully. She needed to find Aiden and come to the prince together. She opened the door and saw Oscar walking towards her. The little girl was confused. She quickly came to her senses, bowed, closed her eyes, and quietly whispered an apology. She didn't mean to do that. He stared at the girl in confusion. Hearing about the gift, was surprised by it, trembled, and his eyes filled with tears. He hugged the girl tightly, pressing her to himself. The brotherly love was very strong. A breath escaped. Tears glistened in Mabel's eyes. He confessed his love to her. She is his only sister, and he values her very much. He confessed to his father that something strange had been happening lately. The scattered chair and bottles in the man's office were making him nervous. In the dungeon, a man bent over and held his head, not understanding how he could get out now. Hearing that someone had entered his room, sweat rolled down his face, a mad look of doom. His beloved daughter, the empress of everything, was touched and offended. Something like this is never forgiven to anyone. The appearance of the count's son in the dungeon caused surprise. He was a witness, put his hand to his chest. The boy decided to tell the truth. The former emperor looked back at him and began his interrogation, and the boy confessed to everything. His face darkened when it turned out that the girl suffered because she tried to protect the boy from her own father. He looked back at him, listening, and his eyes lit up with anger. No one is allowed to beat their own children. Javier became angry and pointed out to his son that he was lying and that he shouldn't be trusted now. He swung at the bent-over Scott, and this time the attempt to hit him failed. He stopped, but the anger did not go away. The count then began to plead, fell to the floor and spread out in a pleading gesture, asking for mercy. He trembled when he heard Esteban's decision, so he decided to take it into account. He would remain in his estate until the end of his days and could not leave anywhere. Scott walked out and smiled when he realized that no one would touch him anymore, and the smile was dedicated to the little empress. The former emperor's back tensed. He scolded the boy without turning to him. The empress's love is very strong.